we got acquainted with that disasters. We talked about man-made and natural disaster, and we had few case studies where some of the experts, particularly who have worked at the grassroots level, they shared their experiences. So Jagat Singh Jangli ji and Dr. S.P. Mehra, so they brought some case studies, success stories from Rajasthan and Uttarakhand, and how they tried to mitigate the natural disaster or the climate change, uh, which is uh, which is obvious in all parts of the world. So they are trying to manage their natural resources so that they can mitigate such challenges, such such kind of if any such disasters come. So today's we have 2-3 important sessions where we have invited experts from outside, and in the first session I have invited a research scholar who has almost finished his PhD. He is Mr. R. Siva Chidambaram, and he is a research scholar at IIT Roorkee, and he has conducted his studies in the field of earthquake engineering. So he will share his experiences, that what kind of research is going on at Roorkee, at the premier institutions of our country, and what kind of activities have been undertaken by this department, earthquake department there. And he will share also that what kind of structures he is planning to design to 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 mitigate the earthquake disaster, or at least he can develop earthquake resistant buildings. So from that angle, this lecture is very important. So I invite Mr. Siva Chidambaram from IIT Roorkee. So he'll initiate this discussion. In between, if you do have some questions, so you may ask after raising your hands, or keeping on your mic. So you can ask certain questions in between, or better way it is after completion of his lecture, you can ask certain questions. That will be the right approach. And we will have some other experts, they will be also joining in the next session. So this is the first session. We'll start with Mr. Siva Chidambaram. Aye, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to everyone who is being here and who is watching me online. And myself, R. Siva Chidambaram, and research scholar at Department of Earthquake Engineering in IIT Roorkee. And my area of research is on earthquake-resistant design, and by using some high-performance material to enhance the inelastic performance of our RC structures. So we are using various high-performance material which are available in India, and we are trying our level best to enhance the inelastic performance under cyclic loading. In Department of Earthquake Engineering, we are conducting numerous research studies to enhance the cyclic performance, which means seismic performance of various structures like buildings, dams, and RC frame structure, as well as our masonry structures too. And my area is specially narrowed down on earthquake resistant design and to enhance the performance of RC structure using different high performance materials. In my case, I'm going to increase the inelastic performance by using different high performance material in different ways. Like as in India, we have a lot of high performance materials. The high performance in the name it can itself defines the performance is better than the conventional one. Now that's the first point. Now the second is we are going to increase the inelastic performance to provide a better and sustainable structure in this earthquake resistant design category. Like what are the materials are available in India? Like in terms of fibers, we can say steel fiber, carbon fiber, glass fiber, polypropylene, polyester. These are the fibers are available in India, and it is available in various form, like in fiber form, in fabric form, as well as in solid form. So when you talk about utilizing these fibers in an effective way, we have to choose appropriate method to enhance the performance in different way. Like if you use high performance materials as fabric, we can wrap to increase the strengthening purpose. And if you want to use those fibers along with concrete, you can increase the performance rather than using conventional concrete. You can use this kind of high performance fiber mixed concrete to increase its tensile behavior. Thus, we can increase our inelastic performance. Right now, I'm going to talk about a lecture topic: earthquake disaster and its mitigation, innovation in building design. So, what are the various earthquake disasters happened in India, and how it affects our buildings, and what are the codal procedures we do have in our India to resist such kind of disasters, and how to make your structure earthquake resistant one. Like, so you are seeing this is the earth top surface. So in top surface you can see we have sea, land, huge hills, mountains, and deserts, and various geographical locations we are having in earth's top surface. Likewise, our interior part of the earth do have different layers. You can see in this picture we have four different layers. The innermost red color part is known as inner core. It is in solid form. The next one is outer core. It is in a liquid form. And the third one is mantle. The mantle is subdivided into two categories. One is mantle, another one is upper mantle. And the last part is crust, where we are living. So here the important role is crust and upper mantle. The reason is, while the joining place of this crust and this upper mantle creates a thin layer called as tectonic plates. These tectonic plates are playing major role in creating earthquakes. The reason is these tectonic plates are not a continuous plate. This is a rocky kind of surface. It is a discontinuous, or I can say it's a broken plate. And these broken plates are moving slowly, keeps on moving continuously. So what will happen if it moves continuously? This possibility of sliding and this possibility of colliding and this possibility of bumping is possible huge in this tectonic plates movement. In 1960, before 1960, our scientists don't have any idea about tectonic plates. They thought the crust is completely a continuous nature. Whereas after 1960, they came to know that our earth crust is not a continuous plate, which means our tectonic plate is a broken plate, and it keeps on moving. So if the plate is keep on moving, so possibility for sliding and colliding is possible. In such kind of circumstance, earthquake is occurring. Especially the boundary of each and every broken plate is called as broken plate boundaries, where in this plate boundary we have lot of fault region, fault, FAULT. The reason is fault is the rupture or a fracture in a continuous rock mass where you are going to face earthquake. In that exact location, usually the earthquake will occur. In that location, earthquake will initiate and it will transfer to the earth crust. Fault region is the weakest region, sir. This is the merging point. Yes, sir. This is the merging point. So when it collides or when it side passed, exactly in this location, I will show the image. So it will be in this like a sliding portion. If it slides, no, it will start somewhere in this region. So fault region is nothing but this is the end of the boundary. In the boundary line, you can see a slope surface. If it collides, so the earthquake will start from the fault region. Just a more. So you can see in this picture. So can I point? Okay. Oh yeah, best. So you can see in this picture, this is the fault region. So this is the plate and this is the one plate, and this is the plate boundary, and it is a fault plane. Where usually this is the yellow line, and here it is also yellow line, which means a continuous mass. It has been ruptured or fractured. Okay. So this exact plane is called as fault plane, where usually earthquake will occur. Okay. Now in this layer you can see this is the earth surface and this is the crust region. This is the crust region and this is our upper mantle. Exactly in this location our tectonic plates are there. So after 1960 they come to know that tectonic plates are broken plates, and our earth has 6 major continental tectonic plates and 14 subcontinental sized tectonic plates. You can see these are the major 1, 2, third Pacific, fourth Australian plate, another one is African and South American plate. These are the major 6 continental plates, and we have 14 subcontinental sized plates. Our Indian plate is one of the subcontinental sized plate. Usually all this, as I said, all these plates are keep on moving. So in our Indian plate, according to our Indian plate, our Indian plate is merging with Eurasian plate. You can see Eurasian plate is above the Indian plate. Our Indian plate is usually merging with Eurasian plate, exactly on the location of Himalayas. That's why Himalaya is active seismic prone zone. Now you can see Earth's surface is not even. It is broken plate. If you talk about tectonic plates along with the Earth surface, it seems to be like this. Now, one interesting is in Earth, in our world, Japan is facing more earthquake than any other country. The reason is, come to our plate. Our Indian plate is merging with Eurasian plate. Now, you can see in this picture, this is Bhuj, where Gujarat is there, and this is completely Himalayan belt. So we are merging with Eurasian plate, only one plate. We are merging with only with Eurasian plate. Let us come to this location. This is exactly Japan is there. Here, Eurasian plate is there, Pacific plate is there, and Philippine plate is there. These three plates are colliding with each other. So what will happen? If two plates are merging with each other, earthquake will come. So suppose in this case, Eurasian plate is merging with Pacific plate and Philippine plate. So all these three plates will always merging, colliding and sliding past. So the frequency of earthquake is very high in case of Japan. That's why they are facing huge earthquakes than any other part of the world. You can see this.
Same is the case with the Philippines.
Yeah. So now what is earthquake? Earthquake is nothing but a sudden release of energy, I can say in terms of technical words, or ground shaking, sudden ground shaking. Because of what? The rupture or when colliding, the two tectonic plates are colliding or it slide past, the amount of energy is released in terms of stored up energy is released in terms of seismic energy, and it transmits to our earth surface in terms of waves, that is called as seismic waves. I can say this is a plate, this one finger is plate, and this one finger is, just assume these two as a plate. Now I'm applying a frictional force. So this is this plate and this plate. I am pushing this plate in this direction, I am pushing this plate in this direction. While I am slapping, you can feel some sound. This sound is nothing but earthquake. This is sudden release of energy. While I am giving frictional force between this finger is capable to give such a sound energy, that is called as sound energy, and it is reaching me through ear in terms of sound waves. Same thing is happening in our earthquake when two plates are frictionally collides or slide past. What will happen? One plate will be in under stress state, another plate will be in giving stress to that particular state. So what will happen is that after passing that plate, the stored energy immediately will release. In that circumstance, the energy in terms of waves is transferred to the earth crust. That waves is called as seismic waves. And in this picture, you can see where exactly earthquake starts. That point is called as focus, or I can say it is hypocenter. Where exactly the earthquake reaches the top surface, it's a straight part. Where it reaches the top surface, it called as epicenter. Okay. Now a small video we're going to see about plate tectonics and how earthquake is affecting us. So sound increase. They can collide with each other. They can slide past each other. Or they can move away from each other. Scientists believe that these movements of the Earth's plates bend and squeeze the rocks at the edges of the plates. Sometimes this bending and squeezing puts great stress on the rocks. Rocks being somewhat elastic in nature, they can bend without breaking. If the stress becomes too great, the rock layer will suddenly rupture and rebound to an unstrained condition. Whenever any of these motions take place suddenly, they release an incredible amount of
1960, scientists came to the conclusion that the Earth's rigid outer crust was not a single piece, but was broken up into about 6 large continental plates and about 14 subcontinental-sized plates. At the boundaries of the two plates, 3 kinds of motion can take place. They can collide with each other. They can slide past each other. Or they can move away from each other. Scientists believe that these movements of the Earth's plates bend and squeeze the rocks at the edges of the plates. Sometimes this bending and squeezing puts great stress on the rocks. Rocks being somewhat elastic in nature, they can bend without breaking. If the stress becomes too great, the rock layer will suddenly rupture and rebound to an unstrained condition. Whenever any of these motions take place suddenly, they release an incredible amount of energy. This causes the sudden shaking of the earth that we all call an earthquake. Almost 90% of earthquakes are produced at plate boundaries. On this basis, we can identify 3 major seismic belts. One in the Circum-Pacific Belt, which encircles the Pacific Ocean, including the west coasts of North America and South America, Japan, and the Philippines. Another is the Alpine Himalayan Belt, which slices through Europe and Asia. And the third one is the Mid-Oceanic Ridge. The Indian subcontinent shows that the Himalayan Belt is one of the seismically active regions where several large earthquakes have occurred. 1960.
Let's come to the presentation. Now, as the video said, that earthquake is transmitting through waves, right? Our seismic waves is classified into 2 categories. One is body waves, another one is surface waves. The body wave is the first wave, and surface wave is the followed by the surface wave. And body wave can be divided into 2. One is P wave, another one is S wave. And surface waves can be divided into 2. One is Love waves, another one is Rayleigh wave. P wave is the first preliminary wave. It is faster than any other wave. So when earthquake starts, is the first wave will reach the seismological laboratory to observe something is happening. The next wave is S wave, that is secondary wave or otherwise surface wave. The movement of P waves will be in this direction, only in a straight path with push and pull. With push and pull, you can see in this picture the direction of movement is only in a straight path with push and pull. Yeah, horizontal with push and pull, with push and pull. So it will cause some distraction, and this is very faster and can be able to travel on solid rock and on through the liquid in the liquid surface also. Let us come to next is S wave. S wave is the secondary wave or otherwise called as surface wave. Why we are calling that as surface wave? The traveling path of P wave is completely straight line, whereas the traveling path of S wave is completely like this. Okay, sinusoidal. So that's why we are calling that as seismic wave. Shear wave, and this will create a huge destruction to our landmass. But it can't pass through a liquid mass. It can only pass through a solid rock. Okay, and it is bit slower than the primary waves. That is P wave. Another one is Love wave. Why we are calling that as Love wave? In 1911, Mr. A.E.H. Love, who created a mathematical model to predict that wave. That's why we are calling that as Love wave. Love wave and Rayleigh waves are not faster like body waves. It can only travel in the surface of the earth, like in the crust region, not like our P waves and S waves. And this wave, the traveling path of Love wave is not in this sinusoidal, it is in this way. Okay, it is in horizontal sinusoidal, not in the vertical sinusoidal. It's a horizontal sinusoidal. Yeah. What means? Yeah. So what will happen? This will completely disturb your landmass, and it will disturb your buildings and structures, those who are in the earth region, earth surface. Next one is Rayleigh waves. Rayleigh wave, actually this wave was predicted by Mr. Lord Rayleigh in 1885. That's why that wave is named as a Rayleigh wave. The direction path of Rayleigh wave is not like other thing. It is moving like this along with a rotation. It will rotate. It will squeeze your landmass. Thus, it occurs huge destruction to landmass. And Rayleigh wave is a very stronger wave than any other wave. P wave is faster wave, whereas Rayleigh wave is very stronger wave to destruct your structures. So this is how the waves are moving. You just need to pull a spring and drop it. How it moves? It simulates the P wave nature. Just like in the second picture, if you drop a rope, it will move like this. It simulates the S wave. Like in this third picture, you can see the love wave movements. Whereas in the fourth picture, you can see this along with rotation. So this is how the waves are traveling in our surface and creating destruction to our Earth surface. Now, how to measure these earthquakes? Earthquakes can be measured in two ways. One is under magnitude category, another one is intensity. So what is the difference between magnitude and intensity? So magnitude is measured in the term of a Richter scale, varies from 0 and more than 8. And if up to 4.9, it is categorized as a slight earthquake, and 5 to 6.9 it is moderate earthquake, and 7 to 7.9 is great earthquake, and more than 8 magnitude is very great earthquake. So what it means? Magnitude, the intensity, we should differentiate this. Like if I am slapping myself, I can feel some pain, but now I don't feel any pain because the applied force is very, very less. If I slap myself in a very hard way, I can feel some pain. So the applied force is measured in terms of magnitude, whereas the pain in my chin is measured in terms of intensity. Like so, according to the magnitude, if I hit me like this, I don't feel any pain, which means I'm not feeling my pain. So it is under slight category. If I slap a little faster, then I can feel some pain. It will become under moderate category. If I slap very huge, very high, then it will become under great and very great category. Now we are telling 5 Richter scale, 6 Richter scale, 7 Richter scale. So another phenomenon is 5 to 6. The difference is only 1 in terms of Richter scale, but it is not actually. The difference between 5 and 6 in terms of earthquake, if I can say, it is 30 times higher than 5. If you talk about 6 Richter scale magnitude, it is 30 times higher than the 5 Richter scale magnitude. Whereas come to 7, which means 30 multiplied by 30, which means 90 times higher than the 5 magnitudes earthquake. Okay. Now intensity. As I said, intensity is nothing but magnitude is nothing but the recorded ground. According to the recorded ground motion data, we are measuring the earthquakes in terms of Richter scale, whereas intensity is the amount of destruction on the Earth's surface. Like one example, in Chandigarh, if earthquake is coming, the magnitude is around 6. Some amount of vibration can be felt by Shimla people. So the magnitude remains same in Chandigarh as well as in Shimla, whereas intensity will differ. In Chandigarh, the damage will be huge, whereas in Shimla, the damage will be very minor. Somewhat damage may not occur. In such cases, intensity may vary, but magnitude may not vary for an earthquake. And intensity is measured in terms of modified Mercalli scale, varies from 1 to 12, grade 1 to 12. So you can see grade 1 not felt by people, grade 2 felt by one person or by persons who are residing in the topmost floor. And likewise up to grade 1, 2, 3, there is no any severe thing. Whereas beyond grade 4 to grade 12, we can see some kind of structural problems are there. When you talk about grade 12, there's a total damage occurred in your building. So according to this, we need to grade your structures, and this can be measured in terms of intensity in the name of modified Mercalli scale number 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3 up to 12. How these seismic waves are measured or can be plotted? Usually, earthquakes are recorded by instruments called seismographs. You can see in this picture, this is one of the very oldest type of seismograph. In this you can see we have a spring and it is suspended with a weight. It's a ball, it's a weight with a weight, and there is a pen. This is a drum. This drum is keep on rotating slowly. It's a rotating drum, okay. And now we are resting one weight with a pen. So the pen will hold on the drum, okay. Now the drum is rotating. If any earthquake occurs, that the weight will vibrate like this, because it is suspended using a spring. So automatically the pendulum will move like this. So now we have a drum to rotate. So what will happen? The vibration can be measured in the drum in terms of seismograph. This is one of the world very old seismograph, and this is one of the new seismograph. Here we don't have any kind of weight. Okay, we have one needle like here. We have a needle that will measure the vibration. This is the rotating drum as usual. It will rotate, and this will measure the vibration. You can see, and this is one of the seismograph. In earthquake engineering department, we have a seismic observatory laboratory, and it is below the earth ground surface. The reason usually this kind of laboratory will be in the underground surface to avoid the noise pollution, because these seismographs can measure any kind of vibration. If you walk, it will measure your vibration. If any truck cross, it will measure the vibration. So it is used to keep those kind of seismic laboratory beneath the earth surface. So in our department, we have a seismic observatory laboratory, and this is the exact seismograph what we are using in our laboratory. Now there is a small video how these seismographs are working. You can see in this video, the needle is moving, and the drum is not rotating actually in this video. So the drum is usually, it will be in rotating position. Now the needle will measure the graphs. So this is the exact seismograph. Okay, when earthquake starts, you can see the first wave is the P wave. The first wave, so faster wave to reach the seismological laboratory. The next wave is shear wave, followed by surface waves. This is how we need to differentiate the earthquake data. So from the past earthquakes, our Indian scientists who divided the Indian geographical location into 5 categories: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Previously zone 1 was there, but right now we don't have zone 1. So because earthquake may occur anywhere at any time, so we just removed the zone 1 category. Zone 2, 3, 4, 5, it is right with us. So you can see in this picture, green color denotes zone 4, whereas pink color denotes zone 5. Zone 5 is very, very great, and zone which means the zone 4 is great earthquakes. We can possibility for great earthquakes. And actually all those regions are in the Himalayan mountain region. As I said in the earlier slides, it will possibly occur only where it merges, where the Eurasian plate, our Indian plate is merging. There the possibility of our zone 4 and zone 5 is there. So what are the earthquake effects? Usually if earthquake comes, landslide will come, surface faulting, tsunamis, liquefaction, and flash floods. So what are these things? So this is a landslide. For first figure is denotes a landslide, and second one is surface faulting. Faulting is nothing but a rupture or fracture in a continuous mass, as I said. So here the road surface is a continuous surface. Now it has been completely fractured. This is surface faulting, and this is flash flood, and this is tsunami. So all these 3 figures shows the problems associated with the surface, earth surface, whereas tsunami is not like this, because it is occurring below the earth surface, which means below the ocean level. Suppose if earthquake occurs below the ocean level, sea level, what will happen? See, here 2 plates are merging, and here is the fault plane, here is the focus point of earthquake. Now seismic energy is transmitting in terms of seismic waves. You can see in this picture. Now what happened? The depth of the sea in the mid region is huge, it's high. The depth is capable of to resist that much of seismic energy, and whereas in our seashore area the depth is very less as compared with our mid region. So what will happen? The seismic energy can transfer from depth, mid sea to seashore, whereas in this third figure you can see that depth of the mid region is very, very high, whereas the shore level is very, very less. In this case, what will happen? The seismic energy will immediately dissipate in terms of giant tidal waves. That's why we are facing very high tidal waves during tsunamis and the shore level. So these are the various building codes and other safety codes associated with the earthquake resistant measures, which was released by Bureau of Indian Standard. Our Bureau of Indian Standard has many codal procedures, not only for buildings, for all kind of other works like mechanical, electrical, for all kind of works. And this IS denotes Indian Standard, whereas 1893 denotes the standard code number. So apart from this 1893, we will use to mention the year of publication, year of reaffirmation. Likewise, we have a lot of codal procedure. Our IES Indian Standard Code number 1 is the codal procedure for our Indian flag. It's not related to this, but I would like to tell you. IES code number 1 stands for codal procedure for our Indian flag. So we have two structure in civil engineering, that is load bearing structure, another one is RCC frame structure. What is the difference between these two? Usually in a load bearing structure, all the loads are bearing by a wall and transferred to the foundation, whereas in framed structure, all the loads are bearing by beam and transferred to column through beam column joint, and finally all the forces transferred through column to the foundation. This is the principle, and there is a difference between this load bearing structure and framed structure, because the phenomena of the performance and the response of framed structure is differ with our masonry structure. So likewise, the destruction, if anything happens because of earthquake, the destruction happens to masonry is different than the RCC frame structure. You can see in RCC frame structure nowadays we are constructing without infill and with infill, which means we can see in this third picture, this frame structure is partly filled with our masonry, which means that is infilled frame. Whereas in this case, in the second picture, you can see without, there is no any infill. So the performance and the response of these two frames will differ according to the infill. Now earthquake resistant measures at planning stage. So not only during construction, before starting your construction of your any building like load bearing structure or a framed structure, or it may be random rubble masonry structure, we should do some kind of planning stage by stage planning. Number 1. So we should construct our home little far away from the sliding slopes. You can see in this first picture, because if earthquake occurs in this circumstance, immediately land will slide, so it will affect your home. Next one, our home should be construct, or our home should rest on a firm soil, not on the infilled soil. The reason is, in filled up soil, the compaction may not be a proper, and voids, possibility for voids is huge than the firm soil, because if voids is there, immediately during any shaking, that filled up soil can collapse or can distorted from its position. So immediately building will settle down. That's the reason we should not construct a home in the filled up soil. So if in such situation, we need to construct some homes in a filled up soil, what should we do? Yeah, we should go for a raft foundation along with pile foundation in such circumstance, because and this pile will take care about the sliding problem, and this raft foundation will take care about the settlement problem, uneven settlement problems. Usually this raft will integrate all foundations in our structure, thus it can avoid the uneven settlement of a building. Now plan of the building. If you want to construct a building with apart from a rectangular shape like T shape, L shape, we should have a proper segment gap between these two buildings, because during earthquake, according to your shape of the building will behave. If it is a lengthier portion and you are going to shake the earth like this, the performance is here, which means this building will perform better than this much length building. It is very, it will collapse immediately if earthquake occurs in this direction, rather than like this. For a small example, you keep a cycle like this and just give a small push, it will fall down. Keep a cycle like this and try to give, no, it won't fall. That's the difference between a building in this direction and building in this direction. So earthquake may occur in any direction. It may occur in this direction or it may occur in this direction. According to the direction, your building will perform. So in this kind of plan, if you have a plan like this, it should have a proper separation joint, so that these two segments will behave different behavior. Like in this case, you can see this L-shaped building is constructed monolithically, whereas in the next one is constructed with a separation joint. Same kind of forces we are applying in this case. This separation joint building is behaving differently, whereas the monolithical building behaves differently. Yeah, this is the first one is monolithic one, and the second one is separated one. If a failure occurs in a weaker zone, it will transfer to the stronger zone. So it will affect complete building. That's why we should provide a separation joint. Next one, and shape of the building. No, this is a small example. That's right.
You have to take
Exactly.
water.
So okay, sir. And this is a water can. You can say, just we can compare this water can with our the picture. Now I have a water can. I am applying a force. It just simply comes to its original position. The reason is the base is higher. The width is very higher than the top. Now I am keeping my building like this. What will happen if I drop it? It will fail immediately. Same thing will happen in these cases. So that we should not construct a building like this inverted pendulum type. We should construct a stable building. The third picture you can see a building should be like this. It should not be like this. Now same thing and as I told you in the plan irregularity. So if you want to construct a vertical irregular building, you should have a separation joint, because pounding effect is more possible in during earthquakes. During earthquake, if this small building gets shakes, it will deflect from its original position. This deflection should not affect the adjacent building. If you have a separation joint, it will not affect. If you don't have, it will directly affect on the next adjacent building. Third one, during earthquake, these projections, extra external projections will fall down immediately. Like what are the external projections we are using generally? We are using a cantilever and parapet wall. Parapet wall, that wall is called as unsupported wall. There is no any reinforcement for that wall. So during earthquake, during any kind of vibration, that wall will fall down immediately, and like this cantilever also will fall down immediately. So these are the projections should react immediately during earthquakes than the other kind of structural element. So it should be avoided in earthquake prone zone. And also, as I said, this water can example, same thing is happening here. It should not be like this. And this is called as floating columns. If you want to rise a column, you should rise from the foundation level. It should not be from the intermediate level, because that will affect the entire structure rather than the individual. I told you that we should maintain proper gap between these two, otherwise pounding effect will come. So what is the minimum criteria according to our codal procedure? This is the codal procedure. We need to maintain between these two buildings. Now, liquefiable soil. What is liquefiable soil? The soil which has more pores. During earthquake, what will happen? Not only the earth will shake. Because of this, the groundwater table will move from this place to this place, this place to this place. It will try to come up. During this time, our liquefiable soil has a lot of pores generally. So this water table will rise and come through the pores which is present in the soil. That soil, what will happen? If the pores are filled with water, so it will immediately settle. That will directly affect your building. So in those circumstances, we should go for a raft foundation or pile foundation. This is the actual phenomena. Next, come to our masonry structure. Usually a masonry structure is a kind of box kind of structure. In this picture you can see this is a box kind of structure. Whereas this wall is supported by the long wall. This long wall is supported by a short wall. Whereas in this case you can see this triangle portion is known as gable end wall. This is not supported by any kind of supporting walls. So what happens when the ground shakes? Immediately the gable end fall will fall on you, because we are residing inside the house. And next one is pitched roof. Rather than going for pitched roof and gable end wall, we should go for hipped roof. If you are going to construct a home with pitched roof, it should be properly braced. A pitched roof is like this. It should be properly braced. We are bracing in this only in this term. It should be properly braced in all direction like this. Okay, this is the gable end, and it is the bracings we are additional providing, and this is the another bracing, and this is the vertical bracing, and these are the tie members. These bracings, the bottommost bracings should be properly tied with our wall surface. Then only we can avoid the uplifting failure during earthquakes or during any cyclone also. So this is, I said, parapet is unsupported wall. So during construction, it should be properly anchored or properly connected with our structure. Through what means? Like this we can do. This is iron board we are using with a coping that will create a bond, that will create an anchor between the existing structure. Thus, you can avoid a sudden failure of parapet wall as compared with the unsupported, which means without strengthened wall. The height of the parapet wall should be as much as possible. We need to keep the parapet wall in a very small height, because more height it will fall quicker. Same thing, we should not keep some additional large water, huge mosses on the buildings top surface, because the top surface of the building will undergo huge deflection. Like this is my building, and when the earthquake occurs, the deflection in the bottom range is very less, whereas the deflection in the top portion is very huge. And thus during that time my building will vibrate like this. So that time what will happen, if you have a large water tank or swimming pool on the top surface, so it will, like, it will collide immediately. Thus it will reflect on our, it will give some impact load also. Just we have a huge water tank and it will falls on the surface of the roof level. So what will happen, that will create some impact load along with our earthquake load. So it will disturb our structure, and it just enhance the destruction level of a structure rather than saving our structure. So then now come to earthquake resistant measures in our masonry buildings. So what are the earthquake resistant measures we should do during construction? Probably we should avoid a long wall construction. Right, if you require a long wall, it should be properly supported by using buttress. This is a buttress wall. Or otherwise, if your wall is crossing more than 5 meters, so then we need to provide a cross wall like we have done here. So this cross wall will hold this wall and will create a separation joint between the long wall. Thus we can save our building is the first step. Next, like it may be in masonry or it may be in random rubble. Like we are constructing like this in random rubble masonry construction. What will happen? We are keeping one stone here, we are keeping one stone here, we are filling this gap by using any mortar or any earth. During earthquake or any kind of immediate vibration, it will splits. Thus, it will affect your entire performance of a building. So what should we do? We should have a through stone like this. If you have a through stone between these two layers, this through stone hold this two layer with the integrate way. So if this through stone can hold this two layer, so it can perform better during any kind of earthquakes. Likewise, in the corner, if you construct this wall, it will fall down. It should be properly anchored, so that this weaker zone, this stronger zone can act uniquely and perform better. That's why we should go for a longer stone at wall junction like this. And in masonry construction, we should go for earthquake band. What is earthquake band? So in each and every stage of the building, we have 4 stages: one at plinth level, another one at sill level, another one at lintel level, another one at roof level. These are the 4 levels in masonry structure. During plinth level, we should go for a band. During sill level, we should go for a band. In this case, you can see this is the plinth band. What is band? It will become in the next slide. And this is the sill level, and this is the lintel level, and this is the roof level. And we have openings. We should avoid large opening in our masonry structure. We should go for a small opening in our masonry structure, because larger opening will increase your weaker strength than the stronger portion. And also, along with the earthquake bands, we should go for a vertical reinforcement in our masonry structure. Vertical reinforcement, where should we provide? At the corner location. You can see this is the corner location. At the corner location, we should go for a vertical reinforcement. Wherever we are having opening in our masonry structure, there we need to provide one vertical reinforcement. Vertical reinforcement is nothing but a single reinforcement, okay, in every joint, in every openings. So this is the earthquake band. You can make this earthquake band using reinforcement, or using timber, or using cane wood, or any kind of band you should provide. So the reason for vertical reinforcement, the band will be held by the vertical reinforcement. So the entire building will act integrately to resist the earthquakes. So this is the masonry structure. During masonry structure, we need to go for a band along with the reinforcement. So this is a reinforced band. Previously, I saw that timber band. This is reinforced band. This is made up of our normal concrete, and when we are using our reinforced band, and over that should be filled with our again concrete. Then we can rise our masonry wall structures. This should be in the T joint. It should be like this in the corner joints. In our we have done a study how that earthquake bands are resisting the earthquakes and how it safeguard your buildings. Okay, and this building is constructed with earthquake bands and is tested under shock table, not under any shake table. It is shock table, which means I'm giving a simple shock and how it reacts. That we can simulate with the earthquakes.
Earthquake bands must be provided to make a masonry construction earthquake resistant. These bands are nothing but a reinforced concrete member running over all the load-bearing walls of a building. Earthquake bands can be at roof, lintel, and plinth level. These bands integrate all the walls and avoid separation. Vertical reinforcement at the corners and junction of walls is also provided. This can be well understood with a shock table demonstration by earthquake engineering experts.
Well, under the huge shock, how this building has performed, which has earthquake bands, earthquake resistant elements, it has damaged but not collapsed. The same type of building, if these provisions were not there, then the building would have collapsed. Exactly this has happened during Uttarkashi earthquake, Ladu earthquake, Kilari earthquake, and the Bhuj earthquake. All buildings which did not have this type of provisions collapsed, along with them the inmates and the property had perished. So it is advisable to provide these bands. This has come into the Indian Standard Code of Practice. This provision has come and it can be used.
For brick or stone masonry, timber bands with mud mortar can also be provided, which can provide high strength at low cost. In the case of pitched roofs, gable ends are subjected to high earthquake forces. Gable bands can be used to protect gable ends. Alternatively, hipped roof should be provided. Long walls of more than 5,000 millimeters should be avoided. For such lengths, a reinforcement must be provided in the middle, or it should be joined by a cross wall in the middle. To avoid splitting in rubble masonry walls at joints, through stones should be provided in sufficient number. Openings like windows, doors, and ventilators weaken the walls. Therefore, the size of the openings must be small as far as possible, and they should be provided away from the corners and from each other. To compensate the loss of strength due to openings, reinforcement should be provided around the openings. If a pitched roof is required, the two slanted roofs should be joined through what are called bracing members. Projecting parts and attachments, such as balconies, parapets, suspended ceilings, and the like, should be avoided as far as possible, as these are the parts to get damaged and fall first. If provided, these should be secured to the main structure of the building using proper reinforcement. The height of the parapet should be small, and it should be properly secured to the building.
So these are the typical patterns of damage in masonry structures we have observed during our earthquakes in India. So cracking at separation joints, open out of plane wall collapse, and a total collapse, and crushing of other walls. So how masonry structure is behaving during earthquakes? As I told you, a longer wall can resist the more load than the shorter wall. I mean, it means in this direction. According to direction, the performance may differ. So in this picture, you can see while pushing this building, this wall will react like this, whereas this ball will fall down. So in order to avoid such a circumstance, we should provide a proper connection in the corner joints. Thus, we can make the weaker section along with stronger section to resist such a earthquake forces. So this is the first figure. You can see this longer section is performing better than the shorter section, which means that span in this x direction. So it can be tied with the longer wall and this shorter wall, and can be connected with in the corner region, and we can resist the earthquakes. And also we should avoid as much as possible the unsupported walls. If the wall, if you have a wall up to h height, you should not cross any level beyond the h height. In this figure you can see it's a long wall and having the unsupported wall. So this kind of unsupported wall should be avoided. And in masonry structure, the more higher, this is not a safer one. So it should be shorter and it should be broader, because it is masonry structure, it is unreinforced. So to avoid such a overturning failure, it should have a short height with a very little higher width, so that we can avoid such kind of overturning failures. Generally in earthquake resistant, especially in masonry structure, we are trying to create a box action. An effective box can resist the earthquakes better than any other shape. So we are trying to create a very good box action by creating all kind of bands and vertical reinforcement. Whatever we are providing, we are going to create a box action. We are going to make the building into a very better box than any other shapes, so that these kind of boxes will behave better in during earthquakes than any other shape like triangle, you can say, any kind of shapes. But these boxes will perform better. That's why we are trying to create box action in earthquake resistance of masonry structures. And also we should avoid large openings. You can see in this picture they have large openings. These kind of large openings, what will happen, during earthquakes immediately these kind of large openings will fail, which means the entire wall will fail. Thus that entire masonry structure collapse immediately during earthquakes. So as far as possible, we need to avoid large openings. We need to go for a small openings. Though if you want to construct a small opening, it should be properly reinforced with earthquake bands. Now in case of masonry structure, we are constructing a staircase like this. Just you can see in this particular region, we are inserting the slab portion, staircase slab portion inside the wall. This wall is unreinforced wall. During earthquake, what will happen? The top portion will split up, the bottom portion will split up, so the entire staircase will get collapsed. So if you want to construct a staircase, you should go for reinforced concrete along with the separation joint. Proper gap is required, because masonry structure may behave differently, the RCC structure may behave differently. So in order to address these issues, we should have a proper gap between these kind of tools. And as I told you, we need to go for a proper band. Already I have explained you. These are various failures. So what is the role of vertical reinforcement in earthquake resistant measures in the masonry structure? You can see in this, when I apply a lateral load in the first figure, in the second figure, the entire building gets twist, which means turning, overturning. The third figure, a lot of shear cracks is occurring, and finally the building will collapse. So what should we do? We should provide vertical reinforcement along with the earthquake bands. The earthquake band will integrate all the walls, whereas the reinforcement will hold the earthquake bands effectively, like this. While applying lateral load, rather than going for overturning as well as the shear failure, shear cracks in the structure, the masonry structure will behave like this if you provide vertical reinforcement. So vertical reinforcement is essential in case of masonry structures, every corner as well as in the openings. Because when masonry structure is subjected to earthquake force, immediately cracks will started in the corner of in the first picture you can see in the corner of the opening, the cracks starting and it keeps on widening. Whereas if you provide a lintel band and this lintel band is properly connected with vertical reinforcement, we can avoid such kind of circumstance in masonry structures. This is a splitting failure in random double masonry. So in random double masonry, if you want to construct, you should go for a through stone, because that will hold these two layers. These are the various failures. Okay, now I have a building, I have a masonry structure which is not constructed using these kind of earthquake resistant measures. And how to increase its earthquake resistant measures? By using some strengthening method, I should increase the earthquake resistant measure of the building. How to increase such? You can see if it is in a masonry or it may be in a random double masonry construction, we should create a hole in the walls in various locations, and we should create a hole, and it should be properly reinforced with the hooked bar as it shows in the first figure, and the rest of the portion will be filled with the concrete. What will happen now? If you reinforce this, if you place in this hooked bar with concrete, this will act as a through stone. This will hold the two layers. Okay, first step. Next step, wherever the opening is there, wherever the corner connection is there, we need to provide vertical reinforcement. But those kind of reinforcement is not possible in the existing building. So what should we do? We should remove the plasters in the corner region as well as in the near openings like doors and windows and the lintel levels. And we should go for a wire mesh. We should use wire mesh, and we should nail the wire mesh on the wall surface. Now we should have a proper spacing between the wire mesh and the wall surface. Okay. Now then after this, we can use our concreting methods by manually or by using shotcreting to complete the final work. So this is the last figure. You can see they are completing the mortar work, and this is how your building will look after strengthening. So a strengthening building will behave better or not? That's the question is answering by our department experts in this video.
Cement or epoxy grouting. In the case of stone walls, stitch the walls with through stones or steel bars. Attach wire mesh to the face of the wall and cover plaster. To understand this better, let's go to Radhanpur in Gujarat. Here, people from nearby villages and towns are gathered.
Actually, after Bhuj earthquake, our earthquake expert just strengthened the buildings, and in order to demonstrate these strengthening measures, they constructed two model buildings in a same configuration without any strengthening measures. And one building is traditional way, another one building is after construction they have strengthened using our strengthening techniques, and they have tested in front of the people of Gujarat. Okay, so that they can understand the exact earthquake resistant measures in order to avoid such kind of collapse failures. Here also we are going for a shock type of loading rather than the shake table loading, because in practice shake table is may not possible, so that we are applying shock table by using tractor. You can see.
Cement or epoxy grouting. In the case of stone walls, stitch the walls with through stones or steel bars. Attach wire mesh to the face of the wall and cover plaster. To understand this better, let's go to Radhanpur in Gujarat. Here, people from nearby villages and towns are gathered to see how stone or rubble masonry construction can be retrofitted.
This particular specimen here is as traditionally built. So the traditional masons and carpenters were employed to construct this. Exactly similar was constructed the other one. After doing the construction similar like this, that was retrofitted by applying certain elements. This is the condition. This particular specimen on the point of total collapse, whereas the strengthened one is still standing. This is a very interesting phenomenon that always happens in stone masonry. That there are two layers of stones, one inside, one outside. At the time of shaking, the two tend to separate out, and one of the layers tend to fall out. Now, this is the weakness that must be safeguarded against. What do we do that? As you see here, these header elements, they were incorporated after the model was constructed. How they were constructed? A hole was made through and a steel rod was placed inside and concrete.
So this is way we can save our building from earthquake by using strengthening measures. Okay, now it is over for masonry structure. Yes, yes. Yeah. Deep is nothing but up to the wall width. Up to the wall width. Next topic is earthquake resistance measures for RCC framed structure. The behavior of RCC framed structure is entirely different than the masonry structures. Okay, the phenomena is entirely different. So these are the some various failures during earthquake we have faced. You can see in this figure, the first figure, second figure, and third figure. These two, the top stories are still alive, whereas the bottom story is gone. Whereas in this case, the entire building is completely collapsed. This each and every layer is nothing but a floor, but now there is only column, so it has been completely prepared in the ground surface. These first two figure shows the soft story failure. Okay, this figure you can see all these three buildings shows the soft story failure. Soft story is nothing but we used to construct a building with car park. The car park is considered as the soft story. And next, that is the first kind of failure things, and this is the second kind of failure things. So usually what they are doing, improper conformant in the first figure. So though with proper conformant, the second figure shows failure. All these three shows column failure. Now come to this question. In earthquake resistant measure for our framed structure should behave in a ductile way than the brittle way. So what is the difference between these two? So you can see this is the first figure. We are expecting a hinge mechanism like this in earthquake resistant design measures. Because during earthquake, this entire building should respond like this. This mechanism is called as ductile beam sway mechanism. So whereas in the figure I have shown you the soft story failure. If soft story is there, then failure will be occur like this. The third figure. It is not recommended because if a building faced soft story failure, displacement is very high, because during earthquake my building should deflect like this. It should not fail after having such a small displacement. My building should not fail. So my building should go for a large displacement to resist the earthquakes, and to keep those kind of measures will give you some time to escape from your building to be in a safer to be in a safer zone. Okay, that's a main ultimate aim of all kind of earthquake resistant design measures. So if your building is not obeying the sway mechanism, in this graph you can see after reaching its yield point, immediately it will fail. Whereas if your building is obeying the sway mechanism, beyond yielding point, the displacement may be larger. So this is called as ductile sway mechanism. We are trying our level best to provide such a sway mechanism enable building to resist the earthquake forces. In RCC framed structure, beam is connected with the beam column through a beam and column joint. This joint is the most vulnerable region of a framed structure, because during in a normal loading, in a normal stage without earthquake, beam forces is transmitting through joint to the column, and also the column axial load. So a joint is taking care of axial load from column and tension and compression from beam. During earthquake, this joint is subjected to earthquake force also, because our joint is going to transmit all the forces generated by the building, generated by the earthquake, to the foundation through the column. So our joint is the most vulnerable portion. So it should capable to resist all the forces, and it should be live. It should be alive during earthquake. It should not fail immediately during earthquake. So our ultimate aim in frame structure is to save our joint from failure by creating failure in the beam, so that we are creating a lot of earthquake resistant measure in that cases that will be discussed in later slide. In our building, we have three important joint, that is interior joint and exterior joint and corner joint. Corner joint is the topmost roof level, and exterior joint is the exterior part of the building, whereas interior joint is the inside of the building. It will be in a plus shape, it will be in T shape, it will be in L shape. So this is the joint forces during earthquake. So our building will our joint will face compression in one side, tension in another side, and lateral force in top sides. These are the various joint failure. If your joint collapse, then the entire building will collapse immediately. How to construct an earthquake resistant structure? We have a Indian standard 1893. We should follow this quarterly procedure to calculate the loads, to calculate the earthquake loads along with our gravity loads. And 13920, now we can calculate the load according to the first quarterly procedure, and you can design the building. But apart from earthquake resistant, apart from design, we should detail the structure very proper way. Then only we can resist that much of forces from the earthquake. Three main things we need to follow in earthquake resistant design, which is anchorage of main reinforcement, which means we have a beam and we have a column. It is connected like this. So the beam reinforcement should anchor into the column section properly. That is anchorage. Number two, confinement. So in this joint is the most vulnerable portion. So we have to confine the joint as much as we can. Number three, shear strength of the joint. Shear strength of the joint should be more than the beam, so that the failure can be transferred to the beam. So some of the following for procedure we should follow in our RCC frame structure construction. That is, first one is diaphragm discontinuity. What is this? Slab. We are having a slab on the beam, over the beam. So during earthquake, all the earthquake forces will carried by the slab, and it will transmit the forces through beam to column and to foundation. So if you have intermediate discontinuity, the distribution of forces will get affected. Thus, it won't distribute the forces, and it will completely affect your building performance during earthquake. Another thing is stiffness irregularity. If you want to construct a column at top level, you should start from the bottom level. Otherwise, the stiffness irregularity will come, and it will completely collapse the entire building during earthquake. Likewise, in the second picture, it has been clearly defined. And intermediately, you should not have a story. You should not increase the story height. And if you want to keep a long span, you should go for some other method. For in those cases, we should go for a proper column reinforced column. Otherwise, this kind of see in these cases, in ground story, the fourth figure, in ground story we have nearly 6 columns, whereas in other stories we have only 4 columns. In intermediately we have only beam. No, it won't resist that much of lateral forces. So if you want to construct a proper building, a column from foundation to top should be properly well connected. Next one is mass ratio. As I said, in this case, same thing is here. This bottom, if I construct a home like this, then top portion I have a huge mass, whereas in the bottom portion the mass is very less. So during earthquake, what will happen? So it will affect immediately. It will get affected. So mass ratio is very important in your building construction. We should not have unwanted mass in our top surface or any intermediate. If you want to construct such a building, you should consider those masses. It should be evenly distributed throughout the structure. Next, the main principle on earthquake resistant design of frame structure is nothing but strong column, weak beam concept. The reason is why. The column is going to integrate all the members, structural members like beam, slab, everything to the foundation. So my column is the foremost important element in my structure than any other element. So what I am expecting, while doing earthquake, my entire building should act like this. In those cases, if your building should perform like this, my column should be more stable than beam. So another important thing during earthquake, so if I apply a load, here you can see a beam should bend, a column should not bend. Okay, such a mechanism can be created by plastic hinging by allowing hinges in beam rather in column. so that our in maximum of the world we are preferring strong column, weak beam. In this first picture you can see the column is more stronger than the beam, so the failure can be transferred immediately to the beam. So if you transfer the beam, if you transfer the failure to beam, which means hinges in this location, this joint connection, you can see here. If it properly forms hinges in this region, the entire building will behave like this. If not, the entire building will collapse like this. Okay. So this is the exact explanation. If a soft story failure is occurring, so the displacement is very less in the first picture. The second picture you can see the displacement is huge because a proper hinge formation has occurred in this building. Our joint is a vulnerable portion because all the forces and moments are transferring through the joint to the foundation. So it is the most vulnerable portion. So now we have designed our complete building according to 1893 standard by calculating all the gravity loads and earthquake loads. Now, how to detail the structure? Detailing is very important in our structure. The reason is, in our column or beam, there are two types of concrete design. We are using only one concrete, but core concrete and cover concrete. Cover concrete plays important role in durability aspect, whereas core concrete plays important role in ductility aspect. So our ultimate aim is to save the core concrete to resist such a huge force. So to how to hold the concrete, just to providing the stirrups by confining the concrete by means of stirrups in the terms of lateral ties or stirrups or any kind of reinforcement. We need to confine the concrete to hold the concrete within the core effectively. And also anchorage. As I said, beam should be properly connected with the beam column and properly anchored. The bottom reinforcement should go down, the top reinforcement should go down, the bottom reinforcement should go up like this. But in actual practice, what we are doing in this picture, you can see there is no any anchorage. If any earthquake occurs, the anchorage will, if your beam don't have properly anchored in the column, immediately it will split, it will come out. If the beam comes out, the entire sway mechanism will fail, because in our case a hinge should form in the beam. So if a hinge is forming in the beam, particularly in the hinge location, in this location, the forces will be huge. Our beam element should have the capability to resist such much of forces. So if your beam is properly is not anchored, then the entire beam will come out, so the entire sway mechanism will get collapsed. So it should be properly anchored. According to our 13920, we should properly anchor. The anchorage length is clearly defined, LD plus 10 dB. 10 dB is nothing but diameter of the bar multiplied by 10 plus the LD. LD is nothing but the anchorage length. Now, apart from anchorage, all the columns should be properly confined. In this figure, you can see the up to LO. LO is nothing but the hinge length in the column. It's a very important region in the column. So these regions should be properly confined by using stirrups or ties, you can say in any words. So it should be properly confined. What is the length of the LO? Linear lateral dimension of the column section, or otherwise we need to go up to 450 mm maximum according to our codal procedure. If you confine properly, if you design your building properly, if you do the confinement properly, it can resist large amount of shear force. It will give you a time to get escape from your building. And also in this bottom picture, you can see not only in the column region, in the beam region also we have to confine the concrete like this. The spacing is clearly defined. The spacing should be up to hinge length. That is the hinge length. 2D is the hinge length. Up to hinge length, it should be properly confined with the stirrups and beam as well as in the column. Okay. The spacing is given in our 13920 detailing, and we need to follow that. And also in the column, because as I said, hinges should not form on column. Hinges should form only on the beam, except the bottom of the column. In the bottom of the column, we need to allow the column to form hinges on the very most bottom. Then only the entire building will allow to rotate more. That's why that particular region should be properly confined to resist that much of force. So we need to go for proper confinement in the foundation level itself. Next, what we're doing in practice, we are not following this kind of procedures. The reason is it is little difficult if you feel, but it is not actually difficult. It's like a laziness, I think. We need to do a proper anchorage of stirrups inside the core. The length of the particular anchorage should be 10 times the diameter of the bar we are using. or otherwise greater than or equal to 75 mm according to our procedure. But in this case, we have to come to the next picture where I am showing the arrow. Come this in this case, we are using maximum of the construction or doing this practice is not advisable, because if you do the hook the 135-degree, it will go inside the concrete and it will hold with concrete. Okay, it will interact with concrete during earthquake force. If you do rather than 135-degree, if you do the hook work with the 95-degree inclination, what will happen? Immediately it will split up during earthquake. So during earthquake, our compression and our tension and our lateral force, these three forces will create huge forces in the joint region as well as in all element of our structure. So what will happen if you are not properly anchored? If you anchor like this, it will come immediately. It will split out. So the entire structure will get collapsed. So it should be properly hooked in with the proper inclination. And also, if you are using multiple reinforcement in column, like this is the width of the column is 300 mm. Now I need to use one more reinforcement in the mid region. You can see in this mid region. If you want to cross more than 300 mm, we should go for proper additional ties, proper additional intermediate ties. Okay, not only the whole ties, intermediately we need to go for ties. What will happen otherwise? See in this picture, this column is properly confined only in the outer region. In intermediate, there is no any ties. Come to this picture. This is well confined, but though it failed because there is no any intermediate ties. So this single confinement cannot able to hold such kind of forces. So that we need to go for intermediate ties. Intermediate ties will hold your entire reinforcement along with concrete during huge earthquake forces. So that we need to go for intermediate ties. In these cases, you can see the sliding failure occurred. This is shear failure in column. It should not be happen in our structure. A man is showing with a scale, which means nearly half a meter. Nearly the confinement has done with half a meter height. It should not be. It should be very closer confinement so that it can resist large lateral forces. So proper confinement in RC structure enhances the ductility, stiffness property, inelastic behavior, energy dissipation, damage tolerance capacity, load carrying capacity, and hysteresis damping coefficient. It's nothing but energy dissipation. We should follow our codal procedure to resist such kind of forces. Thank you. So one more thing. If you construct, now we have a constructed building. Now we need to increase its if you want to construct the building, if you want to change the building into an earthquake resistant building, we need to go for some external strengthening using many various things are there. So I'm going to just share only one experience. Like this is external confinement. Internal confinement can be made using any kind of stirrups during construction, but after construction we can't increase the spacing inside the building, so that is not possible. So we need to go for external wrapping using any kind of FRP cloth, FRP sheets. There is fiber reinforced polymer sheets. It's available in market. It is available in various form like carbon fiber reinforced CFRP, glass fiber reinforced GFRP, basalt fiber BFRP, silica fiber SFRP is available. So the strength will vary according to the fiber nature. So these kind of remedial measures we can take to increase its earthquake resistant measures. But one thing, this kind of confinement won't provide a ductile mechanism, but it can increase the strength of the building so that you can resist the building up to a certain increased strength level. These are the various strengthening measures. If you are talking about a beam, especially in a hinge location, if you want to increase the shear capacity, we need to go for a FRP wrapping like this. These are the various different configuration how to provide FRP wrapping. This is a reinforcement, and we need to go for a U-wrap. So before going to U-wrap, the corners in the beam should be properly curved. It should be made into curve shape. Then only it will, because otherwise what will happen? We have a sharp edge. Now we are doing the wrapping. during stress concentration, what will happen? A sharp edge will completely destruct the FRP wrapping, because FRP is a flexible material. When we apply along with epoxy, it will become a brittle material. It is not a ductile material. So what will happen? It will act as a plastic material, like a plastic material. The sharp edges acts on the plastic material, it will completely rupture. So that the surface in the corner should be curved. So without FRP, you can see this first picture. Without FRP, that is, deflection is huge, whereas strength is very less. In the second picture, you can see the second layer. They are using a single layer of FRP, which means it increases the strength, but simultaneously it decreases the deflection property. In the second three layer, you can see the strength is very high, but the deflection is very less. So if you want to go for a FRP strengthening method, yeah, we need to go for a proper layer choosing according to the required strength. If my required strength, if my building is very weaker in strength, then I need to focus only on strength rather than deflection. If my strength is very high, I need to go for deflection. Then I need to go for small layers, then huge number of layers. How to wrap a column? This is how we need to wrap the column. So what will happen? So like during wrapping, now we have confined and now we are applying the axial load. So this confinement action will act towards this, towards the inner surface, towards the interior part of the concrete, so that it can increase the compressive strength. We can increase the strength of the column member through this kind of confinement. So this is the one bridge in Maryland. It has been constructed in the year 1969. Again, it was retrofitted, strengthened using this kind of techniques to increase its performance level. So we can see various testing, various research is going on to increase the beam, because beam column joint is the vulnerable portion in the frame structure. So how to increase its performance? So in this way, many research work is going on in this sector to increase its performance using different wrapping techniques. You can see in this picture, a column is strengthened, whereas in another second picture, the beam is strengthened. So they are just to evaluate how these kind of wrappings are increasing its performance level. See in this picture, the unconfined one failed immediately. This is another thing, whereas the wrapped one transferred the failure to next stage. This is a various way how to wrap constructor. This is the exact method during in our existing building, because laboratory studies may differ with our practical possibilities. So this is the exact way to wrap our existing building to increase its strength only in the beam column joint region. Thank you.
So let us give a big hand to Dr. Siva. You had this presentation, the excellent presentation by Mr. Siva. He is likely to get his PhD very soon. So we wish him very best for getting his doctoral degree. And he has done a very an excellent presentation. And in this presentation, he tried to show that during the earthquake, what measures we need to do from the engineering point of view. So he has given you the different models and different kinds of constructions and how we can make our building earthquake resistant. So that was the person. Apart from that, in the last phase, he has also tried to see that if the building is already constructed, then what we can do, how the beams can be strengthened. So columns and beams, जो बिल्डिंग्स है ना उसको एक पिंजड़े की तरह अगर बनाएंगे तो जल्दी टूटेगा नहीं. तो जो रेट्रोफिटिंग जो ये बात करते हैं, जो बैंड्स बनाते हैं, एक पिंजड़े की तरह होना चाहिए, जो कि बॉक्स इफेक्ट की ये बात कर रहे थे. जितना ज्यादा बॉक्स इफेक्ट होगा उतना ज्यादा आपकी बिल्डिंग मजबूत होंगे. तो मुझे लगता है कि देयर आर मेनी सिविल इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स, दे आर सिटिंग एट वेरियस सेंटर्स. So may I request some of these students, they should ask certain questions. Then I will start from Government Polytechnic, Dehradun. because they are the people from Uttarakhand where number of earthquakes are visible and some of them are destructible also. So let me invite the questions from Uttarakhand first. Are they listening? Uttarakhand? Students from Uttarakhand, do you like to ask certain questions? Or have you understood it fully? Any question from Dehradun?
Yeah.
No problem. Okay. Anyway, then I will request the Government Polytechnic Kasipur. The students would like to ask certain questions.
Yes, sir. Good
Yes.
morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
There is a question from student section.
Yes.
Sir, my name is Gokul Pandey. First of all, thanks to sir to giving us that wonderful knowledge for us. It will help us, I think so. My question is that as in private sectors, we are making, so there is any government rules and go for adopting that we should have to adopt for making this types of building in private sectors.
Yes, is there any rule or number of rules are there for the construction? Let me request Mr. Siva to answer this question. What kind of rules and norms are there for the construction of buildings in urban areas? Yeah.
Multiplex. Is there any rule regulation that he is asking?
Those kind of rules and regulations may vary according to the urban areas. Like if you talk about uh, particular, in each and every state, we have different urban areas. So according to the populations, according to the required surface areas, they have different urban rules. So that may vary according to the locality. So I can say like it is not a standard one to keep the have a proper spacing between the building to the common wall, and we should have a proper spacing in for like I can say, if you have a construction like a multiplex, we should have a proper distance between a building to a particular we should have a proper huge space between the entrance to the building. So these kind of spaces are the rules in urban areas that will differ according to the, like in Chennai the rules is different, but in Chandigarh the rules is different. So that according to the CPWD, we need to take the rules and regulation. We need to consider according to this.
Thank you, sir.
Any more question? Any more question from Kasipur?
Yes, sir. One more question here.
Yes.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, आई एम गिरीश रावत फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक काशीपुर।
हाँ मिस्टर रावत बोलिए।
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जो बिल्डिंगें वगैरह होती हैं उसमें NPEEE जो एक नेशनल प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ अर्थक्वेक इंजीनियरिंग एजुकेशन जो है उसके बारे में कुछ बताइए हमें कि क्या है ये।
Can you say about the earthquake education
Which is going on at IIT campus. There is some national body.
Yes, yes. Actually, in IIT Kanpur, a National Institute for Center of Earthquake Engineering is there, and they are doing a lot of very good works in earthquake resistant measures. You can go to the website to download all kind of data, whatever the data they have, like how to construct earthquake resistant buildings, masonry building, random rubble masonry, as well as framed structure. How to increase the performance using some kind of strengthening measures, and whatever the earthquake zones, and how to react for earthquake, and during earthquake how to react, and what are the past earthquake data. Everything is available in a NIC website, and if you want to see those data, it is completely absolutely free. You can go and download those data. So according to those data, you can easily develop your personal ideas as well as your personal confidence level in especially in earthquake resistant measures.
Any question from the capital of Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow?
Yes sir, we have a
Yes,
question.
Hello, sir. Sir, this is Aman from Rameshwaram, Lucknow.
जी.
Sir, I want to ask the question that is there any technique develop or can we develop any technique so that we can know earthquake is going to come at a place few days ago or few weeks ago?
थोड़ा सा नजदीक आकर बोलिए, what kind of technique you are talking about?
The technique so that we can know that earthquake is going to come at a place few days ago or few weeks ago.
We are unable to understand your question. थोड़ा सा नजदीक चले जाओ, उधर सिस्टम के पास चले जाइए.
Sir, is there any technique so that we can know that earthquake is going to come at a place?
Okay, prediction is possible. You want to know whether the prediction is possible or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So how early can we know that?
Can earthquake be predictable?
Can it?
So he just wants to ask that can we predict the earthquake so early?
Okay. No, that's not possible. We can't predict earthquake. That is a very big issue with us because there is a natural calamity. Like you can predict the cyclone because it is over the Earth's surface, but earthquake will occur from the below the Earth's surface, which is under from the interior part of the Earth. So it cannot be predictable. So in Japan, they are trying their level best to predict some kind of like they are having very huge seismic laboratory. They are monitoring each and every movement of Earth in because they are facing huge earthquakes. So they are having a lot of techniques. Whereas in India, the frequency is less. Now we are doing our level best to predict this, but actual 100% predictable is not possible because previously in China, one time that they have predicted in 1970s, they have predicted an earthquake, and they have safeguarded all the structures. Whereas next year, another earthquake near to that place has occurred. The next year, they couldn't be able to predict that has completely disastered the entire area. So predictable, I can't say it's 100% predictable. They are trying their level best to predict the earthquakes. In future, the possibility may occur.
So let me add further, like through the satellites we are getting the earth features, and some of the places there are the volcanic activities are going on, some seismic activities are more frequent there. So through the satellite imageries also the scientists are trying to predict the earthquake, but there is not 100% result as far prediction is concerned. We have to still depend on and develop more techniques so that we can predict earthquakes. But the Japan has done excellent job, and they have taken all kind of safeguards, and they have developed very good infrastructure. Even they can resist the 6-point scale of earthquakes, or even 7-point of the earthquake. They have developed very good infrastructure there. So any more question from other places?
No, so thank you very much, sir.
May I ask one question, sir? It is Ganesh Prajapat from Government Engineering College, Bikaner.
हाँ बीकानेर जी पूछिए प्रजापत जी.
Sir, I have a question in my mind that is there any kind of guidelines for the buildings, for making the buildings issued by some kind of state or central government so that the building should be structured such that the these guidelines should be followed. Is there any kind of guidelines?
Yes, certainly. I will request Mr. Siva that what kind of the guidelines has been developed by the government of India to make the building and to take the measures as per the earthquake zone. Civil.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, we have a disaster mitigation center. Our India has our disaster. Yes.
Is there any authority within development authorities?
Yeah, is there a National Disaster Management Authority is there, NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority is there. Okay. Actually, as I have shown some codal procedure, and as per our earthquake resistant designs, we need to follow 1893/2001. That codal procedure is the criteria for earthquake resistant design of structures. It is in framed structure construction, and 13920 is a codal procedure to how to detailing those designs to resist the measures, and 4326. Like this, we have many codal procedures to address these kind of issues. So we need to follow those kind of codal procedures. Other than some thumb rule, we may have some thumb rule, but rather than going for having those thumb rule, we should follow these regulatory in a perfect way to resist earthquake forces and to safeguard us from the earthquake.
Thank you, sir.
Any question from Ghaziabad, Greater Noida? Because most of the concrete jungles have been created around you, so you are more vulnerable in these buildings.
Sir, I am from Dronacharya Group of Institution, Greater Noida.
Yeah,
My question is, in vertical buildings, we consider H by B ratio as less than 4. In NCR region, there are many circular buildings which is under construction. What's the criteria when we talk about the circular buildings and safety measures which is to be taken when we talk about circular buildings?
So what's your good name?
Jitin.
Jitendra. Okay. Dr. Siva will answer this question.
So likewise, rectangular buildings, circular buildings also in practice. So the height of the building is remains same for all those rectangular as well as in circular, but the design procedure and the forces measurement of a circular building is different with lateral rectangular building. So the same procedure, I mean, which means whatever the code we have discussed, everything is available in that codal procedure to design such a circular building as well as in rectangular buildings.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more question from other centers who have not spoken so far? Okay, my dear friends, we are little late and we have already one expert is waiting here. Dr. Meena Krishnaiya is the next speaker, but we'll break for tea for the 10 minutes. 10 minute के बाद हम लोग दोबारा मिलेंगे. Dr. Meena Krishnaiya, who has done her PhD from IIT Delhi, she is going to speak on renewable energy sources and the technologies which are available these days, and she has done her PhD in the field of biogas technology. So kindly break for 10 minutes and do assemble after 10 minutes. 10 मिनट के बाद आप लोग जरूर आ जाइए वापस अपने वेन्यूज पे. Okay. Is there any question? लखनऊ से कोई क्वेश्चन था आपका?
Yes, sir, we have a question.
हाँ हाँ जल्दी जल्दी पूछ ले प्लीज. जल्दी पूछिए.
जल्दी पूछिए, बोलिए.
Sir, is the earthquake responsible for volcanic eruption also for long scale?
Is earthquake is responsible for
Volcanic reaction, sir.
Volcanic eruption for the long scale?
उल्टा बोल रहे हैं. बताइए. Volcanic reactions are responsible for earthquake.
Volcanic reactions are not responsible for earthquakes, and the tectonic plate movements is the responsible for earthquakes. Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, right. One person is ready from Dehradun. Dehradun वाले बताइए क्या क्वेश्चन है आपका? Okay, there is a question from Dehradun that our traditional buildings are performing better in comparison to the modern buildings. What are the reasons?
Of course, that is a nice question. That's true. In traditional buildings, whatever we have followed is before knowing these kind of earthquake resistant measures, we have followed lot of advanced procedures to resist those kind of forces. Whereas now, though we know those kind of forces, we are not able to follow those kind of remedial measures and as well as that earthquake resistant measures. The reason is in traditional buildings, the perfection and the involvement of a particular labor or kind of mason or kind of humans, their interest as well as the involvement is 100%. Whereas in this case, the requirement of this kind of involvement is required, but they are not giving. The reason is the maximum requirement of building construction. We need to go for 20 days curing, but we are not going. Because we are rushing. Within 7 days, we need to rise one more building because of time hurry. We are just avoiding lot of procedures. Whereas in past, the requirement is very, very, very less. A person, if you want to construct a home, you need to invest huge. If you are going to invest a huge, you will be take care of each and every terms in a perfect way. Whereas today, it is not like that. That's the reason traditional buildings are better performing than the modern buildings.
So thank you very much for asking very right question. Why the traditional buildings are behaving in better way in comparison to the modern building? The answer was given by Mr. Siva that we are not following the procedures. We are in hurry for the construction of big buildings. But in case of the traditional buildings, they used to have the traditional materials also. Many a time they used to have their wooden houses. So these wooden houses were the light in structure, and they were not getting damaged. So these were the certain regions that we have to follow the mixed marriage of the technologies. The traditional technology should be married with the modern technology, then we can find better answers in the Himalayas particularly. So thank you very much, and now let us break for the tea and then we'll assemble after 10 minutes, please.
हाँ इसकी रिकॉर्डिंग क्या रिकॉर्ड हाँ हाँ जी मैम
बच्चों की तरफ रखो बस ठीक है बीच वाले
अरे रुक जाइए सर अभी एंगल थोड़ा देख जिससे मुझे मूव करने में परेशानी ना हो
तुमने उस दिन इसमें डिब्बा लगा लिया
सर ये था ही नहीं तो क्या करें और ये फोटोग्राफर वाली ड्यूटी हमें लगा दी ये घुमाते
यहाँ का एक पूरा सिस्टम 14 सेकंड का लगा और कुछ छुए नहीं
अब सही है थोड़ा ये क्या हो गया
सुनो मेरी बात स्पीकर ऐसे लग जाए सामने
सब लग जाएंगे सर
और ये इको क्यों करता है मालूम
इको करेगा नहीं पीछे से ही आ रही है माइक यहीं पे लगे होगा
हाँ तो चाहिए भी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक चिप लगी होगी उसको कैच कर लेता है
इसको अभी इधर करवा दे
ये तुम लोग यहाँ नहीं थे 2012 में ये थोड़ा किसी में भगवान से कहते हैं 15 अगस्त प्लीज प्लीज
टाइम थोड़ी ढीली कर लो मैं लूज कर टाइम के लूज कर लूज कर नहीं ठीक है तुम्हें कंफर्टेबल है तो ठीक है
So dear friends, we are going to start next session. In this session, Dr. Meena Krishnaiya, she is from Rajasthan, otherwise, and she has done her PhD from Center for Rural Development and Technology, IIT Delhi, in the field of biogas technology. So a lot of new things have come up at IIT Delhi in the field of biogas technology. Professor Virendra Vijay, he is the scientist there who is working on biogas technology, and Dr. Meena Krishnaiya is one of his students. So let me invite Dr. Meena Krishnaiya, who is going to speak on, first of all, renewable energy sources and what kind of technologies are being used in the renewable energy. And later on, she will try to focus on her research work related to biogas technology. So let me invite Dr. Meena. So kindly come here and present your this lecture.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Meena, a research scientist in Center of Innovation and Applied Bioprocessing, Mohali, which is come under the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. I'm going to speak on renewable energy sources and technology for sustainable development. Now we see what is the basically energy sector and what the status of energy in India. The per capita energy consumption in India is 700 kilowatt hour per annum and 350 kilogram of oil equivalent per capita primary commercial energy consumption. As we see that 80% of total rural energy consumption comes from non-commercial energy like firewood, agricultural residue, cow cattle cakes, where we know that 84% of villages are electrified. It's a good status. But have you know that only 44% of them are using electricity in their houses? So we know that the majority of India is rural population. See the status of our sector. Installed capacity in conventional power sector is 1,81,558 megawatt, whereas in non-conventional wind is 13,065 megawatt, small hydro is 2,939 megawatt, biogas plants are 4.13 millions, and in biogas power it's 997 megawatt, solar PV is 17.8 megawatt, bagasse based cogeneration is 1,562 megawatt. Now see the status of renewable energy in India. Biogas plants are hugely installed in India, which is come under second position in worldwide. Very good, because it's come after China. In solar PV is in fourth position in world scenario, and wind power is the fifth position, and nuclear is ninth position. You see, total installation is over 10,256 megawatt of grid power capacity. These are installed mainly by a private sector. As we see the whole scenario of the renewable energy, the thermal is a maximum contributing. Thermal power is contributing around 65%, and then hydropower, that is around 21.50%, and then it was been a renewable energy, it was 10.40%. Then the last one is a nuclear power, which is a 2.7, which is the smallest one. Now we see what we are actually using right now, the natural resources, coal, oil, gases. So we have a potential of reservoirs right now? We don't have. We are importing. So coal we have, which is around 17%, 10.2% we are contributing in a global reservoirs. But in oil and gas, very, very small percentage of we are contributing in a global reservoirs. See the graph, it's showing the clear picture of India. So you can see that in 1985, our energy production was as equivalent to the consumption. From 1985 till 2014, what we are producing, we are consuming in very high rate. So see the gap difference. It was constantly growing from 1985 to till date. So what will happen if the production rate will be so low and the consumption rate will be very high? There will be a scarcity of electricity in any type of power. So in worldwide consumption projection scenario from 19 to 70 and 2030, it was shown that data, the renewable energy is also going to contribute in a power sector in a good rate. So as the fossil fuel resources are very limited, and their demand is very high. The gap can be met with the energy generation from only renewable resources. The last graph, this table is showing the MNRE data, which is a Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Resources. This is the potential of resources in our India. Potential has shown that the total potential we have till date we have installed is 6,556. This amount of we have installed till up to 2010. Now in 2000, this is a 12th plan, which is till 2013. We have, this is the potential, like wind we have 27,300, small hydropower is 5,000, biopower is 5,100, and solar power is 4,000, which is giving total 41,400. So this potential we have, we can generate this much of power from renewable resources. What will happen in 2050? Have you ever been seen that prediction picture? The population is continuously increasing, and the fossil fuels are getting exhausted day by day. So automatically it affects the economy. The prices of everything, not even electricity, will be enhanced. Then what will we do? So what the solution is renewable resources and renewable energy. What is a renewable energy? It's energy which can be created from any natural replenished resources. So this is the potential of our India, which we can able to generate electricity from these resources, which are renewable resources. From total, it's 1,83,000. We have such potential. Then why should we are focusing on the natural available resources? We can focus on the renewable resources which we have. What are these energy considering in a renewable energy? Are solar energy, biofuels, wind energy, hydropower, and geothermal energy. These are come under renewable energies. Wind energy. See the status of wind energy. Energy generated is 13,065 around. It's megawatt. We are generating electricity from wind energy. Total installed capacity is a 14,550 megawatt. Our status in whole over the world is 5th position of generating electricity from the wind. It was the government has planned by 2020 to generate electricity 25,000 megawatt. So it is a good scenario. So as we also seen that the CO2 emission we have saved around 173 million tons of CO2 we have saved. So we have saved carbon credit as well as by generating a power. Incentive is generation based incentive is 50 paisa per kilowatt hour, and that Suzlon is the third largest manufacturer in all over the world who is manufacturing the wind turbines. Wind turbines, what it required? It required just wind. We no need to put any fuel. We no need to produce any exhaust gases, any other injurious gases or chemicals. Hydropower. Hydropower potential for small hydropower in India is 15,000 megawatt. The India government aimed to develop half of the identified potential in next 10 years. In 2011, the total 2939 megawatt power of grid generated small hydropower has been installed, contributing about 16% of India total grid interactive renewable power. That's a good amount. The 10th plant we has already installed around 600 megawatt of small hydro power plants in India. In the solar energy, this is also one of the biggest energy we have. So solar energy we received around 5,000 trillion kilowatt hour per year. In average, solar energy incident daily is 4 to 7 kilowatt hour per square meter per day. The average global solar radiation will be a 5.5 kilowatt hour per square meter per day. The number of clear day in India is around 300 days. The solar energy production is near about 17.8 megawatt, and government has planned to install 20,000 megawatt by 2020. The area is also identified, which is Thar Desert, which is not even we are utilizing. It is very blank there. So we can place, there's maximum radiation of solar is going there. So we placed around 35,000 kilometer square area was there for this solar energy installation power plants. So this technology is also what we are using. We are using just a solar energy and we are not providing any power. The main drawback of this technology is cost. This is a little costly. Now our government is also putting efforts to develop, to initiate the renewable energy resources and to produce renewable energy. So in officially, Jawaharlal Nehru Solar Mission 2010 was announced by the Prime Minister of India on January 12, 2010. This program was to aim to install 20,000 megawatt of solar power by 2022. They had also made two tariffs. One is based on the solar PV project and another is based on solar thermal project. In solar PV project, it was fixed around 17.90 kilowatt hour. And in solar thermal project, the tariff fixed was 15.4 kilowatt hour. The finance minister is also proposed to provide a concessional custom duty of 5% to the equipment required for initial setup of thermal power generation units. The 5% will be given by the government. So just see, we can see in this graph, which is in the first, we have seen the 200, around 200 we have installed megawatt. Now in the second 2013 to 2017, we have to installed 1000 megawatt. It was already, the work is still going on to install 1000 megawatt from the solar energy. Now come on the next, biofuel. What is biofuel? The biofuel you can generate by any biomass, any organic waste basically. The biomass it is a biomass which can be derived from any biological materials. Now biofuels can be a liquid, solid, and liquid and gaseous both. You might be heard that there is a biodiesel, there is a bioethanol, there is a biogas. Biodiesel is a replacement of a diesel, and bioethanol is a replacement of petrol, and bio-CNG is a replacement of CNG. So these three come under a biofuel energy. Now, in the biogas, which is more suitable technology in India, because maximum we have the rural agriculture base. So in rural agriculture where we have cattle dung, we have lots of other waste also, we have agricultural waste also. There are many other waste like municipal solid waste and distilleries, press mud, willow dust, etc. So these are the organic waste and estimated quantity per year basis. So we can see that we have huge amount of waste we generate every year. What we are doing? We are throwing it out and making a polluted India. So if we utilize this waste and we can convert into some energy and we can fulfill our demand, that will be a best solution for it. So as we can see, agricultural residues is around in our India is 600 million metric ton per annum we generating. So we can see some statistics, very interesting statistics. India is a rich agricultural base. We produce around 200 million metric ton of grains. So it is equal to the 600 million metric ton of agricultural residue, because that is, we know that it is also feed for a kettles. But all like rice, straw, many such agricultural residues are not even we are using for the cattle feed. So this biomass can produce a cellulose 200 million metric ton, which is used to convert to biofuel. And if we convert this biomass into a biofuel, the remaining, the waste, which can be used as a biofertilizer, that is also additional income for the plant holder. Now the biomass to bioenergy, there are several routes. So one of them route is biodiesel. From the transesterification process, we can convert it into a biodiesel. The second is a biohydrogen, and the third is biogas, and the fourth is bioethanol, and then simultaneously we can generate biofertilizer also. not even this biofuels, we can also produce any chemicals, because the any agricultural residue which is also known as lignocellulosic biomass, which having many chemicals itself, so we can extract those chemicals which are used for a food, like vanillin we can use as ferulic acid, which we are using for for drugs also. So there are many chemicals which are present into the plant. We can extract that, we can use our which we can fulfill our need. Now start with the generation of the biofuel. It was started initially with the starch materials. The starch material, then it's come with the sucrose containing material, which was this were basically developed in the Brazil initially, then with again now, but we have to think as per our availability of resources. Like we don't have starch and sucrose containing maximum, because we are taking as an intake in our food. So we have to focus on those as per our government guideline, as per our thought, that we have to take those material which is not useful for us. So it is a lignocellulosic biomass which is most suitable in our India, which we could convert it into a biofuels. Then the third generation is the algae, which is under research. We are doing research is in algae, and the upcoming, which is still not came, that will be a genetically modified bacterias, which they will make such type of culture. They will directly convert any agriculture residue into your required fuel. Now, there's many programs which are India is supporting. India is also giving fund to you to promote this technologies. So bioenergy program in India, these are the ongoing programs. One is a National Biogas and Manure Management Program, and the second is biogas based distributed and grid power generated programs, and the next is program on energy recovery from urban waste, program on energy recovery from municipal solid waste, program on recovery of energy from industrial waste, demonstration of integrated technology package on biogas fertilizer plants for generation, purification, enrichment, bottling and piped distribution of biogas. Establishment of business model of demonstration of an integrated technology package for creation of smokeless village using biogas bioenergy system, meeting lifeline energy advised in integrated energy policies. Under these programs, you can take a project or anything else which will be for good for bioenergy production, and this is the ongoing program. Still MNR uh, is running these programs. Now, what is biogas? You all are aware of it because it's very basic technology in rural India. We used to see everywhere in biogas plants. This biogas is also known as a biomethane because its content of methane is high as compared to other gases. So biomethane is a clean, environmental friendly fuel that can be obtained by anaerobic digestion of organic waste abundantly available in countrysides. Biogas generally comprises of 55 to 65% of methane and 35 to 45% of CO2, and the remaining trace, that is very small amount, is 0.5 to 1% is H2S and the water vapor. So the calorific value of the biogas is 20 megajoule per meter cube. Can this biogas can be replace the LPG? Yes, it can replace the LPG, but under certain conditions. Like it need a critical temperature, that is for liquefaction of the biogas. It need minus 82 degrees Celsius at 4.7 megapascal. That is very tedious job to make it into a liquid form. So it's better to be used directly. So now estimation the potential of the biogas in India. Why we are focusing in this technology? We having the potential of 10 meter cube of biogas from 980 million tons of cattle manure produced annually. So this is our potential. We can produce. So the heating value of will be this 1.3 into 10 raised to power 12 megajoule. And simultaneously, we are also going to be generated 350 million tons of biofertilizer, which will be used for the crop protection. So now this is the biogas which having a good potential. We can generate from cattle manure and which we are traditionally using it. Now we can also produce biogas from other organic waste also, like food waste, like that sewage waste, from any industrial water also, from agricultural residue also. So we can utilize those organic waste and to convert into a biogas. Now if we achieve biogas, can it replace the bio-CNG? Yes. What is the composition of CNG? It is basically 90% of methane. So what is the methane composition? It's a 55 to 65% of methane and remaining is CO2, 35%. If we remove the CO2 with the methane, what will be remaining? Only methane, 95 methane. It will be a CNG. So we can replace CNG in place of, and how you will remove the CO2? There are basically technologies: adsorption, cryogenic absorption, separation, membrane separation technologies, which are using to remove the CO2. This is a biomethane cycle. We can see that we are growing crops by using CO2, solar energy, and after the crop harvest, the remaining residue, agriculture residue, with the organic residue with cattle manure, we can mix it and put into the any biogas plant that is known as anaerobic digester. This anaerobic digester will give you the biogas, which biogas will be two types. We can generate the electricity. We have the 100% biogas engines available in our India. We can convert directly into the energy and connect it to the grid. And the second is we can separate the CO2 and enrich the methane, which can be used as bio-CNG. And the remaining slurry, the remaining residue after extracting the biogas, is used as a biofertilizer. Then when we are separating CO2, this CO2 again utilized for the crop protection with the solar energy. So this is a complete cycle of for a sustainable development. This technology is economically viable, ecologically viable. This process is eco-friendly also, which any farmer can use it. So this is not that much complicated. You have to put a science or you have to use such a techniques. So we can produce in our own home also if we having such resources. This is the basic fundamental on biogas. There are basically three phases. One is a hydrolysis. As we know that any agricultural residue having a carbohydrate, lipid and protein. These further, when we do hydrolysis, this will convert it into a carbohydrate, converted into a sugar form, lipid converted into a fatty acids, and protein converted into amino acid. Basically long chain will be converted into monomers. Then second is acid production. Those compounds we get from the initial hydrolysis process, those will further converted into acids. That's why it's known as acid production. And this acidogenesis will further go for the methanogenesis, where three methanogenesis will take place, where this acetate, CO2, H2 and methanol will be converted into a final product as a methane and CO2. So finally we got as a methane and CO2. Now the quality and the rate of composition, how you will have to estimate it, how much amount of bio waste you have to add into the plant, which type of plant and how much capacity of plant should be there. So there should be some norms, like 25 kg we use cattle dung for 1 meter cube biogas. For 25 kg we need 25 kg water also. Always the substrate and the liquid ratio is 1:1 for a 1 meter cube biogas plants. So this is very standard thumb rule for it. And the pH we have to maintain is 5 to 8.5. The bacteria population should be always be, we have to take a fresh inoculum. That is activated inoculum, we could say. It will be added into the biogas plant. Temperature, as is an ambient temperature, as we no need to provide a extra temperature to it. Chemical inducer, if we are not even producing from a cattle manure, if we are focusing on agriculture residue, so we have to give some chemicals also for pre-hydrolysis. So that is called pre-treatment. Now, agricultural residue, which are also known as lignocellulosic biomass, both are same. What they contain? They contain cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. Cellulose is around 35 to 38%, hemicellulose is 25 to 30%, and lignin is around 8 to 12%, and rest remaining other pectin and all this. So majorly we have this. Now, when we are producing converting this into any bioenergy, the most main hindrance is the lignin. Lignin, I will say that the outer portion of, have you seen the plant having the chal, the outside, that's why nature has put it there, because to protect the plant from insects and other insects or disease, or basically that is a protection for the plant, that is contain a maximum lignin, and it's very difficult to break that lignin. So if we remove that lignin, the plant is very soft, any bacteria can digest it, and bacteria can eat that plant and convert it into a biogas. So basically the main problem is the lignin. So for it, we have developed a pre-treatment. In the pre-treatment, what we do? There is a basically lignocellulosic biomass, which having a cellulose and microcellulose, which will bind it with the lignin. If we put any chemicals like alkyl treatment, acid treatment, mild acid treatment, if give to the plants or residues, they will remove the lignin. And if we remove the lignin, this will be a cellulose will be free from a lignin. It will be increase the surface area also. So the bacteria and the enzyme can easily digest and convert it into a biofuel. So this is the motto when we are using agriculture residue to produce a biogas. Now there's certain limit also for the pre-treatment. When we do pre-treatment, this hemicellulose, cellulose, and lignin should be converted into till sugar form. It should not converted into inhibitors. The purple is showing the inhibitors. When we do treating with the acid or alkalis, that this hemicellulose, cellulose, and lignin should convert it into a C6 and C5 sugars only. It should not convert it. That means we no need to have put extra chemicals on it. It will be always be optimized. There are several methods, not even a chemical method. There's a physical method also. You can grind in very fine way, so the lignin will be also grinded and it will be increase the surface area. The physiochemical we can give with the water or with the chemical. We make it at a very high temperature, steamed it. And the chemical, this is a acid and dilute acid and alkali treatments. Biological, there are many fungus and bacteria are available which are easily break downing the lignin and glycosidic bonds between them. Now, as cattle manure have a optimized carbon is to nitrogen ratio, that is 30. For if you are adding in place of cattle manure, you want to add some other resource like food or other agriculture residue, you have to maintain a CN ratio till 30. And the water ratio should be with the cattle manure with the agriculture ratio should be 1:1 ratio. So we have to always be proceed with these ratios, and we have to put this ratio into the digester with the inoculum, with activated inoculum, that is cattle manure, and the fermentation process is going on this. After the fermentation, it generates a methane and CO2. This methane and CO2 will be collected into a collector, and the slurry, after a gas production, the remaining biomass, the remaining slurry will be used as a biofertilizer. Now this methane and CO2 is further go for the purification. In this purification, the methane will be separated with the CO2. We do with the water will absorb CO2, and the remaining methane is come out in the form of the purified form, enriched methane, that can be used as biostage. Now what will be the application of biogas? Which type of energies we can replace it? In cooking, biogas can be used in a biogas chullas, or it can also be used in the normal chullas we are using in our houses also. But biogas chullas are little opening in their burners, little high opening than as compared to we are using in our houses. So these burner can use it, and if you having a 2 meter cubic of biogas plant, it can fulfill the 4 people need. If a 4-member family is there, that can be a sufficient 2-meter cube biogas is sufficient for one family. In the lighting, it is around 60-watt bulb is required around 0.13 cubic meter per house. And the next is power generation. In power generation, we have 100% biogas power generators are available, so we can convert directly this biogas into a electricity form. In the refrigeration, this is under research. There's still Japan is also doing research in it, and they have also shown some live model of refrigeration. They have also shown some scooties which are running in biogas. See, these are some mega projects on biogas technology in India which are running successfully. This is a 1.89 megawatt power generated project based on the biogas produced from a starch industry. This is producing from 100% biogas engines. The next is 8.25 megawatt biogas based power project in a distillery at Banur, district Patiala, Punjab. This is 30 tons per day capacity vegetable market. This is based on a vegetable market waste plant at Chennai. And this is 1 megawatt distillery effluent based biogas plant at sugar mill in West Godavari, Andhra Pradesh. These are the type of bioreactors for a methane fermentation, or we can say biogas production. These are the very old model. It's also known as a KVIC model, which we can generally using in gaushalas and which having a huge quantity of cattle manures. So the last one, the corner one, this is a Syntex model, which we are using the Syntex tankies for the water storage in our houses. The same company has made a small biogas plant, which they have capacity around to 1 cubic meter and 2 cubic meter. They have a size of half cubic meter also. That is specially designed for the small families, or for we can use in our houses also based on the kitchen waste. This is also a next model, Deenbandhu model of the biogas plant. These are the storage balloons where we can store this biogas into the balloons, and whenever you need it, you can use this biogas. The need for biogas refining and bottling. This is we are using as for a cooking need. If we want to use as for a vehicle, then the potential of biogas is not fully utilized commercially so far. For commercialization, its area of application may widen from cooking to vehicle. For use as a vehicle fuel, it should bottle to the like a CNG. So as I've already told you, it's a methane is around the 55 to 65%, and the remaining is a CO2. If we remove the CO2, that will be enriched methane, and that will be used as a bio-CNG. Then how it will be enriched? It is a basically packed tower. It's a chemical phenomena where we, at a particular pressure and a temperature, we pass the our gas in with the passing with the water. So it will, like when we pass from upwards from the water and the downwards we pass the raw gas. When the gas pass through the water at a particular pressure, it absorbs the CO2 and the methane will not be absorbed. So this methane will be come out as a bio-CNG. This can be used in vehicles. This is also known as biogas purification. We purified and we are using in vehicles. This is also shown in a live in IIT Delhi. This is a live model. They are using this bio-CNG in their vehicles from last 2 years, and it was successfully running. There was no complaint in engines also. Its little efficiency is little less than the compared to the CNG, but it was a proven technology which is we can use in our India. This is a three-wheeler which is also in India, which we are running for necessity requirements. We even like if we have to put this biogas plants into the goshalas. There are some necessary needs like we need for feed cattle feed and any other resources. We need autos, so we can put there and they can utilize this energy in this way also. apart the cooking and the electricity from the 100% biogas generators. Thank you. This is a small video which sir will show you.
So thank you, Dr. Meena. Let me invite now questions from various centers, and later on we'll show you one video, educational video film that is on biogas technology. So before that, is there any question from any side? Any question from any center, please?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Kasipur Center.
Yes, yes, please.
Yes.
हेलो सर, माय नेम इज धीरज तिवारी फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक काशीपुर।
हाँ तिवारी जी पूछिए।
सर माय क्वेश्चन इज, सर जो हमारे सिटीज में ये पूरा कचरा होता है, तो इसके अगर हम इसकी बायोगैस से क्या हम स्ट्रीट लाइट्स में यूज कर सकते हैं इसको बायोगैस से, जैसे मैम ने बताया कि हम लाइट्स बायो लैंप में यूज कर सकते हैं इसका।
स्ट्रीट लाइट बन सकता है कि नहीं, बताइए।
स्ट्रीट लाइट्स बन नहीं सकता। It is like they say 100% biogas engines are available. So you can put this biogas into the engines and convert it into electricity. That electricity provided to the lamps. So you can, in this way, you can produce electricity and you can lighten your lamps.
मैम नहीं, मेरा क्वेश्चन ये था कि जैसे अगर हम इसके बायोगैस के, अगर ये आपने बताया कि लैम्प बायोगैस लैंप होते हैं इनमें यूज कर सकते हैं, तो इनकी कैपेसिटी मतलब किस हिसाब से है, कैपेसिटी कितनी है इनकी?
इसकी कैपेसिटी 0.13 मेगावाट इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर 60 वाट बल्ब।
तो जैसे इससे तो बहुत सारी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बच सकती है ना, क्योंकि स्ट्रीट लाइट्स में बहुत इलेक्ट्रिसिटी यूज होती है हमारे।
हाँ जी, यू कैन सेव।
तो यूज कर सकते हैं हम इसको ऐसे?
हाँ हाँ, आप यूज कर सकते हैं, यू कैन यूज इट।
There is a question from Jeremy. How much temperature?
How much temperature is required? Okay, what is the optimum temperature for biogas generation?
The optimum,
and how many days it is required?
It depends on the which type of biomass you are using. If I'm taking example for the like for any cattle dung based biogas plant, if it having the capacity 1 meter cube of biogas plant, that means it producing 1 meter cube of biogas per day. We design the reactor in that way, how much capacity you require. So 25 kg of cattle manure produced 1 kg of 1 meter cube of biogas plant biogas every day. So it's like that.
So the optimum temperature is requires about 35 degrees centigrade. So for better biomethanation और biomethanization जिसको बोलते हैं ना बायोगैस के लिए, उसके लिए जो ऑप्टिमम टेम्परेचर है 30 से 35 डिग्री। Any more question?
Hello.
जी।
Sir, I myself Deepak Jain. I am Government College Bikaner, Government Engineering College Bikaner.
हाँ जी हाँ जी।
सर जैसे बायोमास से एलपीजी के यूज में फायरिंग के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं, तो क्या सर विंड एनर्जी को भी अपन फायरिंग के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं क्या?
विंड एनर्जी को कुकिंग के लिए?
सर एक्चुअली नॉट फॉर कुकिंग, यानी फायरिंग के लिए किसी भी चीज में फायरिंग यूज कर सकते हैं। जैसे बायोमास को अपन कुकिंग के लिए भी यूज करते हैं, लाइटिंग के लिए भी यूज करते हैं, तो ऐसे विंड एनर्जी को अपन कुकिंग या एक्सेट्रा कोई भी चीज के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं।
अभी तक इसके लिए विंड एनर्जी को कुकिंग के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते हैं। यू कैन जनरेट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एंड इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेट करके फिर उसको इंडक्शन चूल्हा या इस तरह से कुकिंग स्टोव का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो। इसको डायरेक्ट बर्न नहीं कर सकते।
ओके सर,
राइट।
सर एक सोलर एनर्जी का सर मेरा छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, सर सोलर एनर्जी को डायरेक्ट अपन मैकेनिकल एनर्जी में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं क्या सर?
सोलर को मैकेनिकल में?
डायरेक्ट विदाउट इलेक्ट्रिकल चेंज किए हुए।
मतलब आप चाहते हो कि कार के ऊपर सोलर पैनल लगा दिए जाए और चल पड़े?
तो
तो
सर
इसकी पॉसिबिलिटी तभी है कि बैटरी तो यूज करना ही पड़ेगा आपको एनर्जी जनरेशन के लिए, स्टोरेज के लिए, और उस बैटरी का इस्तेमाल आजकल जो कुछ व्हीकल्स हैं, वो व्हीकल्स जो हैं एक या दो लोग उसमें बैठकर चल सकते हैं। ऑलरेडी बैटरी ऑपरेटेड व्हीकल्स आ गए हैं जो सोलर से चार्ज होते हैं। देखा आपने ये?
आज तक कुछ देखा सर, इसलिए पूछा था कि मतलब एज ए डायरेक्टली वो सोलर से मैकेनिकल चेंजेस हो रहा है without electrical.
There is a possibility, like all our satellite system, they are receiving energy from the solar system, and based on that solar system all the satellites are functioning. So similarly, there is an aeroplane designed by some industry, there was a news, and it is working on the solar energy. So there is a lot of possibilities. Future technologies are there. It is possible, but commercialization will take time, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any more question? Any question from Lucknow center, please?
Yes, sir. We have a question. Ask.
Sir, I have a question that you have seen us the air fill in the balloon. You have seen the air balloon in the balloon, fill in the balloon. So I want to know that what is the use of that gas and when it should be used.
You are talking about the biogas filled in a balloon.
Yes, sir.
So it is being used for the cooking and some other purpose also. Like it can be used in the diesel engine as a secondary fuel. So both way we can use. It is for cooking as well as running diesel engine.
Sir, why the air is filled in the balloon?
What is the need of filling in balloon?
Yes, sir.
Need of filling the balloon, that you can fill it in the balloon and it carry to the various places and you can store it, but it cannot be stored for longer time. That's why we have to purify it and then we can fill it in the cylinder. That's the research which has been done at IIT Delhi. Can we fill it in cylinder? But they have found the solution. Now it can be compressed and filled into the cylinder. Okay. Hello. Please. Any other center from Dronachar Institute? Dronachar group of institution? Is there any question?
So one more question is from Kasipur.
From Kasipur, somebody want to ask question? I will come to Dronachar later. Yeah, from Kasipur, पूछिए.
हेलो सर, माय नेम इज दिवाकर. सर मेरे क्वेश्चन है कि सर जैसे बायोगैस बायोमास जो यूज करा जाता है, ज़्यादातर हमने एग्जांपल देखे कि गोबर से जनरेट की जा रही है बिजली, तो हम क्या उसकी जगह एस और वेस्टेज जो हमारे घरों से निकलता है, कपड़े धोने पर जो पानी निकलता है, उसका यूज बिजली जनरेट करने में नहीं कर सकते हैं?
ऐसा है कि जो मीथेन गैस जो बनती है वो ऐसी तरह से ऑर्गेनिक मैटर से बन सकती है, गोबर में ज्यादा उसकी पावर है. जो रिसाइकिल वेस्ट है आपके, उसमें ज्यादा मीथेन गैस नहीं तैयार होती है. और पानी जो बात कर रहे हैं उसमें तो उस तरह की कोई पदार्थ नहीं है, ऑर्गेनिक मैटर नहीं है, तो उससे गैस कैसे बनेगा? ठीक है ना
सर हमने एक मॉडल बनाया था स्कूल टाइम में, तो हमने उसमें वेस्ट मटेरियल, कपड़ों के धोया हुआ पानी, ये सब लिया हुआ था, तो उसमें आयंस की वजह से हमने गैल्वेनिक सेल तैयार करा था उसमें सर, जिससे बिजली जनरेट हुई थी.
हाँ, तो गैल्वेनिक सेल तो तैयार कर सकते हो, दैट इज पॉसिबल, लेकिन बायोगैस नहीं जनरेट कर सकते हो.
सर लार्ज प्रोडक्शन नहीं हो सकता इससे?
लार्ज प्रोडक्शन के लिए एक बार और उसको फील्ड टेस्ट करो, अगर पॉसिबल होगा तो हो सकता है. आपने अगर छोटा ट्रायल किया है तो यू इंक्रीज द स्केल नाउ and then you can find out the solution.
आप अपने सोच बदलिए, विचार बदलिए, कोई मैकेनिकल में है, इलेक्ट्रिकल में, सिविल में, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में, डजंट मैटर.
Hello. Is there any question from other place?
Thank you.
Thank you. So dear friends, now we'll have a small video. There is a question from studio. Just wait.
there any efforts to reduce the cost of?
Sir, we have a question. Sorry for disturbance. There is a
Wait,
technical problem.
I will come to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Just wait.
Those are made by a gold that TV channels and the nanoparticles we're using as a gold. If we can convert it into some cheaper material, it will be the cost will be reduced. So in
Work
that,
is going on. Work is
still the research is going on to make it reduce the price of the solar.
So there was a question from the studio that can we decrease the cost of the solar energy, because we are importing the solar panels from the Korea, Taiwan and other places, and we are unable to manufacture good number of or good amount of solar panels. So still there is a lot of work need to be done by us that we can have a low cost solar panels. Now the question from other center, please.
Sir, we are from Lucknow. We have a question, please.
Yes, please.
बोलिए डायरेक्ट बोलिए आप डायरेक्ट
ऐसी बोलिए
Yes.
So what, sir, in recent inventions, is there some any alternative of petroleum?
Any alternative of petroleum? So
Yes.
that's what we are trying for. We are
Yes, sir. So
we
which
are trying.
can help for the conservation of non-renewable sources of energy.
Conservation of non-renewable sources of energy means you want to procure the petrol, diesel and gas.
Yes, sir. Is there any alternative of that?
That's what the America is doing. They have procured their own resources and they are using resources from outside. Because when there will be a scarcity, they can use their own resource. Presently, they are grabbing the resources from other countries. So that is required, but in our country, the requirement of petroleum and diesel and gases is very high.
Okay, sir.
If you stop any kind of use, then there will be a direct impact on our economy. Suppose we stop using diesel, then you can know in many villages the farmers are also using for running their diesel pump set, their water pump set. So there will be an impact on productivity of other sector. So straight way we cannot stop any petroleum product or any diesel or natural oil gases, but gradually we can develop a mechanism and gradually we can switch over to the other alternatives. That is possible.
So, is there any some steps are taken to produce a fuel which is absolutely eco-friendly, which doesn't damages the ozone layer?
Does not damage the ozone layer.
Yes, sir, which helps to reduce global warming.
It may be hydrogen gas if you are talking about. हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल की बात कर रहे हैं, और भी कुछ इस तरह की एनर्जी के ऊपर काम चल रहा है.
No, sir, some eco-friendly fuels it is possible to manufacture which does not create does not spreads air pollution.
Is there any technology?
Like CNG, etc.
You find out the alternative which has no impact on the atmosphere. I don't think so any kind of technology is there at present which can be commercialized and can be used by the people. All has some kind of demerits because we have to use the atmospheric substances like air तो use करेंगे. अभी कोई भी फ्यूल जलाएंगे तो एयर तो इस्तेमाल होगा, और एयर जब इस्तेमाल होगा तो CO2 बनेगा ही बनेगा, या का मीथेन बनेगा. Do you have anything in mind? Do you have something in mind?
I suggest that effort should be made for the manufacturing of eco-friendly.
Eco-friendly gases. Do you have anything in mind which can be eco-friendly?
So eco-friendly fuels which does not spread pollution.
You have something in mind?
Yes, sir.
Can you suggest anything?
Sir, not much about
that. You were just asking a question. Okay.
Yes,
so maybe in near future we can find out something there are some process through the hydraulic pressure we can run the vehicle to some extent. So, but for that kind of thing, we need to have some kind of energy. Without energy, any vehicles cannot run. So there are some trial, but it is not feasible. तो इसके लिए कोशिश हम करेंगे, but more or less solar energy or wind energy, they fall in that category which has less impact. But there are some negative aspects of the wind energy as well. You might be seeing there are a lot of wind energy plants are installed in Tamil Nadu and other places, but it has impact on the environment. Like birds are killed when the windmills are running. Birds are coming in coming and interfering. The interference is by windmills. So there is
Hello.
no such system which can create any kind of a without any impact.
Without any impact. Someone, next question. Nothing of
Hello.
Sir, I have one more question.
Yes.
Is there any biogas electricity plant in India running
Yes.
now? Because we can see there is a huge amount of waste in our city.
There are number of such plants are running, and it is generating electricity as well. You can come to Punjab. We have number of dairy farms who have installed. The people have installed the biogas plant, and they are running. They are generating electricity. They are running their generator set and using for other purposes.
Is there any plant from Government of India also, sir?
There may be some example because Government of India has supported a number of projects in various places at various places. Directly it does not work. Ministry of Renewable Energy Sources Department, they provide grant to the different agencies. Like KVIC, Khadi and Village Industry Commission, they have installed number of biogas plants at different places, and some of them are also generating electricity.
Actually, sir, as we know, we have a huge amount of waste in our city, and government has taken some action on that to dispose of that waste. So we can use waste to produce electricity instead of our diesel or petrol or coal.
That possibility is always there. Like all the waste which is coming out of the vegetable market, that can be utilized, and we can add some kind of cow dung with along with that waste, and we can generate biogas. But system is that the maintenance problem is there. The people are not involved in a proper way, and the technology is not maintained for a longer period. That's why at many places such plants have failed.
Hello.
Sorry,
Yes.
sir, can you repeat this?
Hello, sir. From Modern Institute, there is a question.
Yes.
Please.
Hello, sir. I'm Burhan here. We didn't know if the biogas or fuel cells are used in cars or buses or wherever. So, what would be the efficiency of those fuel cells or the biogas plants, whatever you use there? The biogas fuel you use in cars, what would be the efficiency? Will it be able to match the efficiency of the cars or buses running on diesel or petrol?
Okay. Dr. Meena will answer this question.
The efficiency is basically, as we can compare, we're not going to compare with the diesel or a petrol. We can compare with the with the CNG, as because it is equivalent to the CNG. So with the CNG, it's a comparatively both have stand in equal way. So very minute difference will you can observe because it is having little amount of moisture also. So the otherwise both are equal, both having the equal efficiency as CNG and bio CNG.
Hello,
Yes.
Amit Kumar Sharma. I am from Dronacharya College. I just want to ask about the installation charges and the area required for the plant.
It's depend on the how much capacity you have the waste and how much plant you want to install. It was calculations basically. You have to give many data to make it to how much biogas you need.
Minimum cost is there?
Minimum cost, it's basically some percentage of the funded by the government, and it's around 1 meter cube biogas plant. If you are taking for syntax, it's around 25,000.
Is there any harmful effects on the surrounding area of the plant?
No, there is no harmful effect. Even you as a slurry, you can use it as a biofertilizer for your garden maintenance.
Thank you.
Okay, there is a question from RVIT Bijnor.
यस सर।
पूछिए।
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन है, जैसे कि हम जो एनिमल्स है उनका जो डंग केक होता है उससे एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस कर लेते हैं, तो सर जैसे कि टॉयलेट्स वगैरह तो हम उससे भी तो एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं क्योंकि उसका टेम्परेचर भी होता है उसमें।
यू आर वेरी
मतलब बहुत
यू आर वेरी राइट। जो टॉयलेट वेस्ट है यानी ह्यूमन एक्सक्रीटा है, उसको भी बायोगैस प्लांट में डाइजेस्ट करके हम बायोगैस जनरेट करते हैं। बहुत सारे जो बायोगैस प्लांट्स हैं उनके साथ में टॉयलेट्स को जोड़ दिया गया है। गुजरात में, महाराष्ट्र में और इवन पंजाब में बहुत सारे फार्मर्स ने अपने बायोगैस प्लांट के साथ टॉयलेट्स भी जोड़ दिए हैं। तो बिकॉज वी आर गेटिंग द सेम काइंड ऑफ ऑर्गेनिक मैटर, some organic matter which we are getting out of the livestock, like जैसे मुर्गी की बीटें हैं, मुर्गी की जो रेसिड्यूज हैं उससे भी अच्छा बायोगैस जनरेट होता है। So we can use all such kind of organic matter including the human excreta for biogas generation, and successful experiment has been done.
सर एक एनी अदर क्वेश्चन।
Yes.
सर जैसे कि ह्यूमन वेस्ट है सर, उसके लिए जैसे एक प्लांट लगाया जाता है
जी,
सिविल लाइन के थ्रू होकर सर प्लांट में जाता है, उससे बायोगैस प्रोड्यूस करते हैं
जी।
पर सर एक डिसएडवांटेज तो ये है ना कि सर वो चौक होंगे, अगर जैसे रोड पे जा रहे हैं मतलब, तो वेस्ट तो ज़्यादा है सर, पाइप की जो डायमीटर है सर वो उसके हिसाब से कम होता है, तो सर वो चौक होगा तो वो भी एक तरीके से नुकसान है।
ऐसा है कि आप बात कर रहे हैं सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट में जहाँ पे बायोगैस प्लांट लगे हुए हैं। सीवेज से हम बायोगैस जहाँ जनरेट कर रहे हैं उस यूनिट की बात कर रहे हैं। जैसे ओखला में एक प्लांट लगा हुआ है दिल्ली में, तो उसके आसपास के हाउसेस में और इंडस्ट्रीज में उसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं। जहाँ तक लीकेज की बात है तो लीकेज तो कहीं भी हो सकता है, और ये लीकेज इतना खतरनाक नहीं है जो कि एटमॉस्फेयर में कोई आग लग जाए या कोई एक्सीडेंट हो जाए, क्योंकि बायोगैस इज अ मिक्सचर ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एंड मीथेन। When it comes to the atmosphere, it mixes with the atmosphere and it has no effect of any other effect. ये जलेगा नहीं। जब एटमॉस्फेयर में ये मिक्स हो जाता है ना, फिर इसमें कोई जलने की संभावना नहीं होती है। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि आपको कुछ मात्रा में अमोनिया गैसेस पैदा होते हैं जो ट्रेस की तरह, और कुछ मात्रा में मीथेन गैसेस पैदा होते हैं, तो वो जरूर एटमॉस्फेयर में बाहर निकल जाएंगे।
थैंक यू सर।
ओके,
स्पेशल थैंक्स टू सर मैम।
Okay, thank you very much. So, dear friends, now we'll screen a small video on biogas technology which had been prepared by us. Because for the family size of biogas plants, you should learn what kind of biogas technology we do have and how it can be constructed. And the cost of such biogas plants is about 30,000 for the 4 cubic meter of biogas plants. So, let us see this video and find out some knowledge that how it can be constructed. We have constructed here at NITER Chandigarh campus, so you just see this video.
Sir, can we ask a question?
थोड़ी देर के बाद पूछ लीजिए।
India lives in villages. The villages in India experience unique problems with regard to their day-to-day living. disposal of variety of waste, and mobilizing firewood fuel are their recurring problems. In the Indian villages, the organic matters like cow dung or kitchen waste that is available in plenty can be used for the production of biogas. In this way, on one hand, we can dispose the waste safely, and on the other hand, we can generate energy from the biogas, which can be utilized for cooking food or running engine for domestic or agriculture purposes. As a byproduct, we also get digested slurry that can be used as organic manure in the field. First of all, we select a site for the construction of Deen Bandhu biogas plant. The site should be at an elevated and clean place. It should be near to the cattle shed and the kitchen. The size of the biogas plant may vary from small to large. The size of the biogas plant depends upon the availability of the raw material. For producing 1 cubic meter of biogas, 25 kilograms of cow dung and 25 liters of water is required every day. For the construction of 4 cubic meter capacity of biogas plant, the material required are 2000 bricks, 18 bags of cement, 100 cubic feet stone chips, 100 cubic feet sand, 6 feet long pipe having 6-inch diameter and 1.5 feet gas outlet pipe of 1-inch diameter. Similarly, for constructing a 6 cubic meter biogas plant, we require some extra material as shown in the table. As per the size of biogas plant, mark a circle on the ground which is at least 2 feet bigger than the actual size of the biogas plant. For constructing the 6 cubic meter biogas plant, the diameter is kept 16 feet, and for the 4 cubic meter plant, the diameter is 15 feet. Once the construction material is procured, we start construction of biogas plant. Firstly, we dig a circular pit for the construction of digester of biogas plant. Another pit is dug by the side of main circular pit for the construction of outlet of the plant. The digester pit is dug 3.5 feet deep. Now we mark a circle as per the actual diameter of the digester of the proposed biogas plant. After marking the diameter, we further dig a semi-spherical pit which acts as a foundation of the digester. The foundation of the digester is laid by putting a 3-inch thick concrete layer in the ratio of 1:2:4. While putting the concrete layer, we maintain the circular slope. After completion of the foundation, we start the construction of the upper part of the Deen Bandhu biogas plant. For the construction of the upper part of the plant, we fix a wooden stick at the center for measuring the actual radius of the digester. First layer of bricks is laid on the foundation of the digester, which is 9 inches thick. Further bricks are laid in 4 inches size. By the construction of 4-inch size wall, gradually an arc is developed and construction goes one by one till the top. In order to keep the radius constant, we always measure the radius with the help of a stick. After 3 layers of construction, a 6-inch diameter and 6 feet long inlet pipe is fixed. After the construction of 15 layers, slurry of cement is applied for plugging any possible pores. After this, 1-inch layer of plaster is applied on the outer surface. Similarly, 1-inch thick plaster in 1:3 mortar mix is done from the inner side. Above 15 layers, another 10 layers are laid by using 1:4 ratio of mortar mix. Counterweights are also applied for the stabilization of the wall. Next to it, the sizes of the bricks are kept 3 by 4 at the top. For the closing of dome, shuttering is done from inside and then gas outlet pipe is fixed. After the construction of biogas plant, outlet tank is constructed. The size of the outlet tank is 10 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet. 2 outlet pipes are fixed in the outlet tank to drain out the excess of slurry. Similarly, a circular inlet chamber is constructed to feed the biogas plant. After the completion of the biogas plant, we make a connection of the biogas plant to the kitchen. Now, in order to make the Deenbandhu biogas plant operational, the digester is fed with 200 cubic feet of cow dung mixed with 200 liters of water. The biogas generation starts within 1 week's time after the initial feeding. After this, we feed the plant with cow dung and water every day to get continuous biogas supply. The Deenbandhu biogas plant has proved to be a boon for the farmers, which provide biogas as a fuel for cooking, running engine, and organic manure as a byproduct for agriculture purposes.
So dear friends, this was the video which we wanted to show you. Now you can understand the principle of construction of one type of biogas plant named as Deenbandhu biogas plant, which is usually constructed in the rural areas. That is known as family size biogas plant, 4 to 6 cubic meter capacity. So there was one question from one center. Can you repeat that question? There was a question from a center. Yes, now you can ask that question.
Sir, there is a suggestion from one of our students.
Yes.
It's not a question. It's, I have to say something about it. So, according to me, maximum effort should be made to use the waste, especially the biodegradable waste, and other useless objects to generate fuel, which is eco-friendly and environment protective. The biggest challenge is the decomposition and the reusers of the plastic, that is the PVC, which if once made, the decomposition, the problem of environment pollution will solve automatically. The uses of CNG and biogas operated vehicles should be maximized.
Yes.
Use of petroleum, most especially in vehicles, should be minimized. After this, the uses of the polybags, plastic goods and plastic materials should be banned in India.
That's right.
After that, after then only something positive can be gained, or positive can be achieved.
Yeah, what's your good name, please?
The Saurabh.
Saurabh from?
Just from RITM.
Okay. So RITM Lucknow. Thank you very much, Saurabh. And this is a very nice suggestion.
Yes, sir.
This is
one more question, sir.
That we should minimize the use of plastic.
Sir, the use of plastic goods should be banned in India. But then only we can move something that will be the first step for the protection of the environment, and only we can do something after that.
Yeah, that's true. But thing is that in India nothing stops very easily. We have banned plastic. We have banned plastic. But some strong measures are required. You are correct.
Yes, sir.
You are very correct. Some strong measures are required, and let us use more and more biodegradable substances to generate biogas and CNG gases, so that we can minimize the air pollution in the cities. So that is very good suggestion.
Sir, one
Thank
more
you, sir.
question, sir. One more question.
Okay.
Take little bit time, sir. Please.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
गुड आफ्टरनून जी।
सर माय नेम इज नवदीप कुमार। सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है कि सर जो डीजल और पेट्रोल यूज होता है सर गाड़ियों के लिए, सर क्या एलगी से भी हम ऐसा फ्यूल को प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं?
उसी को तो दिखाया आपने, बायोगैस से गाड़ी दिल्ली में।
नो सर, एलगी से फ्यूल की जगह सर पेट्रोल की जगह सर यूज होने वाला वो
एलजी
एलगी
यस सर।
अच्छा, एलगी के बारे में आपको आंसर करेंगे ना
मैम, बताइए।
Yes, you can. That is the fourth generation. Actually, algae is also made of cellulose. Basically, we are converting the cellulose into biogas, cellulose into biodiesel and biopetrol. As per the component of algae is very suitable biomass, which is degradable also, and we can even capture CO2 also, because for algae growth we need a CO2 and sunlight. So that is a more suitable as per. But as per in our India scenario, we having that very limited. So we are focusing on agricultural residues and cattle dung. Thank you.
So if there is no question, then we'll have a lunch break and we'll start this next session at 2 o'clock. So thank you very much, all of you, and we'll reassemble at the respective venues at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
यहाँ वाला मेरे को भरोसा ही नहीं है। ये तो वैसे सस्ता ही लाया था। तूने तो 1700 कम लाया था। कभी लाया? बहुत पहले लाया। पहले 4.1 वाला था, मैं बेच ही दिया। अरे हाँ, वो उनको उसकी क्या कह रहे? बेटा और महेश जी का फोन नहीं लग रहा था। कहाँ गए? फाइल लेके गए, अभी गए हैं ना जस्ट। अब लगा
देर तो सामने घर जाना पड़ेगा मुझसे तो हम दे देंगे 50 सब लिए कॉफी पानी मंगाओ
मैं जी टिकट भेजा है ना आसुरम जी कहाँ है कॉलेज में किने भूल गया कुछ मैं सोचा मैं तो अब हालांकि काम तो मेरा 12 बजे तक काम करो सो काम बस कोर्स वाले काम है बाद तो समझ नहीं आ रहा
Bijnor and Rajasthan Bikaner. So all 7 centers are connected to the Chandigarh, and we will have the lecture from Chandigarh on climate changes disaster management. So Let us learn something, and if you have got any queries, you can have. So आप लोग इलेक्ट्रिकल के हैं, we have got electrical teachers also in laboratories. अब आपकी laboratories को भी हम लोग काफी So we have got the Mr. Danish and Mr. Javed. Mr. Javed is from Pharma Department and Danish is from BTech Computer Science. They are working for us for networking. So we can have a clapping for these two people. And if you have got any queries while learning from the center Chandigarh later, you can have the queries also. Or it does not matter that you are from electrical department. The climate change disaster management is for all. हमको अपने पर्यावरण को कैसे बचाना है ये हमें सीख रहे हैं इस वक्त में हम लोग और इसको सीखने के लिए बहुत छोटी छोटी चीजों को ध्यान रखना है जैसे फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सेव द वाटर आज के परिवेश में हम लोग पानी पीते हैं और पानी को बहाने देते हैं सो वी शुड बी वेरी कॉन्शियस सेव द वाटर सेव द फ्यूल सेव द ओजोन लेयर एंड ग्रो द ट्रीज कहते हैं अगर हम पेड़ों को काटते हैं अगर वो पेड़ बोल पाते तो हम जरूर सुन पाते कि वो कितने तकलीफ में होते हैं सो नेवर कट द ट्रीज एंड ट्राई टू ग्रो द प्लांट्स हर एक आदमी अपने गमले अपने घरों में गमले लगाइए उनसे 2-3 फायदे होंगे एक तो ग्रीनरी रहेगी एक दूसरा आपका एनवायरनमेंट घर पोल्यूशन फ्री रहेगा वो छोटे पेड़ जो है वो रात में ऑक्सीजन छोड़ते हैं कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड रिसीव करते हैं so they can be helpful to you in making the environment clear और आजकल जैसे स्वच्छता का भी अभियान चल रहा है उन पेड़ों को पानी भी दीजिए और पानी का रिसाइकलिंग करिए डोंट पुट देम द फ्रेश वाटर कपड़े धोते हैं कोई पानी वेस्टेज होता है कुछ होता है उन नालियों को आप उन पेड़ों की तरफ डाइवर्ट कर दीजिए और आप देखिए उस पानी से आपके पेड़ भी हरे भरे रहेंगे और आपका जो गार्डन है किचन गार्डन है वो भी सरवाइव करेगा सो वी विल बी शॉर्टली very soon we are going to connect with Chandigarh because we are late for the lunch and boys we are learning the new technology इस वक्त में हम direct connected है with other 6 centers also and we are waiting for the Chandigarh signal but in between you should be aware if you have got any type of questions in your mind regarding the climate changes or disaster management or disaster systems के related में होता है so you can see the things now we are going to have the air pollution the chapter is going for the air pollution climate changes a dilemma worldwide. It will be taken by the Dr. Raj Maheshwari from Chandigarh. So आप लोगों को बहुत जल्दी ही we are going to connect the signal to the Chandigarh and so it will be good enough कि आप देखिए कि it's a long way we are traveling from here to upstairs in satellite and from there again the signal is going towards each of these centers so it's a good opportunity and we are the part of this thing it's first time in UP we are having this phenomena of telecast so thanks to the new technology and in-house, thanks to our operator, which are on networking, they sit from 9:30 to 4:30. It's enough time to sit on the chair and to work with us for just nothing but to give us the knowledge and to spread the communication waves in this hall also. So, So we are waiting. Let the staff should come. Then we are waiting for the signal. And so boys, be conscious, be learn, and this is a good opportunity that you are learning a different thing from your electrical technology. You will be learning a different. It is not related to only with the civil department, but you are also having this one subject environment subject that will be in final year. So you should be conscious and hear the very patiently and consciously. Okay.
Thank
So
you, ma'am.
I'm thankful to the board.
Good. You are good.
पानी लगता है ना। हम लोग क्या करते हैं, ब्रश करते हैं नल खुला छोड़ देते हैं, पानी पीते हैं नल चलता रहता है। और बहुत सारे ऐसे काम होते हैं, हाथ धोते साबुन लगा रहे हैं, हाथ पानी बहता रहता है। तो बिल्कुल स्टार्ट से छोटे छोटे कामों से हम लोग सबसे पहले पानी बचाना शुरू करें। फिर फ्यूल हम कैसे बचा सकते हैं, किसी के पास Okay, okay. Fine, fine.
सारे प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद अगर किसी को लास्ट में कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना है तो वो बेशक पूछ सकता है, ठीक है?
So, dear friends, are you ready? We'll start this afternoon session. Unfortunately, Dr. Raj Maheswari has not come for the next session because there was some emergency. He has to go to Mumbai. So, I will initiate this discussion, and in this lecture I will try to cover what kind of profile India has as far as natural hazards is concerned. What kind of situations are prevailing in our country. So from that perspective we will try to cover, and then we can plan accordingly that how we can take various measures. So there will be some planning measures, some discussion on the planning, and later on we'll have a case study of J&K disaster which has happened recently in the month of September. So let us first of all cover what kind of hazards profile we do have, what kind of problems we are frequently facing in the country. So from that angle, this lecture will try to cover various kind of disaster or natural hazards and kind of planning which is required by Government of India, and what are kind of measures Government of India has adopted. And later on we have a case study of Jammu and Kashmir. So we'll try to cover country profile first, then we'll try to find out what are the natural hazards profile in the country, what kind of situations are prevailing, then what kind of disaster management framework India has adopted. So that we'll also try to focus upon. Then what kind of recommendations have been given by various agencies or the bodies which are working for disaster management in our country. Then the conclusion. First of all, let us see that what kind of features we do possess. The total geographical area of the country is 329 million hectare. The land area of our country is 329 million hectare. And the total population is 1.21 billion as far as census 2001 is 11 is concerned. So we are about 124 crore, that will be termed as 1.24 billion at present, and out of these 69% of the people they live in the rural areas and 31% live in the urban areas. So this is the scenario. So whenever there is a disaster, more and more people are affected in the rural areas because the majority of the population lives in the rural areas. But these days there are certain mega cities like Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai, they are located in the coastal zone. So if any disaster occurs in these mega cities, then lot of people may die. So that's why there is a big question mark that what kind of developmental policy we should adopt for developing our mega cities. What kind of urban development policy we should adopt. So more or less we are countries of villages. We are country of villages. 70% population lives in the villages, but still we have to plan in a better way for the urban population as well. As far as gross domestic product, any economic status of a country is known by its gross domestic product, which is known as GDP. So GDP of our country ranks 9th in year 2010. It is about $1.63 trillion. But if you take the resources in terms of purchasing power parity, then we find that India contributes $4.06 trillion and its ranks is 4th. Means परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी के हिसाब से इंडिया की जो रैंकिंग है वो 4th है। कहने का मतलब हम लोग कम पैसे खर्च करके सारी सर्विसेज और सारी गुड्स प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आप यहाँ पर 10 रुपए में जो चीज खरीदेंगे वो फॉरेन में हो सकता है $2 देकर आपको खर्च करना पड़े। मान लीजिए आपने यहाँ पर $1.40 में आपको 1 दर्जन केले मिल गए, लेकिन दूसरी जगह में हो सकता है इसी के लिए आपको $2 खर्च करने पड़ेगा, कम से कम 100 से 150 रुपए खर्च करना पड़ेगा। तो उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इंडिया की रैंकिंग बुरी नहीं है, वी आर 4th, तो हमारी ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट भी अच्छी है। सो दिस इज अ हेल्दी साइन। Then in spite of all the problems, still we have lot of resources and goods available on low cost. Our labor is also cheaply available. So these are some good points of our country. Then as far as the GDP is concerned, per capita is concerned, we are very low because we divide the total income by the population. So the population, we have a huge population. So that's why per capita, in terms of per capita, we are always less. Per capita income, per capita availability of food, per capita availability of milk, per capita availability of water, per capita availability of any kind of resources. Because the population is very, very high, that's our per capita figure will be always less. So that's why many a time it is talked that in per capita terms, we are very, very behind in comparison to the developed nation. Per capita consumption of milk in our country may be very less in comparison to developed nation. Per capita consumption of energy will be also less. Per capita consumption of water will be also less. So in per capita terms, we are ranking 138th. पर कैपिटा के टर्म्स में हमारी जो रैंकिंग है बहुत ही पीछे चली जाती है, 138-39 नंबर पे है पूरे कंट्री में। तो ये हमारी एक कमजोरी है, वीकनेस है। और पर कैपिटा जो इनकम हमारा आ रहा है सालाना, ये $1,371 $1,371 है, जो कि बहुत ही कम है। और परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी के हिसाब से इससे लगभग 3 गुना ज्यादा है, $3,339, $3,339। तो इस तरीके से आप देखेंगे कि जीडीपी पर कैपिटा के टर्म्स में वी आर वेरी वीक, बट एज पर एज ट्रिपल पी इज कंसर्न, परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी की मतलब से उससे अगर हम रैंकिंग करें तो हम बेहतर पोजीशन पे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी 129th रैंक आता है। तो वी हैव टू डू अ लॉट in terms of economics. As far as economics is concerned, because our population is very high, productivity is low, income is low, that's why we are not able to compete with other developed nations. लेकिन पिछले 8-10 सालों में हमारे जीडीपी का जो ग्रोथ रेट है, that is encouraging. It has remained 8.5 up to 11 and on an average 7.45. And still we are more than 6%. We are having a GDP growth more than 6%. So that is a positive indicator. And what is the situation? Where the people are getting jobs and what kind of GDP is being generated by the different sectors. So if you see the sectoral distribution, then agriculture these days is not contributing much. It is only contributing about 19%. Industry is also contributing about 26%, but it is the major service sector which is contributing a lot, and about 55-56% we are getting um, we are getting jobs in the service sector. So this is the situation. That's why our youth or the younger generations, they are unable to get jobs, because in agriculture most of the people living in the rural areas, they cannot be adequately absorbed. Similarly, the industries are also not in high number which can accommodate all the people, and more or less most of the people are getting jobs in service sector. Banks हैं, हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, होटल्स हैं, इस तरह की जो सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड आजकल कर रहे हैं, उस क्षेत्र में हम लोगों को ज्यादा जॉब मिल रही है, दूसरे क्षेत्र में अपेक्षाकृत हमें कम जॉब्स मिल रहा है। तो ये हमारे देश की प्रोफाइल है, जिसमें कुछ हमारे पॉजिटिव इंडिकेटर्स हैं, कुछ हमारे कमजोर इंडिकेटर्स। Now let us look at the geographical features of our country. We are surrounded by sea from three sides, and in the north we have the Himalaya. Himalaya is the biggest resource. Himalaya is the major resource, forest resource, and most of the rivers are also emerging from Himalaya. हिमालय ही सबसे बड़ा नेचुरल रिसोर्स का जो खजाना है, और वही एक मास्टर कंट्रोलर है, पूरे यहाँ के क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस को कंट्रोल करने वाला भी हिमालय ही है। तो आप अगर देखें कि हिमालय से लगभग 17-18 नदियां हैं जो कि मैदानी भागों में निकलती हैं। कुछ ये नदियां पाकिस्तान में इंडस रिवर के रूप में चली जाती है, जो कि इंडस रिवर पाकिस्तान में चली जाती है, जिसको हम हिंदू रिवर भी कहते हैं, जो निकलती तो हमारे हिमालय से ही निकलती है, तिब्बत से निकलती है, लेकिन वो पाकिस्तान चली जाती है। उसी तरह गंगा, यमुना, सतलज, ये हमारी नदियां हिंदुस्तान में बहती हैं, और बाकी कुछ नदियां फिर बांग्लादेश और अपने पास के दूसरे कंट्रीज में भी चली जाती हैं। जैसे ब्रह्मपुत्र है, वो भी बांग्लादेश में चली जाती है हमारे देश से निकलकर। गंगा भी अल्टीमेटली कुछ हद तक बांग्लादेश होते हुए फिर समुद्र की खाड़ी में चली जाती है। तो ये जितने भी रिसोर्सेस हैं हमारे पास, एक तो रिसोर्सेस का खजाना ये हमारे पास नॉर्दर्न इंडिया है, जो कि पानी देता है और मैदान क्रिएट किया है, इसने प्लेन्स बनाए, पंजाब, हरियाणा, गंगा, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, ये सब गैंजेटिक प्लेन तैयार किए इन नदियों ने। दूसरा हमारे पास एक रिसोर्सेस का खजाना है, वो सारा है छोटा नागपुर, विंध्य और दक्कन प्लेटो। ये छोटे छोटी जो पठार हैं, जो कि आपके छोटा नागपुर में सेंट्रल इंडिया में, उड़ीसा, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, आंध्र प्रदेश, उड़ीसा एंड विशाखापट्टनम से आगे आंध्र प्रदेश के ये जो सारे क्षेत्र हैं, इसमें हमारे सबसे ज्यादा मिनरल्स के खान हैं, चाहे कोयला हो, अबरक हो या आयरन के ओर्स हो। ये सारे जो ओर्स हैं इसी प्लेटो रीजन में मिलते हैं, और अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये जंगल भी यहाँ पर हैं, और क्वाइट अनफॉर्चुनेट दैट सोशियो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस ऑफ द पीपल इन दिस रीजन इज नॉट वेरी गुड, एंड इन मेनी पार्ट्स द नेक्सलाइट्स मूवमेंट आर गोइंग ऑन। तो एक तरफ नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज का दोहन हो रहा है, और वहाँ के लोग ज्यादा डेवलप नहीं कर पाए हैं। सो यहाँ पर जिस तरह की सिचुएशंस हैं, ये जो हमारे मिनरल्स वाले जो स्टेट्स हैं, इसमें एक डिफरेंट सिचुएशन है। उनके पास तो दे आर रिच, बट कॉन्ट्रास्ट इज दैट दे आर नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज तो बहुत हैं, लेकिन द पीपल आर पुअर। सो दिस इज द कॉन्ट्रास्ट सिचुएशन इज प्रिवेलिंग। और हिंदुस्तान तीन तरफ से समुद्र से घिरा हुआ है, लगभग 7,516 किलोमीटर समुद्र का क्षेत्र है। अगर इसकी पेरीमीटर लें तो 7,516 किलोमीटर तक समुद्री क्षेत्र से घिरे हुए हैं, और हमारे पास दो बड़े आइलैंड समूह हैं, एक अंडमान एंड निकोबार और दूसरा है इस तरफ लक्षद्वीप। तो इन सारी जो हमारे पार्ट्स हैं, भूभाग हैं, ये समुद्र से ज्यादातर घिरे हुए हैं, दक्षिणी क्षेत्र और पूरब से भी और पश्चिम से भी, तीन तरफ से हम लोग समुद्र से घिरे हुए हैं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने देश की प्लानिंग के लिए पूरे कंट्री को 15 एग्रो इकोलॉजिकल जोन में डिवाइड कर दिया, ताकि हमारी जो प्लानिंग हो एग्रीकल्चर की प्लानिंग हो, डेवलपमेंट की जो प्लानिंग हो, वो इसी एग्रीकल्चरल जोन्स के हिसाब से किया जाए। सबसे पहला जो जोन डिस्क्राइब किया गया वो था वेस्टर्न हिमालयन जोन। वेस्टर्न हिमालयन जोन कहने का मतलब, वेस्टर्न हिमालयन जोन में हमारे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर और हिमाचल प्रदेश और कुछ पार्ट उत्तराखंड तक आएगा। ये वेस्टर्न हिमालयन जोन है हमारा, जहाँ की बहुत बर्फ पड़ती है, ठंडा इलाका है। तो ये एक वेस्टर्न हिमालयन जोन हो गया। इसके बाद ईस्टर्न हिमालयन जोन। ईस्टर्न हिमालयन के जोन्स के जो फीचर हैं बिल्कुल अलग हैं। ईस्टर्न हिमालयन रीजन में बारिश ज्यादा होती है, ह्यूमिड होता है यहाँ पर, और बारिश बहुत ज्यादा होती है, 2500 से 3000 मिलीमीटर, 3000 मिलीमीटर इतनी बारिश वहां होती है ईस्टर्न जोन में। इसके बाद आता है लोअर गैंजेटिक प्लेन। अगर आप इसको फिगर में देखें, लोअर गैंजेटिक प्लेन जो आपका है, ये इलाका है नंबर 4 में, लोअर गैंजेटिक प्लेन एंड अपर गैंजेटिक प्लेन, यानी गंगा के ऊपरी इलाके, उसके बाद लोअर गैंजेटिक प्लेन। 4 नंबर और 5 नंबर ये सारे हमारे गंगा के मैदान हैं जो कि नदी के कारण बने हैं। सो दिस इज द प्लेन, गैंजेटिक प्लेन, 4 and 5 number. Now you can see further. So 4 and 5 middle Gangetic plain and upper Gangetic plain. So the 3 number is here. 3 number is lower Gangetic plain, जो बंगाल का एरिया है उसको लोअर गैंजेटिक में लिया। इसके बाद 4 नंबर में बिहार का एरिया ले लिया और 5 नंबर में उत्तर प्रदेश का एरिया है। तो हमने गंगा के मैदानी इलाकों को 3 भागों में डिवाइड किया है। तो ये 3 जोन गंगा से रिलेटेड है। इसके बाद जो छठा नंबर है, ये देखिए राजस्थान हरियाणा का जो क्षेत्र है वो काफी हद तक राजस्थान में जाता है। सो द 6th नंबर इज ट्रांस गैंजेटिक प्लेन। इसको हम लोग ट्रांस गैंजेटिक प्लेन के नाम से जानते हैं। एंड 7th नंबर इज, ये देखिए सारा ये प्लेटो क्षेत्र आ गया। तो 7th नंबर को हम लोग ईस्टर्न प्लेटो एंड हिल्स रीजन्स के नाम से जानते हैं। इसमें छोटे छोटे पठार हैं, पूर्वी पठार जो हैं, जैसे विंध्याचल के पठार हो गए और फिर छोटा नागपुर का कुछ हिस्सा हो गया। तो ये ईस्टर्न प्लेटो एंड हिल्स रीजन्स आ जाएंगे इसमें। फिर 8वें नंबर पर सेंट्रल प्लेटो एंड हिल्स रीजन्स, 9वें नंबर पर वेस्टर्न प्लेटो एंड हिल्स रीजन्स। आप इसको साथ साथ इधर भी देखते जाइए। 7वें नंबर पर, 8वें नंबर पर सेंट्रल प्लेटो, ये आ गया आपका सेंट्रल प्लेटो मध्य प्रदेश का क्षेत्र। 9वें में फिर आंध्र प्रदेश महाराष्ट्र का क्षेत्र। फिर 10वें में देखिए ये तमिलनाडु और आंध्र प्रदेश का क्षेत्र। इस तरीके से ये सारे क्षेत्रों को हमने डिवाइड किया है ब्रॉडर जोन में। 11 नंबर में आप देखें ये सारा कोस्टल रीजन है जो कि आंध्र प्रदेश, उड़ीसा और इधर तमिलनाडु तक जा रहा है। तो 11 नंबर का कोस्टल रीजन जो है, पूर्वी कोस्टल रीजन को 11 नंबर दिया गया है। उसी तरह से 12 नंबर में पश्चिमी कोस्टल रीजन को 12 नंबर दिया गया है। तो ये जो कोस्टल 2 रीजन है हमारे पास, ईस्ट और वेस्ट, इसका भी एक अलग इकोसिस्टम, एग्रो इकोलॉजिकल जोन, इसको अलग डिवाइड किया गया है। इसके बाद इसी तरह से आप देखें 14 नंबर पे हमने गुजरात के हिस्से को लिया है। सो यू कैन गो फर्दर। 14th नंबर वी हैव वेस्टर्न ड्राई रीजन। 13 नंबर इज द गुजरात प्लेन्स एंड हिल्स रीजन्स। सो 13 नंबर को आप एक बार फिर से देखें। 13 नंबर कम्स टू द गुजरात। सो गुजरात के एरिया में 13 में हिल्स और प्लेन्स दोनों ही हमने 13 नंबर रखा है। फिर ये 14 नंबर जो है आपका डेजर्ट का इलाका होगा। सो वेस्टर्न डेजर्ट और द ड्राई रीजन इज द 14th नंबर एंड लास्टली 15th नंबर इज गिवन टू द आइलैंड रीजन। तो इस तरीके से हमने 15 जोन में इसको डिवाइड किया और हमने इसकी प्लानिंग भी उसी तरीके से करना है। कहने का मतलब जो अंडमान निकोबार और लक्षद्वीप की जो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस है वो एक तरह की हैं। 2 नंबर में ईस्टर्न जोन की क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन अलग तरह की है और इसी तरीके से अलग अलग क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस जो इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर्स के आधार पर हम लोगों ने 15 जोन में इसको डिवाइड किया है। ये प्लानिंग कमीशन ने इसको डिवाइड किया ताकि हम लोग जो एग्रीकल्चर की प्लानिंग करें या डेवलपमेंट की प्लानिंग करें इसी तरीके से करें। इसके अलावा 132 और भी माइक्रो क्लाइमेटिक जोन्स भी बनाए गए हैं ताकि हम माइक्रो लेवल पर इसकी प्लानिंग और भी अच्छी कर सकें। तो ये प्लानिंग गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से की गई है एज पर एज एग्रो इकोलॉजिकल जोन्स आर कंसर्न। अगर इकोलॉजिकल जोन्स को देखें, नहीं भी देखें, तो अगर मेजर क्लाइमेटिक फीचर्स को ध्यान में रखा जाए तो हमको 5 या 6 तरीके से हिंदुस्तान को डिवाइड कर सकते हैं। एक ऐसा इलाका जहां पर बर्फ होता है और बर्फीला इलाका है, ठंडा इलाका है, उसको कहते हैं कोल्ड डेजर्ट काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन। ये ऐसे जो इलाके हैं वो अपर हिमालयन रीजन्स में, हमारे पास जम्मू एंड कश्मीर और इधर अरुणाचल प्रदेश का इलाका, सिक्किम का इलाका है, दे आर द अपर हिमालयन रीजन्स। तो इसमें ठंडक ज्यादा होती है और अलग तरह की वनस्पति पैदा होती है और अलग तरह के वहां पे ऑर्चर्ड्स मिलते हैं। फिर एक सेकंड कैटेगरी में इन्होंने ह्यूमिड सब ट्रॉपिकल रीजन्स में काफी बड़ा एरिया लिया है, जिसमें कि सबसे ज्यादा बारिश नॉर्थ ईस्ट के इलाकों में होती है, जहां से मैंने बोला 2500 से 3000 मिलीमीटर बारिश यहाँ होती है। उसी तरह से ये वेस्टर्न घाट में भी लगभग 2500 से 3000 मिलीमीटर की बारिश होती है। बाकी इन इलाकों में 1000 मिलीमीटर की बारिश होती है। इन सारे इलाकों में उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार लगभग 1000 से 1200 मिलीमीटर तक बारिश होती है। पंजाब में 800-900 मिलीमीटर तक बारिश होती है। तो एक रीजन हमारा ट्रॉपिकल ह्यूमिड हो गया। और फिर ट्रॉपिकल वेट एंड ड्राई, ये तीसरा रीजन। जितने भी प्लेटो रीजन है ये वेट है और कुछ ज्यादातर इलाका हमारा सेमी एरिड है जहाँ पे बारिश कम होती है। और जो एरिड रीजन है वो पूरी तरह से सूखा इलाका जो है, एरिड रीजन जहाँ बारिश बिल्कुल कम होती है, 300 से 500 मिलीमीटर, वो जो रेंज है राजस्थान और गुजरात के। तो कुछ एरिया सूखा है, कुछ एरिया वेट है, कुछ एरिया ह्यूमिड है एंड कुछ एरिया कोल्ड डेजर्ट है। इस तरह से पूरा हिंदुस्तान मेजर क्लाइमेटिक जोन्स में इस तरह से 5 या 6 में हमने इसको डिवाइड कर दिया। तो ये आपको ज्योग्राफी समझने की आवश्यकता है जब आप अपनी प्लानिंग करेंगे। इसी तरह से बायोडायवर्सिटी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से पूरे हिंदुस्तान को काफी बड़े एरिया में जोन्स में डिवाइड किया गया है कि किस तरह की वनस्पति पाए जाते हैं, किस तरह के जीव जंतु पाए जाते हैं, कहाँ बाघ मिलता है, कहाँ हरण मिलता है, कहाँ भालू मिलते हैं, कहाँ पर तरह तरह की वनस्पतियां मिलती हैं। फ्रॉम दैट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से लगभग 20-22 इकोलॉजिकल जोन्स बनाए गए हैं बायोडायवर्सिटी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। कल आपने माउंट आबू का एक देखा चित्रण, जिसमें कि अलग तरह की वनस्पति पाई जाती थी, अलग तरह के चिड़िया पाए जाते थे, अलग तरह के जानवर पाए जाते थे। तो बायोलॉजिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से पूरे हिंदुस्तान को हम लोगों ने 20-22 हैबिटेट्स में डेवलप किया है। इसमें सबसे जो इम्पोर्टेंट हैबिटेट्स है वो ईस्टर्न घाट एंड वेस्टर्न घाट, जहां पर बहुत तरह तरह की बायोडायवर्सिटी पाई जाती है। इसके बाद हिमालय का जो जोन है, ये जो जोन है सारे के सारे हेरिटेज साइट में भी आते हैं बहुत सारे। यूनाइटेड नेशन ने कुछ जोन्स को हेरिटेज साइट घोषित किया हुआ है ताकि उसको प्रिजर्व किया जाए, रोका जाए, क्योंकि वो बायोलॉजिकल डाइवर्सिटी के केंद्र हैं। वहां पे तरह तरह की वनस्पतियां पैदा होती हैं और तरह तरह के जानवर निकलते हैं। दे आर द सेंट्रल प्लेस और द की प्लेसेस फॉर बायोलॉजिकल इवोल्यूशन। और कुछ वेट क्षेत्र हैं, जैसे कच्छ का क्षेत्र है। कच्छ में जो रन कच्छ जो क्षेत्र है वो एक वेटलैंड डेजर्ट है, एक डेजर्ट है और दलदली इलाका है, लेकिन वहां पर अलग तरह की वनस्पतियां पाई जाती हैं, अलग तरह के जानवर पाए जाते हैं। उसी तरह से चिल्का लेक है उड़ीसा में, वो भी वेटलैंड है। ये जो वेटलैंड है इसको विशेष तरीके से प्रोक्योर करने की जरूरत पड़ती है। इसके बाद हमारे पास कुछ महासागरों में कोरल रीफ्स मिलते हैं, जिसमें कुछ जंतुओं के कारण से वो कोरल्स और रीफ्स तैयार होते हैं। वो इनिशियल फॉर्मेशंस हैं। तो उन कोरल्स और रीफ्स को बचाने के लिए अंडमान एंड निकोबार में और अरब की खाड़ी में और दूसरी जगहों पर उसको बचाने के लिए बहुत उसको सेंसिटिव इको जोन्स साबित किया गया है। तो ये इको जोन्स जो इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोटेक्टिंग द फ्लोरा एंड फौना, our country has been divided into about 22 bio zones or biodiversity zones, that is known as ecological zones. Now let us come to the what kind of hazards we are facing in our country. As per this figure, 59% of our land mass is vulnerable to earthquake. लगभग 60% भूभाग तो अर्थक्वेक से प्रभावित होने लायक है और वहां पे अर्थक्वेक आने की संभावना है। 8.5% ऑफ लैंड इज वल्नरेबल टू साइक्लोन्स। 8.5% जो हमारा इलाका है ईस्ट और वेस्ट दोनों तरफ, ये दिस लैंड इज वल्नरेबल टू साइक्लोन्स। कभी भी साइक्लोन्स आ सकते हैं, जैसे अभी कुछ दिन पहले आंध्र प्रदेश में आया, उसके कुछ ही दिन के बाद में गुजरात में आ गया। तो ये जो साइक्लोन्स हैं हमारे देश में हर एक साल में 1 या 2 आ जाते हैं या एक साल बीच करके आ जाते हैं। साइक्लोन्स इज अ रेगुलर फीचर। 5% of land is vulnerable to floods. So some of the areas in Assam, Bihar, Eastern UP, they are more prone to flood. उस इलाके में बाढ़ हर एक साल आती ही आती है. और जो earthquakes हैं, 10.9% land is liable to severe earthquakes. 11% ऐसी जगह हैं जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट का इलाका, भुज का इलाका. तो इसमें जो डार्क कलर में नजर आ रहा है वो सारे जो स्पॉट हैं उसमें तीव्र गति के अर्थक्वेक आ सकते हैं. नॉर्थ ईस्ट का सारा इलाका, जम्मू कश्मीर का कुछ हिस्सा और इधर हिमाचल प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड का कुछ हिस्सा, ये सारे वल्नरेबल जोन में हैं. और इसमें इंटेंसिटी एमएस के 9 और उससे मोर की इंटेंसिटी के भूकंप आ सकते हैं 11% एरिया में. 17.3% में उससे थोड़े कम इंटेंसिटी के भूकंप आ सकते हैं, जिसमें 5 से 6 5 रिक्टर स्केल पे आ सकता है. वो 17.3% लैंड है, जिसमें कि थोड़ा सा आपको उससे कम जो डार्क है, पहले जितना डार्क है उससे सेकंड में जो डार्क है वो हिस्सा जो है 17.3% है, यानी कि सेकेंडरी कैटेगरी का है. उसमें भूकंप की संभावना उससे थोड़ी कम है. और 30% ऐसे भूभाग हैं जिसमें सिमिलर टू जबलपुर में जो अर्थक्वेक आए थे, वो ये जो जोन है इसमें थर्ड कैटेगरी में 30% जो लैंड है, हमारे ज़्यादातर हिस्से जो गंजेटिक प्लेन के हैं या फिर दिल्ली का इलाका है, इस जोन में ये ज़्यादातर आते हैं, जिसमें कि 30% भूभाग उससे प्रभावित हो सकते हैं. तो ज़्यादा खतरा 11% के लिए जो है बहुत ही सेंसिटिव जो जोन है, दे आर इन द डार्क कलर, नॉर्थ ईस्ट जोन. यहाँ पर भुज का इलाका जो भी हिमालयन सिस्टम का ही पार्ट माना जाता था, और यहाँ पर जम्मू कश्मीर एंड हिमाचल प्रदेश के हिस्से ये ज़्यादा प्रभावित होने वाले हिस्से हैं. इसके साथ ही बिहार का कुछ हिस्सा जो है नेपाल बॉर्डर से लगा हुआ, दैट इज ऑल्सो प्रोन टू हाई लेवल ऑफ अर्थक्वेक. So this is situation of earthquake in our country. This is known as earthquake map, earthquake zone map. Now let us see the floods. Floods is more frequent in the Indo-Gangetic floodplain areas. Brahmaputra plains are annual feature on an average. So ब्रह्मपुत्रा का जो रीजन है उसमें तो बाढ़ आती ही आती है, हर एक साल आती है, उससे हम बचते नहीं हैं. उसी तरह से ईस्टर्न यूपी और बिहार का जो इलाका है वहाँ भी बाढ़ हर एक साल आती है. और ये बाढ़ आने का कारण है ऊपर के कैचमेंट एरियाज में जो कि नेपाल में पड़ता है और ऊपर के तिब्बत इलाके में पड़ता है, ऊपरी हिमालयाज में पड़ता है. वहाँ से बारिश होती है, प्रेसिपिटेशन, या फिर बहुत ज़्यादा अगर बर्फ भी पिघलेगा तो भी नदियों में पानी ज़्यादा आएगा. और ज़्यादातर कारण जो है वो मानसून है, यानी रेन है. रेन के कारण से पानी ज़्यादा आता है. और इसमें इंडो गैंजेटिक प्लेन्स में ब्रह्मपुत्रा और गैंजेटिक रीजन्स में यहाँ पर फ्रीक्वेंट फीचर्स है कि बाढ़ आती ही आती है. बाढ़ आने से कुछ फायदे भी होते हैं, क्योंकि बाढ़ बहुत अपने साथ में मिट्टी भी लाती है, उपजाऊ मिट्टी लाती है. उसी कारण से सारे मैदान बने थे. सो नेचुरली तो ये कोई गलत फीचर नहीं है, लेकिन हम लोगों ने अपने जीविकोपार्जन के लिए नदियों के किनारे हम बसे हुए हैं, और उस कारण से हमें तकलीफ ज़्यादा हो जाती है कि जब कभी भी बाढ़ आता है तो फिर हमें वहाँ से हटकर दूसरी जगह पर जाना पड़ता है. फॉर द नेचर इट्स इज अ कॉमन फीचर. और लेकिन हमें उपजाऊ जमीन चाहिए थी, इसलिए सारे की सारी जो मानव जाति है वो नदियों के किनारे बसी, क्योंकि वहाँ पर खेत हैं. आप कभी जमाने में वो लोग क्रॉप बीज डालते थे और वहाँ पर वो फर्टाइल लैंड होती थी. कोई भी अगर मान लीजिए फर्टिलाइजर भी नहीं डाले तो भी वहाँ पर बम्पर क्रॉप हुआ करती थी. तो इन उपजाऊ मिट्टी के कारण से ही ज़्यादातर जो सभ्यताएं हैं नदियों के किनारे बसी. तो ये एक हमारी मनुष्यों के रहने के कारण से समस्या ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है कि हम लोग उसी फ्लड प्लेन जोन में बसने लगे हैं. उसका ही एक केस आपने जब देखा होगा कि श्रीनगर जो उत्तराखंड का एक शहर है, छोटा सा शहर है, वो घाटी में बसा हुआ है. और घाटी में बसे होने के कारण से सबसे ज़्यादा तबाही, बिल्डिंग्स की जो सबसे ज़्यादा तबाही हुई वो श्रीनगर में हुई. रुद्रप्रयाग और दूसरी जगह पर तो भूस्खलन हुआ और बहुत सारी केदार घाटी में दूसरी घटनाएं घटी. श्रीनगर पूरी तरह से सबमर्ज कर गया, वहां पर सिल्ट से भर गया और पूरी तरह से पानी से भर गया, क्योंकि वो घाटी में बसा हुआ था. अभी थोड़ी देर में हम लोग एक जम्मू एंड कश्मीर का भी केस स्टडी करेंगे कि वहां पर सिचुएशन क्यों इतनी दुखदायी हो गई. हालांकि लोग ज़्यादा नहीं मरे हैं, वो एक आकलन आपको मैं बताऊंगा कि हम लोग टीवी में देख देख कर डर रहे थे, लेकिन फिर भी लगता है 300 से ज़्यादा लोग हमारे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में इस दुर्घटना में, इससे ज़्यादा लोग नहीं मरे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे आर्मी ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. सो विल दैट केस स्टडी विल कम लिटिल लेटर. So first of all, let us finish this different kind of features or hazards which are prevailing in our country. Now we talk about the wind and cyclones. विंड और साइक्लोन्स भी एक कॉमन फीचर्स है. जब भी बंगाल की खाड़ी में कोई डिप्रेशन होता है तो साइक्लोन तैयार होता है, और वो साइक्लोन हमारे कोस्टल रीजन में तेजी से उसको अटैक करता है, और कोस्टल रीजन में इसका जब प्रभाव थोड़ा कम पड़ता है फिर ये प्लेन में दूसरी तरफ जाता है. जैसे अभी जो आंध्र प्रदेश में साइक्लोन आया वो लगभग 100 से 150 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से इन कोस्टल रीजन्स में बहा. बाद में इसकी रफ्तार 80-90 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की हो गई, और दिल्ली आते आते और भी कम हो गई, 40-50 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे. लेकिन इसके जो फायदे और नुकसान क्या हैं? असमय कभी भी हमारे मुल्क में ये रेन ला सकता है. जैसे अभी हमारी फसल तैयार थी सारी, और उस समय ये रेन आ गया तो कई जगह पर फसल का नुकसान हो गया, क्योंकि हम लोग काटने वाले थे धान काटने से पहले ही ये तेजी से ये तूफान आ गया, और जिसके कारण हमारी नुकसान हो गया. तो ये कोस्टल रीजन में नुकसान तो करते ही करते हैं, लेकिन प्लेन रीजन में हमारे मेन लैंड में भी इसका नुकसान कई बार हमें भुगतना पड़ता है. कई बार फायदे हैं, ज्यादातर इसका नुकसान ही है. तो साइक्लोन बंगाल की खाड़ी में सबसे ज्यादा उत्पन्न होते हैं, क्योंकि ये एरिया काफी जियोलॉजिकली काफी ये एक्टिव है, और वेस्टर्न जो पार्ट है वो जियोलॉजिकली उतना एक्टिव नहीं है, इसलिए इधर से जो विंड आते हैं और इधर से तूफान आते हैं वो उतने तीव्र गति के नहीं होते. तो गुजरात में और बैंगलोर में जो गति है इन साइक्लोन्स की उतनी तेज नहीं है, उतनी एक्टिव नहीं है, लेकिन बंगाल की खाड़ी से आने वाली जो साइक्लोन्स हैं उसमें गति ज्यादा है. अब लेट अस do a calculation that what kind of damage is done by these disasters. तो ये देखिए कि अर्थक्वेक आता तो कुछ समय के लिए है, लेकिन डैमेज पूरा करता है. तो इसमें डैमेज हमें ज्यादा हो जाता है, लोग भी ज्यादा हताहत हो सकते हैं, और सबसे ज्यादा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डैमेज करता है. सितंबर 18 को 2011 में सिक्किम में जो भूकंप आया उसमें लोग तो कम मरे, 54 लोग मरे, और 100 से ज्यादा इंजर्ड हुए, क्योंकि ऐसी जगह पर इसका सेंटर था जहां पर ज्यादा आबादी नहीं थी, तो इसलिए बच गए ज्यादा लोग. और इसमें यह पाया गया कि जो ट्रेडिशनल बिल्डिंग्स थे, जो गांव में उन्होंने लकड़ी के जो मकान बना रखे थे, वो कम कोलैप्स हुए, और आरसीसी स्ट्रक्चर वाले ज्यादा मकान टूट गए. तो ये हमारे लिए एक चैलेंज है कि हाउ वी कैन improve upon our technology. So that is a challenge with our engineers. दिसंबर 2004 में हमारे यहाँ सुनामी आई. ये जो सुनामी थी इसमें 12,000 लोग मरे और 8,000 मिसिंग हुए. तो इंडियन ओशंस में ये इंडिया, इंडोनेशिया और मलेशिया और बहुत सारी दूसरी कंट्री, श्रीलंका को भी इसने टच किया. तो 2004 में ठीक 25 दिसंबर के रात में 26 तारीख को सुबह ये भूकंप जो सुनामी आई, जिसमें काफ़ी लोग इससे तबाह हुए, और अंडमान और निकोबार द्वीप समूह में वहाँ के जो लोग थे वो भी प्रभावित हुए. लेकिन सौभाग्य से निकोबार में ये तूफान तो बहुत तेज था, लेकिन जितने लोग थे बहुत जल्दी ही सुबह सुबह अपने घर छोड़कर ऊपर वाले इलाकों में पहाड़ियों पर भाग गए, जिसके कारण वहाँ पर मरने की संख्या बहुत कम रही. शायद कोई भी वहाँ नहीं मरा, निकोबार जो आइलैंड था. उसी तरह से 2001 में जो भुज का भूकंप था उसमें सबसे बड़ी हताहत हुई, 20,000 लोग मर गए. ये सबसे बड़ा नुकसान था, और लगभग 1.5 लाख लोग इंजर्ड हुए और 4 लाख घर बर्बाद हो गए. तो ये सबसे बड़ा नुकसान था, क्योंकि भुज में इससे पहले लोगों ने इसको एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किया था. हालांकि ये सबसे सेंसिटिव जोन है, लेकिन ताज्जुब की बात एक और भी थी कि भुज से 1 किलोमीटर दूर एक ट्राइबल की बस्ती थी, जहां उनके पास जो झोपड़ी थे वो मिट्टी के बने हुए थे, और ऊपर उन्होंने डोम शेप में अपने फूस के छप्पर बनाए हुए थे. उन मकानों को कुछ नहीं हुआ था. तो बार बार ये स्टडी एक टीम करने जाया करती थी कि 1.5 किलोमीटर दूर, जो एपी सेंटर से केवल 1.5 किलोमीटर दूर भुज में वो एक ट्राइबल की बस्ती थी, 50 या 100 घर थे, वहाँ कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ. नुकसान नहीं होने का कारण ये था कि उन्होंने ट्रेडिशनल लो कॉस्ट हाउसेस बना रखे थे, मिट्टी के मकान और ऊपर फूस के छप्पर. So it was not having any impact. In spite of that, it was near to the epicenter. Now if you come to the floods are very regular features in Assam, Bihar and some adjoining areas, eastern UP. So in 87, 2004, 2007, 2008, so mainly Kosi river is the most vulnerable river, important river for the floods in Bihar. Over 2.3 million people were affected. ये कोसी रिवर में जब भी बाढ़ आती है तो बहुत बड़ा मैदानी इलाका डुबा देता है. Other disasters which has occurred in our country, on 13th April 2010, 140 persons were killed and thousands were homeless, were demolished due to the powerful storm in West Bengal, and about 5 lakh of the people were left homeless. 2010 में एक तूफान आया जो कि वेस्ट बंगाल के रीजन में इसने काफी प्रभावित किया. इसका कुछ नाम दिया गया था. जो भी साइक्लोन आता है और जो भी तूफान आता है उसका एक नाम दिया जाता है. नाम किस इसलिए दिया जाता है ताकि हम उसको स्टडी कर पाएं, उसकी फीचर्स को स्टडी कर पाएं, उसके बिहेवियर को स्टडी कर पाएं और उससे कुछ हम लोग लेसन्स ले सकें. दैट्स व्हाई वी गिव सम काइंड ऑफ नेम टू ईच काइंड ऑफ साइक्लोन, ईच हरिकेन. जो हरिकेन भी आता है जैसे नॉर्थ साउथ अमेरिका में, तो उस जगह पर उसका हम लोग नाम देते हैं. इसी तरह से जो साइक्लोन्स आते हैं उसका भी हम लोग कुछ नाम देते हैं. On 2nd June 2010, heat wave struck on India along with some other parts of the South Asia when the temperature reached to 53 degree centigrade. अचानक जून 2010 में टेम्परेचर जो था हमारे सेंट्रल एंड साउदर्न जोन का ये 53 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पड़ गया और इसमें कई लोग लू की चपेट में आ गए. तो ऐसे जो टेम्परेचर डिफरेंसेस हैं वो भी एक क्लाइमेटिक चेंज का एक हिस्सा हो सकता है कि अचानक से टेम्परेचर बढ़ जा रहा है और अचानक से कोई भी चीज होगी तो उसका इम्पैक्ट गहरा होगा, उसमें लोग ज्यादा मरेंगे. सो एनीथिंग विच इज हैपनिंग ऑल ऑफ अ सडन एंड पीपल आर नॉट प्रिपेयर्ड. अगर हम लोग किसी खौलते हुए गर्म पानी में धीरे धीरे उस पानी को गर्म किया जाए तो हम उसके हीट को हो सकता है 90 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड तक सह जाएं, लेकिन अचानक हम उस 98 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर में अपना आप हाथ रखेंगे तो जल जाएंगे. तो ऐसी सिचुएशन हमारे साथ भी हो सकती है कि ऑल ऑफ ए सडन अगर टेम्परेचर बढ़ जाए या ऑल ऑफ ए सडन ठंडक हो जाए तो काफी लोग उससे मरते हैं और बीमार पड़ते हैं. 4th March 2010, 63% died in an stampede at the Hindu temple in Pratapgarh of उत्तर प्रदेश. तो आपने देखा होगा कि जब भी ऐसे समय में दिस इज अ मैन मेड डिजास्टर. हरिद्वार में कभी भगदड़ मच जाती है, कभी संगम में भगदड़ मच जाती है, कभी दशहरे और छठ, दिवाली और छठ के समय दिल्ली स्टेशन पर भगदड़ मच जाती है, क्योंकि लोगों की इतनी भीड़ इकट्ठी होती है उस समय में उस जगह पर, जैसे मेला है या तीर्थ स्थान है, वहां पर स्टैम्पेड जो होता है it will go to the, can we call it a natural disaster or man-made disaster? Certainly it's a man-made disaster because the people are coming there. We are not managing the things in a systematic manner and there is no law and order kind of situation. So if it is not managed well, then there is a chance of a stampede. भगदड़ मचने की दुर्घटना हो सकती है. उसी तरह से 2011 में जब ये साइक्लोन आया उसमें 50 लोग मर गए, लेकिन इस बार जब साइक्लोन आया उसमें बहुत मुश्किल से 10 या 20 लोग मरे आंध्र प्रदेश में. वो लोग भी जिन्होंने अवहेलना की. अदरवाइज हमारी फोरकास्टिंग सबसे पहले हो गई थी कि सभी लोग यहाँ से निकल जाएं और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने सबको पकड़कर वहां से निकाल दिया था, सबको सेफ जगह पर ले गए थे, इसलिए मरने वालों की संख्या बहुत ही कम रही. तो इस पॉलिसीज को ध्यान में रखते हुए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने भी 2005 में एक नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट तैयार किया है, जिसके अंतर्गत नेशनल लेवल पे नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी बनाई गई है. उसको कहते हैं NDMA, नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी. ये नेशनल लेवल पर हमने ये टीम तैयार की है और वो नेशनल लेवल से फिर स्टेट लेवल पर ऑपरेट करती है. तो नेशनल NDMA की जो टीम है वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्टेट लेवल के NDMA टीम को गाइड करती है. फिर स्टेट लेवल अथॉरिटी बनाई गई है और फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल अथॉरिटी तैयार किए गए हैं जिसमें कि आपके जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट होते हैं या कलेक्टर होते हैं वो इस अथॉरिटी की देखभाल करते हैं, और समय समय पर खासकर जब जब ऐसी आपदाएं आने वाली होती हैं, जैसे बाढ़ आने वाला है, तो वहाँ का जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर क्या करता है, वो एक असेसमेंट करता है कि हमारे कौन कौन से क्षेत्र बाढ़ से प्रभावित होने वाले हैं, लेट अस प्रिपेयर फॉर इट, और एक प्रिपरेशन शुरू कर देता है 2 महीने पहले प्रिपेयर करके रेडी रहते हैं वो लोग कि इस बार जब बाढ़ आएगी तो हम लोग इससे ऐसे निपटेंगे। जहां प्रिपरेशन अच्छी होती है वहां पर दुर्घटनाएं कम होती हैं, लोग कम मरते हैं। सो ये प्रिपेयर्डनेस भी एक इम्पॉर्टेंट टूल है जिसके जरिए हम लोग इसको डिजास्टर को मिटिगेट कर सकते हैं। सो प्रिपेयर्डनेस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, खासकर जब अब रेनी सीजन में लैंडस्लाइड्स होगा ही होगा। उत्तराखंड गवर्नमेंट को ये पता है ये कहाँ लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है, तो वो पहले से अगर प्लानिंग नहीं करेगी, जेसीबी मशीन अगर एक्स्ट्रा रखेगी तो जल्दी से जल्दी काम बनेगा। तो ये प्लानिंग जो होती है पहले से करनी पड़ती है। दैट्स व्हाई वी हैव क्रिएटेड अ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एट नेशनल लेवल, स्टेट लेवल एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल। तो इस तरीके से वी आर ट्राइंग टू मैनेज द डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ डिजास्टर्स इन आवर कंट्री। सो देयर आर 3 tier system. So what is the vision of NDMA? NDMA का क्या विजन है? To build a safer and disaster resilient India by developing a holistic, proactive, multi-disaster and technology driven strategy. क्या करना चाहते हैं कि डेवलपिंग अ होलिस्टिक मतलब पूर्ण रूप से देखने योग्य, प्रोएक्टिव मतलब एक्टिव रहें हम और उसके अनुकूल काम करें, मल्टी डिजास्टर को ध्यान में रखते हुए काम करें, एंड टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन स्ट्रेटेजी। हमारे पास ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज होनी चाहिए कि अलग अलग डिजास्टर को हम लोग मिटिगेट कर सकें। तो ये पॉलिसीज एनडीएमए सोचती है आप हमारे हिंदुस्तान में, और इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज एंड नॉन गवर्नमेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस दे शुड कम टुगेदर एंड वर्क फॉर द मिटिगेशन ऑफ डिजास्टर। सुबह चर्चा हो रही थी कि क्या गाइडलाइंस बने, तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने 30 गाइडलाइंस बनाए हैं। गाइडलाइंस ऑन मैनेजमेंट ऑफ अर्बन फ्लडिंग, guidelines on the role of NGO in the disaster management, guidelines on drought management, guidelines on management of tsunamis। तो इस तरह के डिफरेंट डिजास्टर्स के ऊपर 30 गाइडलाइंस गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने बनाया है जिसको कि हमें फॉलो करना चाहिए और हमें उसको स्टडी करके लोगों को बताना चाहिए। There are 30 guidelines which has been developed by Government of India on various issues. So this disaster prevention and mitigation is done at national level, state level and district level, and there is a early warning system. Early warning system in case of flood, अगर बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश हो गई उत्तराखंड में तो निचले प्लेन एरियाज में वार्निंग जाती है कि हम अब इतना पानी छोड़ रहे हैं और आप लोग वहाँ से हट जाइए, सिग्नल देते हैं, वो वार्निंग सिस्टम होता है। लेकिन अभी कुछ दिन पहले आपने सुना होगा आंध्र प्रदेश से कुछ छात्र हिमाचल प्रदेश में गए थे मंडी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, और उन्होंने देखा पास एक नदी है, सब वहां पर पिकनिक मनाने चले गए घूमने के लिए, और अचानक से मंडी के ऊपर वाले क्षेत्र में वहां से डैम का जो दरवाजा था वो खोल दिया गया। उससे भारी मात्रा में पानी नीचे नदी में आ गया और जिससे कि सारे बच्चे उसमें फंस गए और 15, 20 या 24 बच्चे जो थे उसमें वो मर गए, डूब गए, बह गए। तो ऐसी अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम हर एक चीजों के साथ लगा हुआ है। जब भी आप पानी रिलीज करेंगे तो पहले निचले इलाकों पे आप ये फोन करेंगे या फिर उसमें चेतावनी भेजेंगे कि वी आर गोइंग टू रिलीज सो मच ऑफ वाटर, देयर इज अ हैवी स्टोरेज ऑफ वाटर दिस साइड, वी कैन नॉट कंट्रोल इट, नाउ वी आर गोइंग टू रिलीज आफ्टर 1 आवर। तो 2 या 3 घंटे पहले ये वार्निंग दे दी जाती है और इट शुड रीच टू द डाउन स्ट्रीम, जो नीचे के धाराओं से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं और स्टेशन हैं वहां पर ये वार्निंग भेजी जाती है। सो दैट्स व्हाई अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम रहेगा तो हम लोग कम से कम सचेत हो जाएंगे, हम लोग बच जाएंगे। दैट्स व्हाई दिस अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम हैज बीन क्रिएटेड। दिस अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम हैज डेवलप्ड वेल इन केस ऑफ साइक्लोन because we have a satellite system. We have also installed various sensors and various kinds of mechanism in the Bay of Bengal, and from there we are able to get the information, right information 2 days in advance or 3 days in advance, and we are able to assess the problems. तो जैसे ही बंगाल की खाड़ी में साइक्लोन उठता है उसकी असेसमेंट हम करने लगते हैं और 2 या 3 दिन पहले हम बाकी लोगों को सचेत कर देते हैं। तो अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम कैन हेल्प अस इन अ बेटर वे टू मैनेज द डिजास्टर। तो ये अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम हमें जरूर तैयार करना चाहिए, इसको डेवलप करना चाहिए। आपको ये जानकर ताज्जुब होगा, जब अंडमान निकोबार में जब ये सुनामी आई थी तो वहाँ का पॉलिटेक्निक जो है, गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक पोर्ट ब्लेयर में, उन्होंने फटाफट एक अल्टरनेटिव इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम तैयार किया और बाकी मेन लैंड से कनेक्टिविटी जोड़ी। क्योंकि ये जब भी कोई आपदा आती है तो सबसे बड़ी बड़ी बुरी तरह प्रभावित होने वाला जो चीज है वो है आपका इंफॉर्मेशन नेटवर्क। सो अगर टेलीकम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम खत्म हो गया, टेलीफोन खत्म हो गया, तो यू आर अनेबल टू कनेक्ट एंड गिव द रियल पिक्चर टू द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एंड यू कैनॉट गेट द बेटर रिलीफ एंड रिहेबिलिटेशन पैकेज। तो उसके लिए कम से कम इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम होना चाहिए। तो 12 से 15 घंटे के अंतर्गत वहाँ के पॉलिटेक्निक ने, प्रिंसिपल ने एक टीम बनाई और उन्होंने फटाफट वहाँ इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम बहाल किया। तो इसी तरह से आप लोग भी अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे सकते हैं, जो हमारे पॉलिटेक्निक एंड इंजीनियरिंग के लोग हैं। अगर आपके क्षेत्र में कोई ऐसे आपदा आती है तो यू कैन डेवलप सम काइंड ऑफ अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम or some alternative information system so that people are unable to interact with the administration, interact with the other people. So national level, state level, district level and पंचायत level पर यह सिस्टम अवेलेबल होना चाहिए ताकि हम लोगों को जल्दी से आगाह कर पाएं। और ये प्रिपेयर्डनेस की जो बात मैं कह रहा था कि डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस से बहुत सारी जान को हम बचा सकते हैं। इफ द कम्युनिटी इज प्रिपेयर्ड, then they can save themselves. Then mitigation and response can be done accordingly. So preparedness के लिए community में कई बार हम लोग उनकी तैयारी कराते हैं। जैसे मान लीजिए बाढ़ आने वाली है तो 2-3 महीने पहले सारे लोगों के साथ मिलकर एक टीम तैयार करते हैं, उनको सचेत करते हैं कि अब अगले महीने में अगर बाढ़ आएगी तो आप लोग कैसे बचेंगे। उतने बोट्स इकट्ठे किए जाते हैं, उतने अल्टरनेटिव शेल्टर्स के सामान भी इकट्ठे किए जाते हैं, उतने ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की समस्या से जूझने के लिए उतनी उसका प्रबंध किया जाता है। सो इन एडवांस प्लानिंग करते हैं सभी चीजों की, सो दैट वी कैन मिटिगेट द डिजास्टर इन अ सिस्टमेटिक मैनर, लोगों को कम से कम परेशानी हो। अब इसके लिए जरूरत यह है कि आज आपने देखा होगा कि ये पॉलिटेक्निक और इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस के सिलेबस में डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट को जोड़ दिया गया है। तो आपको ये पढ़ाना भी है बच्चों को, वो इसीलिए जोड़ा गया है कि लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा अवेयर हों। तो इसमें हमने इंजीनियर्स और टेक्नीशियंस को भी इसके लिए तैयार करना है। तो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट इज वन ऑफ द मेन टारगेट ऑफ नेशनल गवर्नमेंट एंड थ्रू NIDM, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, जो कि दिल्ली में है, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन दिल्ली के कैंपस में देयर इज अ इंस्टीट्यूशन कॉल्ड नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट। यहाँ से कल हमारे पास एक एक्सपर्ट होंगे, वो कुछ शेयर करेंगे कि वहां पर वो लोग कैसे काम करते हैं नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट में, और वहां पर पूरे देश के जो ऑफिसर्स हैं उनकी ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। जो हमारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर्स हैं, जो हमारे प्लानिंग ऑफिसर्स हैं, एग्रीकल्चर और रूरल डेवलपमेंट के फील्ड में काम कर रहे हैं, अर्बन डेवलपमेंट के फील्ड में काम कर रहे हैं, इन सारे ऑफिसर्स की जो ट्रेनिंग होती है NIDM न्यू दिल्ली में होती है, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट। So similarly, state level पे there is an administrative training institute, so they are also trained in the subject of disaster management, so that our administrative officers, the district collectors, the magistrates, they are also trained in the field of disaster management. इसके अलावा कम्युनिटी लेवल अवेयरनेस एंड प्रिपेयर्डनेस जो है, लोगों के साथ मिलकर उनकी तैयारी करनी, उनको सचेत करना, ये एक काम, बहुत बड़ा काम है, जिसके लिए अगर हम काम करेंगे तो लोग कम से कम इससे हताहत होंगे और उसका जो डैमेज है हम लोग कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। सो देयर आर टू टाइप ऑफ चैलेंजेस। वन विल बी टर्म्ड एज अ शॉर्ट टर्म चैलेंजेस। जहां कोई आपदा आई तो वहां पर एक शॉर्ट टर्म प्लानिंग करते हैं कि ऐसे बाढ़ आ गई है तो वी हैव रिलीफ एंड रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस करते हैं, वहां पर पहुंच जाते हैं और पहला एक शॉर्ट टर्म प्लानिंग बनाते हैं कि लेट अस मिटिगेट दैट दिस पर्टिकुलर चैलेंज। जैसे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में जब फ्लड आया तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने फटाफट आर्मी की टीम भेजी और BSF की टीम भेजी और ग्रेजुअली हम लोग भेज दिए। तो एक शॉर्ट टर्म प्लानिंग हमारी कुछ ऐसी नहीं थी, तो शॉर्ट टर्म में हम लोगों ने फटाफट अपने टास्क फोर्सेस को वहां पर भेजा। फिर बाद में जैसे जैसे पता चला कि कितने लोग फंसे हुए हैं, फिर हमने एयरफोर्स की मदद ली, फिर हमने कई हेलीकॉप्टर्स लगाए कि हमें पता चल गया कि लाखों लोग फंसे हुए हैं। कुछ लोग फंसे हुए हैं हमारे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के तीर्थ स्थानों पर, कुछ लोग कश्मीर के डिफरेंट वैलीज में फंसे हुए हैं। तो इमीडिएटली हेलीकॉप्टर्स ऑपरेशन हमने शुरू किए। तो ये इमीडिएट प्लानिंग थी हमारी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, जिसके कारण से कम लोग वहां मरे, ज्यादा लोग नहीं मरे हैं। हालांकि त्रासदी जैसी थी उससे उसकी अपेक्षा बहुत कम लोग ही हताहत हुए हैं और ज्यादा लोगों को हम लोगों ने बचा लिया, लगभग 2 लाख लोगों को वहां से निकाल लिया। तो ये एक शॉर्ट टर्म प्लानिंग के अंतर्गत वी ट्राई टू मिटिगेट द थिंग्स। देन आफ्टर द डिजास्टर विच हैज ऑलरेडी अकर्ड, or otherwise in order to reduce the disaster we have a long term planning। जो भी हम डेवलपमेंट का काम करें उसमें एक लॉन्ग टर्म हम ध्यान रख के करें कि इस क्षेत्र में बहुत बाढ़ आ सकती है। अभी यहाँ पर 1500 मिलीमीटर बारिश होती है, हो सकता है ये 2000 हो जाएगी, तो हम उसी तरह के स्ट्रक्चर डिजाइन करते हैं, उसी तरह से रोड भी उसी तरह से डिजाइन करते हैं ताकि ये बाढ़ में बहे नहीं और ये उसको हम लोग प्रोक्योर कर पाए। तो ये डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन जिसकी चर्चा मैं कल भी कर रहा था कि जो भी हम प्लान तैयार करते हैं उसमें इनिशियली देयर इज अ कंपोनेंट कॉल्ड DRR, डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन। तो आप लोग इसको जरूर नोट कर लें कि फॉर द प्लानिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑल द इंजीनियर्स एंड मैनेजर्स दे शुड नो दैट वी हैव टू find out a policy or we have to develop a plan so that there is risk is minimized। DRR, disaster risk reduction, जितना हम कम कर दें उतना ज्यादा उचित है। तो ये चैलेंजेस हैं हमारे पास में। सो मेजर रिकमेंडेशंस जो है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के काम करने के लिए, व्हाट वी हैव टू डू, द इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ DRR इन डेवलपमेंट प्लान एंड प्रोग्राम्स। तो हमारे जितने भी विकास की प्रक्रिया है उसमें DRR कंपोनेंट इनबिल्ट किया जाए। मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूं कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक प्लान तैयार किया, इसको कहते हैं स्वर्णिम चतुर्भुज परियोजनाएं। हाईवे बनाए जा रहे हैं और इसको कहते हैं गोल्डन क्वाड्रिलेटरल हाईवे स्कीम्स। इस स्कीम्स के अंतर्गत बड़े बड़े रोड बनाए जा रहे हैं। अब इस रोड तो हम लोग बना रहे हैं, लेकिन इसका एक आपको एग्जाम्पल बताऊं, उड़ीसा और बिहार के जगहों पर ये जो रोड हाईवेज तैयार किए गए उसमें 8 से 10 फीट मिट्टी भर के रोड तैयार कर दिया गया और रोड तैयार कर दिया गया, गांव के गांव बड़े उस रोड से जुड़ गए। और उस डेवलपमेंट की प्रक्रिया में हम लोगों ने क्या गलती की कि हम लोगों ने जहां जहां से पानी निकलने की जगह थी उसमें कोई कल्वर्ट और कोई पुल नहीं बनाए, कल्वर्ट नहीं बनाए, उस हाइड्रोलॉजिकली उसको नहीं डिजाइन किया और हमने वहां पर रोड बना दिए भरकर, मिट्टी भर के। इसके बाद अगले साल जब बाढ़ आई, बारिश हुआ बहुत तेज बिहार के कुछ गांव में और लोग पूरी तरह से वहां पर घिर गए, पानी जाने का कोई रास्ता नहीं था। तो वो जो रोड हमने बनाया वो रोड भी अंततोगत्वा तोड़ दिया गया क्योंकि लोग सब डूब रहे थे और उसमें पानी निकासी की व्यवस्था नहीं होने के कारण से क्या हुआ, जो हमने रोड कंस्ट्रक्ट किया वो डिजास्टर को कम करने के बजाय डिजास्टर को उसने बढ़ा दिया। तो हमें ऐसी प्लानिंग नहीं करनी चाहिए जिसमें कि डिजास्टर की रिस्क और बढ़ जाए। तो हमें उस जगह में जब भी हम काम कर रहे हो तो ये ध्यान रखें कि व्हाट आर द इम्पोर्टेंट प्रॉब्लम्स विच द पीपल कैन फेस इन फ्यूचर। वी शुड नॉट कंस्ट्रक्ट सच काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रक्चर विच कैन बिकम डिस्ट्रक्शन फॉर द पीपल। इसीलिए कहते हैं विकास या विनाश। कई बार हम इस बात को कहते हैं कि हमने विकास किया या विनाश किया। तो इस चीज को ध्यान में रखकर आकलन करके वहाँ के हाइड्रोलॉजिकल फीचर्स को, सोशो इकोनॉमिक फीचर्स को, वहाँ के इन्वायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट करके ही हमें कोई डेवलपमेंट प्लान तैयार करना चाहिए। देन ओनली इट विल बी कंड्यूसिव टू द पीपल, इट विल बी कंड्यूसिव टू द नेचर। तो कल 2-3 एग्जाम्पल आपको इसमें काफी मिले कि जैसे नेचर के साथ कैसे प्लान करें, उनके साथ कैसे काम करें और सारी डेवलपमेंट की प्रक्रिया उनके अनुकूल होनी चाहिए। तो ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को चाहिए कि NDMA और स्टेट लेवल की जो अथॉरिटी है उसको मजबूत करे। अदरवाइज हमें लगता है कि अगर मान लीजिए लखनऊ में कहीं भूकंप आ गया तो क्या करेंगे, ऐसा कोई वहां पर टास्क फोर्स नजर नहीं आता है, विजिबिलिटी नजर नहीं आती है। उसी तरह से किसी जगह पर अचानक से बाढ़ आ गई तो हम क्या करेंगे। तो इसलिए हमारे जो टास्क फोर्स हैं स्टेट लेवल पर वो कमजोर हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर और भी कमजोर हैं, हम लोगों को पता ही नहीं है। तो हमारी जो प्रिपेयर्डनेस है कुछ डिजास्टर के मामले में बिल्कुल जीरो है। तो इसलिए हमें कम से कम कोई ना कोई टास्क फोर्स क्रिएट करना चाहिए स्टेट लेवल पर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर, ताकि हम और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अवेयर हों, और जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, चाहे जो एनजीओज पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं ऐसे ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स में, gradually they can form some kind of committee at their level and they can contribute whenever such disasters is taking place. तो अगर हम पहले से प्रिपेयर्ड होंगे, जानेंगे, तभी उस डिजास्टर से बचने की संभावना होगी। तो ये हमारी प्रिपरेशन पे ही डिपेंड करेगा। सो इट ऑल डिपेंड्स ऑन आवर प्रिपरेशन। ओके, so regional and grassroots level initiatives are required. Disaster management task force should be there, preparedness should be in advance, then planning as per the agroclimatic zones. एग्रोक्लाइमेटिक जोन्स के हिसाब से हमारी प्लानिंग भी होनी चाहिए। तो ये कुछ बातें हैं जो कि हमें ध्यान में रखना चाहिए डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लानिंग के लिए। एंड वी टू नीड टू डेवलप स्टेट एंड रीजन स्पेसिफिक डिजास्टर मिटिगेशन प्लान्स। तो स्टेट लेवल पे और रीजन स्पेसिफिक हमें प्लान्स तैयार करने चाहिए, ताकि हमने जो गलतियां की, जो मैं एग्जांपल बता रहा था, हाईवे तो बना दिया हमने, लेकिन वो प्रॉब्लम आ गई उसमें, जब पानी निकलने के लिए हमने साधन नहीं छोड़े, कलवर्ट नहीं छोड़े, सो माइक्रो लेवल पैरामीटर्स को हमने स्टडी नहीं किया, तो इट बिकेम अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर अस। तो यहाँ पर मैं 2-4 मिनट के लिए ब्रेक करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये हमने सेशन आपको डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर कवर किया। देन विल हैव अ केस स्टडी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। इन द मीन टाइम यू काइंडली प्रिपेयर फॉर सम क्वेश्चंस। तब तक मैं दूसरी स्लाइड्स अभी लगाता हूँ, तब तक आपके अगर प्रश्न हो तो रेडी रहें। साथियों, आपने अभी कुछ चीजें सुनी जो कि मैनेजमेंट से रिलेटेड थी। डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की क्या पॉलिसी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अपनाई है। उन्होंने नेशनल लेवल पर नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी तैयार किया है। NIDM, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, एक इंस्टीट्यूशन खड़ा किया है जिसके द्वारा वो लोग ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं, और जितने भी हमारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिशियल्स हैं और जितने गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स हैं उनकी ट्रेनिंग होती है। इसके अलावा PWD और दूसरे जो हमारे बिल्डिंग के जो लोग हैं या फिर बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लोग हैं, ऐसे लोगों को भी ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है। तो ये हमने कुछ अभी बात आपको मैनेजमेंट पॉइंट्स ऑफ व्यू से बताई। नाउ वी विल टेक अ केस स्टडी व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। So this morning I was trying to search the problems and I have collected certain information, although I am not an expert, but let us discuss what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir, so we can realize that what has happened. So this is a recent disaster, and then we'll take up certain questions related to this disaster or whatever we have learned in the previous session. So let us find out what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir. This disaster came in the month of September and started on 2nd of September. So in September 2014, the Kashmir region witnessed a disastrous floods across majority of its districts caused by torrential rainfall. 100 मिलीमीटर से ज्यादा बारिश एक या दो दिन में हो गई। The Indian administrated Jammu and Kashmir as well as Azad Kashmir, Gilgit Baltistan and Punjab in Pakistan were affected by these floods. So Jammu and Kashmir के अलावा पाकिस्तान के हिस्से में आज़ाद कश्मीर, गिलगिट और बल्तिस्तान और फिर पंजाब का कुछ इलाका जो मुल्तान का एरिया था या झांग का एरिया था, उस इलाके में ये फ्लड अचानक से आ गया। So let us see what kind of river system is prevailing in upper parts of Himalayas. Upper parts of Himalayas देखिए, ये लेह लद्दाख से इंडस नदी निकल रही है। इसको हम लोग हिंदू नदी कहते हैं, सिंधु नदी कहते हैं। यहाँ सिंधु नदी यहाँ से निकल रही है, और ये जो नदी है इसमें 5 नदियां और मिल रही हैं, सतलज, ब्यास, झेलम और चेनाब, रावी और सतलज, ये सभी सब मिलकर ये इंडस रिवर सिस्टम में मिल जाती हैं सारी। तो ये जो नदियां हैं जो थोड़े लोअर इलाके से निकलती हैं हिमालय के, उसमें ब्यास, सतलज, रावी, चेनाब और झेलम, ये 5 नदियों का जो पानी है अल्टीमेटली इंडस में मिल जाता है। तो इस रिवर सिस्टम के अंतर्गत सबसे ज्यादा बारिश जो हुई वो झेलम नदी में आ गई। ये झेलम का जो इलाका है, इस इलाके में सबसे ज्यादा बारिश हुई, इसलिए श्रीनगर का हिस्सा और उसके पश्चात जो ये झेलम नदी जब पाकिस्तान के इलाके में आजाद कश्मीर में गई, वहां पर उसने तबाही की, और फिर नीचे जब ये पंजाब के पाकिस्तान के पंजाब के इलाके में आई, फिर वहां तबाही हुई, और ये सारा जो पानी का सिस्टम यहाँ पर जब इकट्ठा हुआ तो यहाँ पर भी तबाही आई। So you can see that several points when they are meeting together, so ultimate impact कहाँ पड़ा। यहाँ से बरसात का पानी सबसे ज्यादा इस जगह पर पड़ा, और इसके बाद फर्दर वो गया, और फर्दर जाने के बाद इधर जो कुछ पंजाब पाकिस्तान के इलाके थे उसको उसने अफेक्ट किया, और फाइनली इस जगह पर तक उसका इम्पैक्ट रहा। तो पाकिस्तान के हिस्से में ज्यादा तबाही हुई, हमारे हिस्से में भी तबाही हुई, लेकिन श्रीनगर घाटी में सबसे ज्यादा तबाही हुई। तो दिस इज द सिचुएशन प्रिवेलिंग इन आवर कंट्री। और ये सारी की सारी जो नदियां हैं ये हिमालय जोन से निकल रही हैं। अब आपको लेह लद्दाख के इलाके से जो तिब्बत का ऊपर का जो हम पठार कहते हैं, तिब्बत का पठार, ये हाईलैंड से इंडस रिवर निकलकर फिर ये पाकिस्तान में जा रही है। तो ये आपने रिवर सिस्टम को यहाँ पर देखा। अब आइए देखिए कि हुआ क्या। कैन यू सी देयर इज अ ब्यूटीफुल सीन फ्रॉम जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। दिस इज कॉल्ड पैराडाइज ऑन द अर्थ। स्वर्ग पर अगर स्वर्ग कहीं अगर धरती पर है तो वो कहते हैं कि कश्मीर में है, और कश्मीर में ये स्वर्ग तो है, लेकिन देखिए यहाँ पर लोग कहाँ बसे हुए हैं। इन घाटियों में इन्होंने घर बना रखे हैं, निचले इलाकों में। और यही जब बात आपको बाद में समझ में आएगी, जब ये घाटियों में नीचे जब घर बने हुए हैं, यही एक तबाही के कारण बने, क्योंकि पिछले 100 सालों में लोगों ने ऐसा कोई एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किया था, वहां पर ऐसी कोई तबाही आई नहीं थी। तो ज्यादातर जो घर हैं इस वैलीज में बने हुए हैं, घाटियों में बने हुए हैं, या लोअर रेंज में बने हुए हैं, अपर रेंज में घर कम बने हुए हैं। तो यही कारण था कि ये जो लोअर घाटियों में जो घर बने हुए थे, ये जब बाढ़ आया, अचानक से बाढ़ आई, तो इसमें लोग बच नहीं पाए और इसमें अफेक्टेड ज्यादा हुए। So this is the beauty of Kashmir, Srinagar, where it is in upper part is full of snow, glaciers are there, and lower part we have different kind of forest, and इसके बाद plains हैं और घाटीज हैं। तो इन घाटी में लोग बड़े आनंददायी तरीके से रहते हैं, वहां पर अपनी फसलें उगाते हैं, और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से ये रहते थे। लेकिन हुआ क्या, ये 4 सितंबर की नासा सैटेलाइट का एक पिक्चर देखिए। इस श्रीनगर के ऊपर इतना हैवी क्लाउड है, ये सीधा दर्शाता है कि क्या होने वाला है। तो यही कारण था कि 2 से 4 सितंबर के बीच में वहां पर बहुत बारिश हुई, और एक ही जगह पर बहुत बारिश का होना, इसको हम क्लाउड बस्टिंग भी टर्म करते हैं। ये फेनोमेना कुछ पिछले 8-10 सालों में बढ़ गई है कि heavy torrential rain in few hours. This has been termed as cloud bursting. So this is a situation, this same thing happened in Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar. Now you can see, जो हमारी आबादी थी प्लेन एरियाज में, इसी प्लेन में बसे हुए सारे लोग। अब जैसे ही बाढ़ आई तो सब ये डूबना स्वाभाविक था, क्योंकि ये प्लेन एरियाज तो नीचे था। पहाड़ पे रहते या ऊंचली जगह पर अगर बसे होते तो फिर बच सकते थे। यही कारण था कि सारे के ज्यादातर मकान जो कश्मीर घाटी की थी, श्रीनगर के आसपास की, सारी डूब गई, जो झेलम नदी के पास हो गई। झेलम नदी लगभग 25 फीट ऊपर बहने लगी, खतरे के निशान से 23 फीट ऊपर बहने लगी। अब इस तरीके से ये सारा का सारा जो श्रीनगर था वो डूब गया, और हम लोग टेलीविजन में बार बार देखते रहे। ये नज़ारा देखें आप कि चारों तरफ जहाँ भी झेलम नदी के आसपास सारे जो मकान थे, क्योंकि हम इस घाटी में ही बसे थे, और ये माना जाता था कि ये जो घाटी है कटोरे की तरह है। ये दिखता भी है आपको इस पिक्चर से कि है भी वाकई कटोरे की तरह, मतलब चारों तरफ पानी निकलने का कोई रास्ता नहीं है, और बीच में सारे लोग बसे हुए हैं। नाउ वी हैव टू मेक सम अल्टरनेटिव अर्बन प्लानिंग, कि लोगों को क्या कहीं दूसरी जगह बसाया जाए और फ्लड जोन को खाली कराया जाए। ये अब आने वाले दिनों में हमें प्लान करने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि कुछ लोग तो बिल्कुल डर गए होंगे, जो लोग नजदीक बसे हैं, वो जरूर चाहेंगे कि सेफर एरिया में चले जाएं, तो हमें फ्लड जोन को खाली कराकर सेफर एरिया में भेजना होगा। इसी तरह का काम श्रीनगर में हुआ। अभी जब भूकंप आया, सॉरी, जब 2013 में केदार घाटी की जो त्रासदी हुई, तो श्रीनगर का पूरा इलाका डूब गया, क्योंकि वो घाटी में लोग बसे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कुछ लोग वहां से जरूर निकल गए होंगे। हमारे जो उत्तराखंड के साथी हैं वो बताएंगे कि सम ऑफ द पीपल माइट हैव लेफ्ट दैट प्लेस, क्योंकि इट हैज बिकम अ फ्लड प्रोन, और फ्यूचर में भी फ्लड आएगा, तो अपने परिवार और अपने फ्यूचर पीढ़ी को तो नहीं डुबाना चाहेंगे। इसलिए कुछ लोग जो श्रीनगर में कुछ ने लोगों ने बयाना दिया था खरीदने के लिए, वो तो बिल्कुल छोड़ दिया होगा उन्होंने कि अब हम घर भी बनाएंगे वहां पे। सो सेम थिंग हैपेंड इन श्रीनगर घाटी। जो श्रीनगर गढ़वाल का है और जो श्रीनगर कश्मीर का है, वो देखिए घाटी में ही बसा हुआ है। दिस वाज मे बी द पॉइंट, ताकि दोनों का नाम श्रीनगर पड़ा है। आई डोंट नो व्हाई इट इज कॉल्ड श्रीनगर, बोथ द प्लेसेस, बट द बोथ आर सिचुएटेड इन द सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ सेटअप। यहाँ पर जब झेलम की जो बाढ़ आई, इसमें सारा डूब गया, और जब अलकनंदा में बाढ़ आई तो श्रीनगर गढ़वाल का डूब गया। इस तरह से मकान, पुल सब ध्वस्त हो गए कि अचानक ये बाढ़ जब आई तो सभी तरह का नुकसान हुआ और सभी तरह का डैमेज हुआ। और यू कैन सी द सिचुएशन, because the people were densely populated in the valley region, the plain valley region, that's why they were more affected, and that's why the severity was felt more. अगर लोग थोड़े ऊपर के इलाकों में बसे होते तो इतनी समस्या नहीं होनी थी। इमीडिएटली इस काम के लिए हमारे आर्मी के जवान, हमारे एयरफोर्स के लोग इसमें बड़े तत्परता से इन्होंने काम किया, और बहुत कम से कम हताहत हुई। लगभग 2 लाख लोगों को इन्होंने फटाफट 4-5 दिनों में वहां से निकाल लिया। अदरवाइज ये हताहत की संख्या काफी ज्यादा हो सकती थी। सो हमारी रेस्क्यू एंड रिलीफ टीम जो थी बहुत ही चौकन्नी थी। लोगों को फटाफट हटाया गया, जितने तीर्थ यात्री थे और जितने भी सैलानी थे उनको सभी को निकाला गया, एंड ऑल काइंड ऑफ सोर्सेस, रिलीफ सोर्सेस वेर गिवन बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। व्हाट हैपेंड एक्चुअली, 2 से 25 सितंबर के बीच में क्या क्या हुआ? 557 लोग रिपोर्टेड हैं कि मर गए, 277 इंडिया में और 280 पाकिस्तान में। तो लगभग 300 लोग दोनों जगह हताहत हुए। फिर भी लोगों को काफी हम लोगों ने रेस्क्यू कर लिया। इंडिया में 2500 विलेजेस अफेक्टेड थे, 80,000 लोगों को बाहर निकाला गया गांव से, और इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान लगभग 2 लाख लोगों को हम लोगों ने रेस्क्यू किया। With the help of army, 2 lakhs people were evacuated. Affected area जम्मू एंड कश्मीर का था, और फिर पाकिस्तान में आजाद कश्मीर, गिलगिट एंड बल्तिस्तान और पंजाब का कुछ इलाका अफेक्ट हुआ था इस त्रासदी से। So Jammu and Kashmir state and adjoining areas received heavy rainfall from 2nd September onwards during the last stage of the monsoon. पूरे देश में जब मानसून खत्म होने वाली थी तो ये अचानक से मानसून ने अपना कहर बरपाया, और ये पता चला कि बहुत तेजी से बरसा वहां पे। दिस ट्रिगर्ड फ्लडिंग एंड लैंडस्लाइड्स इन इंडिया एंड एडजॉइनिंग एरियाज ऑफ पाकिस्तान। तो इतनी हैवी रेन के कारण से लैंडस्लाइड्स भी हो गए, और सारे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर से जम्मू से लेकर कश्मीर तक का जो रोड था वो कई दिनों तक बंद रहा। ऑन 5th September, Jhelum River in Srinagar was reported to be flowing 22.40 फीट, 22.5 फीट ऊपर बह रही थी खतरे के निशान से। तो इससे इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि आप आसपास के इलाके में क्या हुआ होगा। जो डिस्चार्ज रेट आमतौर पर होता है वो 25,000 क्यूबिक मीटर प्रति सेकंड था, जो कि उस दिन 70,000 क्यूबिक मीटर उस दिनों में मापा गया। तो कहाँ 25,000, कहाँ 70,000, लगभग 4-6 गुना ज्यादा पानी बह रहा था। According to the Home Ministry of India, several thousand villages across the state had been hit and 390 villages had been completely submerged. 390 गांव पूरी तरह से डूब गए, और इसके अलावा 2000 और भी गांव प्रभावित हुए। तो 390 गांवों का तो पूरी तरह से वो ध्वस्त हो गए कि डूब ही गए पूरी तरह से। So 2,600 villages were reported to be affected in Jammu and Kashmir, out of which 390 villages of Kashmir were completely submerged. तो ये 400 गांवों की जो रिहेबिलिटेशन है वो बहुत ही बड़ा काम होगा गवर्नमेंट के लिए। 1,225 villages were partially affected and 1,000 villages were affected in Jammu division. तो जम्मू के डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी कुछ विलेजेस 1000 विलेजेस इधर तबाह हुए और लगभग 1500 से 1600 विलेजेस श्रीनगर के इलाके में। जम्मू एंड कश्मीर स्टेट एंड एडजॉइनिंग एरियाज रिसीव्ड हैवी रेनफॉल। इस तरह के रेनफॉल के कारण ये सारा हुआ। डिस्चार्ज रेट काफ़ी ज़्यादा था। On September 8, many parts of the Srinagar and neighborhood water was about 12 feet. तो 8 सितंबर तक पानी धीरे धीरे कम हो गया और ये 12 फीट तक नजर आया। इसके बाद हमारी मीडिया की टीम और सारी टीम तब तक पहुंच चुकी थी। इसके बाद से रिपोर्टिंग हमें बराबर मिलती रही, आपने देखा भी। In spite of all the things, death toll till September was 190 in the Kashmir Valley and the areas affected by the floods were mostly districts in the South Kashmir. 50 bridges were reported damaged. 50 bridges were reported to have been damaged across the state. The preliminary assessment of the damaged property was estimated between 5,000 to 6,000 rupees, crore rupees. तो जैसे ही कोई भी आपदा आती है तो एक डैमेज असेसमेंट टीम जाती है कि कितना डैमेज हुआ, कितनी बिल्डिंग की डैमेज हुई, कितनी फसलों का नुकसान हुआ, कितने जानवर हमारे मर गए, ये सब का हम लेखा जोखा करते हैं। तो जो हमारे सेंसस में सारी चीज़ों का एक लेखा जोखा होता है, वो सारा सेंसस का डेटा निकालते हैं, सारी सेकेंडरी डेटा को देखभाल करते हैं, फिर उसके हिसाब से एक असेसमेंट लगाते हैं। फिर जितने भी पीडब्ल्यूडी और रोड बिल्डिंग रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पास जो भी मैप होते हैं ब्रिजेस के, उसके हिसाब से लगाते हैं कि कितने ब्रिजेस खत्म हो गए और उसमें क्या इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ था। तो ये सभी को हम लोग जोड़ लेते हैं। तो वो जो इन्वेस्टमेंट था 10 साल पहले का, वो कम पैसे में होता था, लेकिन उसको अगर बनाओगे आज तो 10 गुना ज़्यादा पैसा खर्चा होगा। तो एक रीबिल्डिंग और रिहेबिलिटेशन के लिए एक डिफरेंट प्लान बनेगा, लेकिन इमीडिएट डैमेज असेसमेंट एक टीम करती है जाकर। उसमें कुछ इकोनॉमिस्ट होते हैं, कुछ टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट्स होते हैं। जैसे एनिमल हस्बेंड्री का एक्सपर्ट होगा, वो बताएगा कितने जानवर मर गए। एग्रीकल्चर का जो एक्सपर्ट होगा वो बताएगा क्या क्या फसलों को नुकसान हुआ। एक इंजीनियरिंग सिविल इंजीनियरिंग का जो एक्सपर्ट होगा वो बताएगा कितने मकान ध्वस्त हो गए और अमूमन कितना खर्च होता है एक मकान में, उससे एक असेसमेंट कर लेते हैं। So we make an estimate involving a team of experts from all disciplines. सभी डिसिप्लिन्स के टीम को बुलाकर ये असेसमेंट हम लोग करते हैं। इसके अलावा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने रिहेबिलिटेशन के लिए 25,000 टेंट्स भेजे, 40,000 ब्लैंकेट्स मांगे इन्होंने, और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने तत्काल ये सारी चीज़ें पहुंचाई। और जम्मू डिवीज़न में लैंडस्लाइड्स के कारण से जो रोड्स डैमेज हुए थे उसके लिए आर्मी ने बड़ा अच्छा काम किया। कई जगह इन्होंने ब्रिजेस फटाफट तैयार कर दिए जो इम्पोर्टेंट ब्रिज थे, और कई तरह की चीज़ें थी। और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और प्राइम मिनिस्टर डिक्लेयर्ड दिस इवेंट एज ए नेशनल कैलामिटी। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने बहुत सकारात्मक काम किया, और खासकर श्रीनगर के लोगों को पहली बार पता चला कि अगर ये आर्मी नहीं होती तो उनका हालत क्या होता। अदरवाइज वो लोग आर्मी के खिलाफ थे और सारे बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी के खिलाफ थे। इस समय उनको पता चला कि ये आर्मी और बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी के लोगों ने ही उनकी जान बचाई। अगर वो लोग नहीं होते तो उनकी जान बिल्कुल खतरे में थी, और हो सकता था ये जो हमारी संख्या 300 की थी वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा हो सकती थी। तो इस तरीके से आर्मी ने बहुत ही सकारात्मक रोल प्ले किया, और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने इस त्रासदी से अपने आप को बहुत अच्छे से बचाया। और इंडियन एयरफोर्स और BSNL ने फटाफट विदिन 24 आवर्स वहाँ पर कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम बहाल कर दिया। वो बाहर से दूर जगह से एयरलिफ्ट करके 10 वीसैट सिस्टम लेकर गए, और उन्होंने वहां पर फटाफट टेलीकम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम को बहाल किया। ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था जिसको उन्होंने बहुत जल्दी टेकअप किया, और 24 आवर्स में इन्होंने टेलीफोन सिस्टम को बहाल करने की कोशिश की। तो इस तरीके से BSF और नेशनल डिजास्टर रिस्पांस फोर्स जो था हमारा NDRF ने 2 लाख लोगों को वहां से जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के डिफरेंट रीजन से निकाला। BSNL ने बड़ा अच्छा काम किया इंडियन एयरफोर्स के मिलकर, और मोबाइल सर्विसेज को कुछ दिनों में उन्होंने लागू कर दिया। जितने भी प्राइवेट चैनल्स थे उनको भी ये सर्विसेज दे दी गई कुछ दिनों के लिए फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, ताकि लोग एक दूसरे से कम्युनिकेट कर पाएँ। तो ये एक बड़ा अच्छा काम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने इस बार किया। हालांकि डैमेज हमारा बहुत भी हुई, लेकिन इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट हम लोगों ने बाहर से कोई मदद लिए बगैर, ये पहली बार ऐसी त्रासदी थी जिसमें हमने कोई बाहर की कोई असिस्टेंस नहीं ली, और हमने इसको टेकअप कर लिया। तो इससे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की भी इमेज बनी कि अब भारत सक्षम है ऐसे दुर्घटनाओं को झेलने के लिए। वी कैन मिटिगेट द डिजास्टर आवरसेल्व्स। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी सकारात्मक घटना घटी कि हम लोगों ने इस घटना को अपने आप मैनेज कर लिया। दैट वाज अ मेजर लेसन व्हिच कैन बी ड्रॉन फ्रॉम दिस। मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट, तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट, गुजरात और आंध्र प्रदेश ने 5-5 करोड़ रुपए दिए। इसके पहले आप अगर देखें तो महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने और तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश ने 10-10 करोड़ रुपए चीफ मिनिस्टर फंड में दिए। तो कई गवर्नमेंट ने सहयोग दिया और ये सारा का सारा सहयोग उमर अब्दुल्ला जी को इतना पैसा कभी नहीं मिला होगा आमतौर पर, लेकिन उनको इससे रिलीफ के तौर पर सारे सरकारों ने मदद की और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ने भी काफी मदद की ताकि वो इस चीज से ऊपर आ सकें, बच सकें। और लोगों को अभी भी वहां पर फ्री राशनिंग और ये सारी चीजें उपलब्ध कराई जा रही है और कई तरह के पैकेजेस दिए जा रहे हैं। जिन लोगों की डेथ हुई है तो उसमें काफी अच्छा काम किया। सो यहाँ पर जो बात थी जय जवान जय किसान, वो साबित हुई कि हमारे जवानों ने ये दिखा दिया कि we can mitigate the different kind of disasters. So thank you very much for this session. Although the afternoon session is a little boring, I know some of you may be sleeping. It may not be your interesting subject. So now I would like, if you have any question in mind, kindly ask. Yes, this is Government Polytechnic Kasipur. Yes.
Yes, sir. Hello.
हाँ बोलिए।
Sir, one question is here, sir.
Yes, बताइए।
सर आई एम सोनू कश्यप फ्रॉम काशीपुर।
जी
सर क्वेश्चन ये है कि सर जो स्थलीय तूफान आते हैं, आंधी तूफानी वगैरह आते हैं सर, ये प्रेशर डिफेंस के कारण आते हैं, सही नहीं रोका जा सकता, इन पर थोड़ा कम किया जा सकता है इन्हें। लेकिन सर जो समुद्री तूफान आते हैं सर, ये तो एक समुद्री भूकंप के कारण आते हैं, या प्लेट धंस गई जमीन के अंदर, या किसी एक तरफ को भूकंप आया समुद्र के नीचे, तो उसका कारण आते हैं। तो सर क्या समुद्री तूफानों को कम करने का कोई तरीका है, उन पे कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है?
ऐसा है कि जो समुद्री तूफान का जो सिलसिला है वो टेम्परेचर और विंड वेलोसिटी पर डिपेंड करता है। जब समुद्री क्षेत्रों में जहां पर टेम्परेचर वेरी करता है उसके हिसाब से, जैसे उत्तरी गोलार्ध में एक समय पर गर्मी पड़ती है और दक्षिणी गोलार्ध में उस समय ठंडक होती है ना। गर्मी के दिनों में गर्मी पड़ती है और ठंडक के दिनों में दूसरी तरफ दूसरी गोलार्ध में विपरीत मौसम होता है। तो मौसम के हिसाब से जब टेम्परेचर डिफरेंस होता है उसी के हिसाब से हवाएं बहती हैं और कभी कभी इसमें डिप्रेशन क्रिएट होता है। तो कभी कभी ये हवाएं समुद्र से स्थल की तरफ बहती है और कुछ समय पर स्थल से समुद्र की तरफ बहती है। तो आप ये देखेंगे खासकर गर्मी के दिनों में जब समुद्र का पानी गर्म होता है तो वहां पर गर्मी के कारण से ज्यादातर हवाएं प्लेन की तरफ, मतलब मेनलैंड की तरफ बहती हैं और फिर ये साइक्लोन क्रिएट होता है। आप इस साइक्लोन को रोकने का आपके पास कोई जरिया नहीं है। हम तो कोई आर्टिफिशियली ऐसा कोई काम नहीं कर सकते कि साइक्लोन रुक जाए। तो साइक्लोन को रोकने का कोई हमारे पास साधन नहीं है। उसी तरह से टेक्टोनिक मूवमेंट को भी रोकने का हमारे पास कोई साधन नहीं है। वी कैनॉट मिटिगेट, वी कैनॉट टेक सच काइंड ऑफ मेजर्स जिससे कि ये सारा रुक जाए। ऐसा तो हम लोगों ने अभी कोई मैकेनिज्म नहीं डेवलप किया है। हम लोगों ने मैकेनिज्म क्या डेवलप किया है कि क्या सिचुएशन प्रिवेल कर रही है। तो सैटेलाइट पिक्चर के मदद से मेट्रोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट फटाफट ये बताती है कि यहाँ पर बादल बन गए हैं और यहाँ पर साइक्लोन की सिचुएशन क्रिएट हो गई है और इतनी तेज गति से ये बढ़ रही है। सो अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम इज द ओनली सॉल्यूशन। हम लोग सचेत हो सकते हैं, इसको हम लोग पूरी तरह से खत्म नहीं कर सकते। ठीक है,
ओके सर, आई एग्री विद यू। सर नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन बताइए
सर। नेक्स्ट सर, तूफान का नाम जो रखे जाते हैं, जैसे सर बंगाली खाड़ी में आते हैं भोला या सैंडी तूफान आते हैं, ये हरिकेन, सुनामी, ये किस बेस पर रखे जाते हैं?
किस बेस पर रखे जाते हैं? कई बार तो जहां से इसका ओरिजिन होता है उस देश ने उसका नाम रख दिया होता है। जैसे थाने आई, वो कोई हो सकता है इंडोनेशिया से उसका नाम रख दिया गया। जहां से इमर्ज करती है वहां की मेट्रोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट उसका एक नाम रखती है। ठीक है ना। उसकी स्पीड को देखते हुए, उसकी खतरनाक रवैये को देखते हुए उसका एक नाम रखा जाता है। तो उसका नाम रखा जाता है, फिर वो दूसरी कंट्री में जाती है। जैसे एक तूफान आया था जिसका नाम था लैला। अब लैला तो कहीं हमारा नाम तो नहीं था, वो नाम दे दिया गया किसी दूसरी कंट्री में। तो लैला हमारे बंगाल तक और बंगाल की खाड़ी तक पहुंची। तो इस तरीके से अलग अलग समुद्री तूफानों का नाम जो है ओरिजिन प्लेस से दिया जाता है। जैसे टाइफून जो है, इसको जापान और फिलीपींस के इलाके में इसको टाइफून बोलते हैं। उसी तरह जो हरिकेन होता है वो उसको नॉर्थ अमेरिका और जो साउथ अमेरिका का जो इलाका है उस जगह पर उसको हम लोग हरिकेन का नाम देते हैं। तो वहां पर हरिकेन अलग अलग तरीके के आते हैं। जैसे कैटरीना एक हरिकेन था, वो बहुत ही खतरनाक था। फेलिक्स एक हरिकेन था, वो बहुत ही खतरनाक था। उसमें 150 से 200 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा की रफ्तार से हवाएं बहती थी। और यहाँ पर जो बंगाल की खाड़ी में जो तूफान आते हैं उसको हम लोग ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन के नाम से जानते हैं। उसका नाम ओरिजिन से पड़ता है, इंडोनेशिया से पड़े या फिर फिलीपींस से पड़े, ऐसी जगह से जहां से वो इमर्ज कर रहा है, या फिर हमारी बंगाल की खाड़ी से इमर्ज कर रहा है, तो हम उसका नामकरण करते हैं। ठीक है,
ओके सर,
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर।
एनी मोर क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम अदर सेंटर? देहरादून? यस, देहरादून में आप लोगों ने क्या सुना? देहरादून वाले लोग शांत हैं। बिजनौर?
लखनऊ वाले बोलेंगे।
Which center is this?
लखनऊ
ये लखनऊ सेंटर से।
हाँ यस, हाँ यस। हेलो मिस्टर पाटिल,
बोलिए।
बोलिए बोलिए।
सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका इतनी अच्छी जानकारी देने के लिए। मैं थोड़ा सा 1 महीने पीछे अभी एक साइक्लोन आया था जिसका नाम हुदहुद था, और यहाँ लखनऊ में भी उसका इफेक्ट बहुत ज्यादा 2 दिनों तक रहा
जी।
जबकि पहले आपके मौसम विभाग ने इतने व्यापक स्तर पर होने की जानकारी नहीं दी थी। इवन इसके कुछ सराउंडिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, जैसे आपका बस्ती डिस्ट्रिक्ट है
जी,
और गोरखपुर में इमरजेंसी तक लगा दी गई। मैं ये थोड़ा आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि किस तरीके के साइक्लोन्स जब आते हैं तो इसका इफेक्टिवनेस क्या हमें पहले से पता नहीं चल सकता कि किस लेवल पर किस एरिया में कितना होगा? ऐसा कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट या ऐसा कोई चीज हमारे पास है क्या?
इस बार जो साइक्लोन आया था, जो आंध्र प्रदेश और उड़ीसा में, उसका नाम आपने बताया, उसको असेसमेंट कर लिया गया था 2 या 3 दिन पहले। और उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत बड़े मेजर्स लेके जितने भी कोस्टल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के लोग थे सभी को इवैक्यूएट कर लिया था, वहां से हटा लिया था। उसी तरह से आंध्र प्रदेश के लोगों ने भी सब अपने आप को हटा लिया था। तो हमारी जो मेजर चैलेंजेस थी, जो कोस्टल रीजन्स के जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट थे, उन्होंने बहुत सीरियसली लिया। लेकिन जो छत्तीसगढ़ था या झारखंड था या ईस्टर्न यूपी था, यहाँ पर जब ये बारिश आई, यहाँ पर फसलें लगी हुई थी, तो यहाँ के किसानों को तो पता ही नहीं था कि इतना बड़ा साइक्लोन है जो कि यहाँ तक अफेक्ट करेगा। तो मेट्रियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट से ये एक बात हो सकती है कि उन्होंने बहुत सीरियसली इसको नहीं बताया कि आपका ये जो इसका जो इम्पैक्ट है उत्तर प्रदेश के इलाकों में और बिहार के इलाकों में भी बहुत तेज होगा। अदरवाइज फार्मर्स 1 या 2 दिन पहले अपनी फसल काट कर कहीं इकट्ठा कर सकते थे। तो ये एक कमजोरी रही, क्योंकि उन्होंने ज्यादा कंसंट्रेशन उड़ीसा और आंध्र प्रदेश पर पूरा दे दिया, तो सारे लोग का ध्यान उधर पड़ा हुआ था। लेकिन बाद में वो जो साइक्लोन था, जो उसका जो असर था, जो कि 80, 90 और 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे के हिसाब से वो बारिश लेकर हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश में इवन दिल्ली तक बारिश आ गई। तो उसका आकलन हम लोग उतने ढंग से, सही ढंग से प्रकट नहीं कर पाए और विस्तार पूर्वक हम लोगों ने उसको बताया नहीं, ताकि फार्मर्स उसमें हमें सचेत हो सकते थे। आपकी बात सही है, हमने हमारी अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम कोस्टल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के लिए तो ये अच्छी चली, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार के क्षेत्रों में लोग इससे ज्यादा प्रभावित इसलिए हुए कि उनके फसल खड़ी थी। तो इसके लिए हम लोग भविष्य में इससे सीख सकते हैं, और अगली बार जब ऐसे साइक्लोन आए तो यहाँ के किसान सचेत हो सकते हैं। थैंक यू। एनी मोर क्वेश्चन? यस, बीकानेर।
Yes, sir. Presentation was actually Jammu Kashmir में जो flood आया उसके respect में बताया. Most of the things we even don't know that you have shown that 83 aircrafts at the same time were there to prevent the people there.
Yeah.
And the other things that BSF has worked very well.
They have played a very positive role.
जो अपने प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस तरह से कदम उठाए हैं,
जी जी,
डिजास्टर से
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत अच्छे कदम उठाए। वो आंध्र प्रदेश भी गए, और इस दिवाली में आपको पता हो कि अपने घर नहीं जाकर कश्मीर चले गए। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी मतलब आप कहोगे कि सकारात्मक हमारा अप्रोच था, जिसमें कि हम लोगों ने इसको बहुत अच्छे पैमाने पे उठाया। और सबसे बड़ी बात थी कि इस बार हम लोगों ने विदेशों से कोई भी सहायता नहीं ली, तो इसलिए यूनाइटेड नेशन ने भी हमारे देश को बहुत प्रेज किया कि नाउ इंडिया हैज बिकम अ competent enough to cope up with different kind of disasters. Neither we called in during the cyclone, nor we called during this flood disaster in Jammu and Kashmir. So this was a very very positive development at international level. हमारी इमेज अच्छी बनी है.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more question from Kasipur?
No, sir.
No question.
Yes.
So, thank you. Thank you very much. If there is no question, tomorrow we'll try to have a small test. I will be sending the questions to all of you. Maybe a 20 or 25 number of questions, all be objective questions. I will request to all the team leaders to distribute to all the participants. So let us assess that what we have learned. So tomorrow we'll do that exercise sometime. Okay. So today night or early morning I will be sending these questions to all of you. And
हेलो
yes,
सर।
हाँ हाँ बोलिए
हेलो सर।
जी
सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन।
हाँ पूछो पूछो
हाँ
बोलो
मेरा
बोलो
तो
अपना नाम बताइए।
सर मेरा नाम शैलेंद्र कुमार है।
हाँ शैलेंद्र जी बोलिए।
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि मतलब जो नदियों में हमारे डैम के द्वारा पानी छोड़ा जाता है
जी
वो उसका लेवल हमको पता होता है कि अब जो इतना ज्यादा होने वाला है उसके मतलब इसका पता होने के बाद भी हम उसको एकदम से ही छोड़ते हैं, जल्दी से छोड़ देते हैं। ऐसा भी
बिल्कुल
होता है सर कि
बिल्कुल
हाँ
एकदम से नहीं छोड़ते हैं। वो पहले वार्निंग जारी करते हैं। लोअर लोअर लेवल जो स्टाफ होते हैं ना, नीचे वाले क्षेत्र में जो डैम बने होते हैं, उनको वो फटाफट वार्निंग भेजते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ बारिश बहुत ज्यादा हो गई है, लेवल इतना ज्यादा बढ़ गया है कि हम गेट हो सकता है एक घंटे में खोलना पड़े। तो ये वार्निंग दी जाती है एडवांस में, समझ गए। और ऐसा नहीं होता कि एकाएक छोड़ दिया जाता है। जब मंडी में वो दुर्घटना हुई थी जिसमें बच्चे फंस गए थे, वो वार्निंग सिस्टम जरूर दिया था और वहां के गांव के लोगों ने उनको बोला भी था उन बच्चों को कि भाई आप इस नदी में मत जाओ, कभी भी पानी छोड़ा जा सकता है। लेकिन उन बच्चे जो थे सब आंध्र प्रदेश थे, वो हिंदी नहीं समझते थे और हिंदी नहीं समझने का कारण हुआ कि उन स्थानीय लोगों के कम्युनिकेशन को उन्होंने इग्नोर कर दिया। इसलिए जहां भी जाइए स्थानीय लोगों को जरूर ले जाइए। जैसे जंगल पे ही चढ़ रहे हैं, वैष्णो देवी पे ही जा रहे हैं, तो स्थानीय लोग अगर आपके साथ हो तो वो रास्ता भी बताएंगे। तो इसलिए whenever we go at any place we should respect the local people, local culture, and we should listen to them, and we should not decide on our own that any kind of emergency can be emerged. तो इससे ये लेसन यही मिलता है कि जब भी आप कहीं भी पदयात्रा पर जाएं या सैलानी बनकर जाएं, वहां के सिस्टम से वाकिफ रहें, वहां की सिचुएशन से वाकिफ रहें और वहां के लोगों से मिलकर रहें, ताकि वो लोग आपको सहायता सही समय पर पहुंचा पाए। ठीक है। एनी मोर क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम काशीपुर? शैलेंद्र के अलावा और ये कौन सा सेंटर है?
यस सर वन क्वेश्चन।
यस पूछिए।
आपने कल लुधियाना के डैम के बारे में बात की थी, जो हमने कहा था कि वो 3 किलोमीटर दूर पे हमने उसे पानी को इकट्ठा कर दिया है पौंड को, तो फिर उसका सर क्या हुआ? क्या सर्च कर रहे हैं उस पे?
पौंड की स्टोरी में आप फंसे हैं लुधियाना के?
हाँ यस सर।
थैंक यू फॉर रिकॉलिंग दैट स्टोरी। लुधियाना के एक पॉलिटेक्निक ने क्या किया कि उस पौंड में जो गंदा पानी था उसको निकालकर 3 किलोमीटर दूर ले गए। तो 3 किलोमीटर जब दूर ले गए तो थोड़े दूर पाइप ले जाने के बाद उन्होंने कच्चा गड्ढा खोद दिया, कच्ची नाली बना दी। हुआ यूं कि जितना पानी जाता था वो धीरे धीरे इवापोरेट कर गया और जो लास्ट में 2 किलोमीटर पौंड था, उन्होंने सोचा था सारा पानी वहां चला जाएगा, वहां पर 1/4 से भी कम पानी वहां इकट्ठा हुआ। अल्टीमेटली ये सारा इवापोरेट हो जा रहा था 2-3 किलोमीटर के अंदर। तो उनके लिए तो एक पॉजिटिव काम था। लेकिन जो निगेटिव चीज हुई, जो आपने क्वेश्चन कर दिया कि वो तालाब का नामो निशान खत्म हो गया, जो वेटलैंड था उसमें जो वनस्पतियां थी, उसमें जो जीव जंतु थे, वो सब खत्म हो गए और जो हमारा रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग था वो भी वहां से निकल गया। तो ये जो डेवलपमेंट का तरीका है, ये एक गलत तरीका है, आप इसको सही मत मानना कि वहां पे स्टेडियम बना दिया गया इसलिए वो बहुत अच्छा था। वहां के लोगों ने अपनी सॉल्यूशन जरूर ढूंढ ली, लेकिन दिस इज नॉट अ करेक्ट सॉल्यूशन। दिस इज नॉट कंड्यूसिव एज पर द एनवायरमेंट, दिस इज नॉट कंड्यूसिव एज पर द सोसाइटी। और वहाँ इकोलॉजिकल बैलेंस को भी ध्यान में रखते हुए ऐसे पॉन्ड को हमें डाइवर्ट करने की नहीं जरूरत है, इस तरीके से जैसे इन्होंने किया। उन्होंने पूरी तरह से बंद कर दिया वहां पर, और वहां पर एक फुटबॉल ग्राउंड बना दिया। ठीक है, थैंक यू फॉर आस्किंग दिस क्वेश्चन। आपका नाम क्या है बताइए प्लीज। व्हाट्स योर गुड नेम?
सृष्टि सिसोदिया।
Srishti Sisodia. So my daughter's name is also Srishti. I will remember your name.
Thank you, sir.
Any more question from other student? Yes?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my name is Gaurav Rana.
हाँ गौरव जी बोलो।
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, तो हमें इस सिचुएशन में क्या करना चाहिए कि जब वहां से पाउंड भी हटा दिया और वो पाउंड सेव भी रखना है, तो इस सिचुएशन में करना क्या चाहिए था?
क्या करना चाहिए था? मेरा मानना है कि दो तरह के पॉन्ड बनाए जाएं। इसमें जिसमें रेन वाटर, अपने घर से जो पानी निकल रहा है साफ पानी, जो छत का पानी है उसको दूसरी जगह कलेक्ट किया जाए, जो गंदा पानी है उसको दूसरी जगह कलेक्ट कर लिया जाए, यानी कि दो पॉन्ड बनाए जाएं। और जो गंदा पानी है उसको रिसाइकिल करने की कोशिश की जाए, और जो साफ पानी है उसको हम लोग अलग अलग प्रयोग में ला सकते हैं। So we can have a two kind of system, pond system. One may be the dirty pond and one may be the clean pond. तो ये दोनों तरह के पॉन्ड से हम लोग उसका इस्तेमाल अलग अलग तरीके से कर सकते हैं। ठीक है
जी, थैंक यू सर।
ओके, एनी मोर क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम अदर प्लेसेस? सम अदर स्टूडेंट्स आर enthusiastic enough. और किसी का कोई प्रश्न है? This is an opportunity to learn and through interaction. Okay, if there is no questions, then tomorrow you prepare for some questions. I will send some questions for your test. You be ready for test tomorrow. ठीक है? So thank you very much to all of you. So let us wind up here, and tomorrow morning 9:30 we will be reassembling here. We will be joining back. So thank you very much for joining the today's session. Goodbye.